nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more.
This nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young Galt. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain, now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young Galt.
Yeah, I like the intro song there. I like the intro song a lot. Man, it's just a midday stream. Probably won't be here very long. Just a couple updates, announcements, or something like that. We're gonna interview Jason. Well, I'm gonna interview Jason Kessler in the next couple of days. Talk about that the Texas murder. So I think that should be interesting. Let me see if you respond to my email here. Yeah, update on when we'll be talking to Jason Kessler. And then we have another interesting call that we're gonna have at some point. One of my one of my tenants, I think I mentioned it to you. She's booked to the Gentleman's Club there, as you can say, here in Washington D.C. And so she may, excuse me, we may be having a phone in with her, so you can talk to her later tonight. She'll be accepting questions, and of course, guys, we're gonna have to put her cash up on the screen. Hopefully, and then right after break, we got a phone call. Let's see. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. When you get there, just let me know. I'll send you the code so you get in and everything. How far are you away? All right, I guess tenant there. He just reached out on Facebook. Matter of fact, let me check on my Facebook now. All the Facebook particulars here. Yeah, so we're gonna be having Jason Kessler. He said he was available today or tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get there and check see if he's responding to that message. Jason Kessler. See what he says. Let's see. And text right now. Anytime works. Even a phone call. Telephone there. Or a call. Cinema. Listen, Jason Kessler, we're going to try to reach out to him. Well, we already reached out to him. He's definitely available and interested. So I'm going to be talking to him. Portia was telling me he has something. Apparently, he has some strong words about that Texas killing. So we're going to be talking to him about that. Make sure audio's right. See, the audio's wrong. Damn, I'm glad I checked that. Broadcaster. Yep, that's better. All right, cool. So, yeah, we'll be talking to Jason Kessler. And I'm pretty sure he's tweeted about this. Let's see what he's tweeted. Jason Kessler. And he's tweeted about the killing there in Texas. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to share my screen with you guys. And this is Jason Kessler here. Jason Kessler, he tweeted about the young man. Let's see, the young man, give me 1 second. So he tweeted about the young man. You can see the tweet here. Jason Kessler, the father of murdered student athlete Austin Metcalf, said that he has forgiven his son's black killer because these are Jason Kessler's words here, because it's the Christian thing to do. Carmelo Anthony is not asking for forgiveness. It's not alleged. I did it. And here's the clip that Jason Kessler.
This is a human being thing.
Yeah.
Very forgiving him. That's for my peace, not his.
I rely heavily on my faith to get me through this. Like I said, people ask me, how can you forgive what to this other person? I said, I forgive the other person because the forgiveness is not for him. The forgiveness is for me, so I can have peace. His life is destroyed. My life is destroyed. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing.
And that's the video clip that Jason Kessler tweeted there. So it's very interesting. Jason Kessler seemingly is coming down. He was kind of mild on the channel. I'm not sure if you guys remember when Jason Kessler was here. He was rather mild there. I thought he was going to be a little bit more, outspoken there. But he was, under very good control and didn't say anything too politically outside of the bounds there. So this is Jason Kessler. Excuse me. If you remember him from the stream here, I'm going to do a tweet about us. And anyway, then we're going to have our, I don't know if you guys mentioned this, we start out on Urban Landlord Clips here. We're going to have one of my tenants, guests or whatever, the stripper lady that you probably heard about, or maybe you saw her on the stream. So we're going to have her at some point on here, and she's not going to be able to tell us what club she works for, but she'll be able to tell us kind of, maybe she'll be able to answer some questions about the ins and outs of stripping. For those of you that are so interested, we'll have her here to answer some of the questions. This morning, Be Brave and Stanley were really putting on the show this morning. Probably more Be Brave than Stanley. Brave was more or less reacting to some of the content that Stanley had. And, it's one of those things, man, that, Brave is touching on kind of the third rail where not many people, want to go. And so it only makes sense that he would have an audience, a large audience for that. He's running a hole right through political correctness. There was a void there, and Brave is that one brave white man, for lack of a better word, for lack of another word, that is running a hole right through there. And I think his channel is really reflecting that, the growth of his channel, the engagement of the people that are on the channel, in his chat. He's really touched on some points that a lot of people want to talk about, but they don't feel comfortable.
And I think that's a very interesting point in business. When you find yourself in a business and in an area of business that people don't necessarily want to be in that area, then you may have that space all to yourself to exploit. And I think for the time being, Brave is the only white man on these YouTube streets with that voice like that, with that message, I should say. And it's going to be interesting to see how far it takes him. I think there's a lot of legs there for what he's doing. And even the blacks can't look away and not listen. So I find that to be very interesting. Deacon Dave, I wanted to chat with you, man. I heard you and Stanley going back and forth. If you have some time to come up, I'd love to bring you up, and we can chit-chat about Brave and Stanley. But yeah, that's very interesting, this whole Brave Stanley dynamic. And I'm saying Brave and Stanley is kind of placeholders for the dynamic in general. We got a call. Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I just got the message from Airbnb.
Mm-hmm.
Could you possibly send me the address and the Wi-Fi, because I'm currently have issues with Apple
I'm sorry.
iCloud.
Say that one more time.
I'm not able to download any apps right now because there's something wrong with my Apple account.
Mm-hmm.
Could you possibly send me the address and the Wi-Fi code?
Okay, yeah, I'll send it to you right now. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye.
That was a stripper lady right there, guys. Let me send her the address really quickly here. Send her the address. Oh, nice. Send her the address really quickly here. Yep. Yeah. All right, yeah, I got to get her the Wi-Fi information a little bit later. Yeah, so yeah, Deacon Dave, if you have time, feel free to come up. I'd love to discuss this whole Stanley thing with you. I thought it was very interesting, Stanley and Brave. I think Brave has a wide berth there to talk about topics that people are very, very passionate about. And so it's very interesting to see how this is all evolving here. You know, I think it's kind of symptomatic of the larger society where people can't necessarily talk about these things, not even on YouTube. But they can go and listen to Brave anonymously. And I imagine that there's a lot of people that are listening to Brave anonymously that can't speak or even show their face publicly. So probably very interesting indeed. Let's take a look at a couple of things some of the midday news. There's some things I saw. I said, damn, that's kind of amazing here. Let's see. The first thing is we talked about this on the earlier stream, but here's this guy, Anthony Edwards. Again, the NFL, NBA wanted him to be kind of the face of the NBA, but I think this is kind of really going to hamper that. It's going to be hard to sell this guy to, the women demographic when he's taking an approach like this. Anthony Edwards tells the judge, Alicia Howard, she can have sole custody of their daughter. As we talked about earlier, he's paid his child support up front. Kudos to him. But I think he did it from a motivation of not wanting to have anything to do with the child. So I think you have to kind of temper your praise for him in that regard. Court documents, he told the Georgia judge he doesn't even want visitation with their daughter. Here's the woman here. That's kind of rough there. Yeesh. A bathing ape is what the little boy had on his outfit. A bathing ape. And you can see what she's wearing here. What he's wearing, a bathing ape. She also has a 9-year-old son by rapper Little Baby. That's Little Baby's. That's Little Baby's son right there, ladies and gentlemen. So, anyway, very interesting there. It's one of the stories I saw. And go to my email, a couple of messages I was either emailed or someone or emailed to myself. I want to cover a couple of those. How many of you guys, while I'm waiting, how many of you guys got a chance to listen to Brave and Stanley this morning? I thought they were pretty interesting. And, some of the stuff kind of Brave talks about is this right here. Here's a Gilly, yeah, Gilly the kid, and he's talking about what you need to do with some of these black kids. And here's his thought right here.
Out there, right? Sometimes the best thing you could do, don't go bail your son the fuck out. Don't go bail him out. No, you want to be on dumb shit, leave him in there. Let him get a little 6 months, little year bit in there. Because what this do sometimes is when he see a nigga get stabbed, he see a nigga go, joint going a nigga head like a unicorn, he develop a different relationship with God.
No, and you gotta let him get that public defender.
Yeah.
No, go through what your dad went through, boy.
Yep.
I had a son, he was on that shit. Oh, he doing that bit.
Yep.
Go through what your dad did.
No, because when the nigga, you know, when the young niggas see niggas get chased across the tier, they got a swore to hide the God. Please, God, Bismillah,
the first time a motherfucker get.
You know, it's interesting, you know, that they're looking at rearing young men by exposing them to prison. You know, I mean, I guess it's too late by the time what they're describing, but I mean, prison isn't in the pathway for most people. Would you say I'm wrong about that, Deacon Dave? Most people don't go to prison, right?
It's the environment. You're exposed to certain don't give a fuck. You know, that creates that type of mentality in a person. Isn't this the same guy whose kid who got murked off or whatever?
Yeah, that's and the other guy is his cousin, and he went to prison for 20 years. That's Gillo and Wallow and Gilly. Is that how you pronounce your name? I'm not sure. But Wallow and Gilly, something to that effect. And so these two guys, they're doing very well now. But yeah, Gilly's son was just killed recently, and his son was killed, I think, by straight A students, shit like that. But anyway, and now just the mindset, I found it interesting. Go ahead.
I was trying to explain this concept to Stanley about the culture and how somebody who gets released from prison could be celebrated before somebody who graduates college. And I could tell you the influence that my father had over me. He was more of a hands-on type of guy who liked to do anything and everything. He would never hire somebody else. He'll figure out how to do it. So when I had issues, it was like, I need to take this car to the shop, or I need this or that done. He said, no, I got tools, man. You get out there and you're going to get it. And just him standing by in, not even really helping me, but just, you know, just being there. It created somewhat of a culture of getting things done. Now this, I could see this as being more of a negative influence if you're okay with certain type of lifestyle, that you're cultivating it. That's what he's doing. And even just other eyes that he may not have relations to are outside of his family or whatever. People gravitate to this negativity.
Yeah, I definitely believe that. I just think that, and I also think that, you know, it's probably not a good way to keep people from doing something. I mean, it's a little too long in the tooth once he's in jail to start trying to teach him lessons. Or you probably should be trying to keep him to stay out of jail. But that doesn't seem to be anyone on the radar there. You know, once they get to jail, man, you know, hey, leaving them in there is probably worse for them, right? And here's an example of how it can be worse than them. You see this young boy here. What is he doing in jail?
Getting ready to chill again.
He's sharpening his blade, becoming a much more determined criminal there. You don't see blacks out sharpening their knives when they're free.
No,
but you
he's not doing anything different than what he already did to get there. So
yeah,
it's in him. It's in him. He's cooked.
If it wasn't in him, he's gonna have to learn to get it in him, right? To survive in that kind of environment, you got to learn to survive. And you know, these are the things you gotta have to do. You gotta sharpen the knife.
What's sadder than this is the influence it has on open society. I've seen people who don't even have never been to prison, but they still talk about prison rules. They take that and apply it to everything they do. and it creates a closed mind or a certain type of characteristics that where they're not productive citizens in society.
You see what Dolomite is written here? He said the voices of frustration are getting louder and louder from all directions that the community can't continue to ignore. What do you think about that?
I think me and Dolan might go to some of the same spaces, and we see that voice getting louder for sure. I agree 100% what he's saying.
You know, it is kind of interesting, you know, and I can see where Brave is coming from. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even have to agree with Brave to see where he's coming from. And I think for the blacks, you know, that don't, you know, that want to belittle his point, I think for the other people, I think it really becomes troublesome. It's like these people don't want to admit what everyone else sees, you know, and it just causes them to want to get further and further away. And it's kind of interesting. The Dolomite says, you know, they released a report. Oh, wait, they released a report in Texas? Have you seen this? Have you seen this, Deacon Danny?
No, I haven't.
Let me see if I can pull this shit up there. Did you hear my announcement earlier? We're going to have Jason Kessler come back. We're going to talk about
that guy.
We're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the murder that happened, this Texas murder. Here, let's see if there's anything on Twitter. You say you like Jason Kessler, though?
Yeah, I enjoyed that interview.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. There are black liberals on this app defending Carmelo Anthony because he touched his backpack. Okay, is that what it was? He touched his backpack, and he's here. We failed, and no black boy in America. So you look at this tweet right here. The National Reparations Committee. He's an exceptional, upstanding, suburban, young teen boy. He's an honor roll student, works on his job. He's a hero. If we allow him to paint this teenage boy as some young thug or reckless YN, we fail, and no black boy in America is safe. And here's the boy right here, Carmelo Anthony.
Is that guilty by osmosis thing again?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're comparing, here's someone comparing him to Kyle Rittenhouse. Wow. And I'm looking for the police report. Man, it's amazing how they can compare Kyle Rittenhouse to Carmelo Anthony. I mean, two totally different situations, bro, but, you know, whatever.
I want to show the world, man, they don't have an understanding of what they don't have the understanding of the context in these situations.
Wait a minute, said they're refusing to take down his fundraiser. Have you heard this?
I heard, what was it? Matt Walsh covered it yesterday.
Really?
How this is just them showing how much they enjoy when a black person kills a white person. Pretty much, that's what he summed it up to. It's like this is just pure ignorance. Why don't you get the full story at least, you know? But yeah, whatever.
You know, I equated it to like trespassing the other day. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, Lenny Lou. You know, my thought was, and I asked this question: if you pitch a tent in the woods and someone comes into your tent, do you have the right to self? You know, like, is it that your castle doctrine? And people start saying, well, you know, it has to be private property. You know, you got to rent the property or something like that. But if he was under someone else's tent where they had their own private belongings, then, you know, clearly they had the right to ask him to leave if he didn't belong there. And I think that his reaction was a little too severe for what was likely their initiate, you know, whatever they did to initiate contact with him. I don't think it warranted pulling out a knife. I went so far as to say yesterday, I think he premeditated this, not from the standpoint that he went over there to kill him, but he knows enough about the law to be confident to think that he could get away with this by killing him. That's what I really believe. What do you think about that?
I think he realized he went too far, made a mistake. I think at that age, you really don't think in totality of what your actions can cause or could bring. Uh, Maybe in the moment he felt justified and just went too far, but honestly, his goose is cooked because they tried him as an adult, right?
Yeah. But you know, I
We don't
think
play
like
the thing.
on one hand, they say he's a very smart guy. A very smart guy would have not said anything after it happened, correct?
Right. Shut up.
But what he said did not incriminate him. You understand? It was as if he had his legal defense ready to commit a murder, and he would have the best chance of getting off as possible. Self-defense, right? And he waited till at least they touched him. But I think what he made a mistake was he threatened him with the knife before he actually used it. And that hesitation probably will be what seals him.
That changes everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It turns into something else if you put it out there. We still don't know what happened first, though. We really don't.
Now, I think they do know, to be honest with you. I think that the police, the media, they know. And they're hiding the facts so that by the time it all blows over, when facts come out, you'll be like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? Look, here's Tariq Nasheed. He's saying Carmelo Anthony was justified on the basis of Kyle Rittenhouse, and Daniel Penny was justified. That's Tariq Nasheed's logic there. Very interesting. What do you think about that?
He's a homer. I think some of his response is his home team reaction, you know? He doesn't know a damn thing.
You know, I think that you know, if he really from the home team, he probably should you know, try to cut it down the middle. You know, just to be fair, you know what I'm saying? Or just not come in at all. You don't have to come in on everything. Man, I saw this clip, and don't take it. I just want to know what you think about it. It's probably kind of a spoof, but I want to know what you think about it. What you think of this? Listen to this.
You ever do?
I was pissed at my mama, so I mixed my period blood in her Kool-Aid and I watched her drink it.
What?
I figured myself out in the bed with my grandma.
Was she at least asleep?
I made her smell my fingers.
What's the weirdest thing you ever done?
I put handcuffs on my nigga fucking with a straight.
What's the weirdest thing you ever done?
My hand was broke, and I had my little brother beat my dick for me.
What's the weirdest thing you ever done?
I put my finger in my butt, and then I licked it like it was Nutella. I was babysitting together, and we ended up fucking.
That's enough, man. That's enough of that.
What did you take from that?
What's the nastiest thing you ever
Let
done?
me tell you. What did you take from that?
I was pissed at my mama.
I don't know what to think from that, man.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But I think there is an underlying trend or thread under each response. You know what I mean? Did you notice that?
Nah, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to walk me through this one. After the first, what was it? The second one, I think. I was like, what the?
It was almost all sexual or body part related. I stuck my finger in my ass. I had sex with my buddy while he was handcuffed in his ass. You know, I stuck my finger in my vagina and put it in my grandma's nose. I stuck my finger in my ass, and I mean, every one of them. When they had to, that's what somebody said, sexual debauchery. None of them said, what's the wildest thing, what's the weirdest thing you ever done? They could have said, you know, I don't know, snuck out in the middle of the night and rode a horse, a monkey, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
They're beyond that. I think they went past that.
It was all like sexual, as Universal Jones said, like sexual debauchery. And these are young people, and this is where their minds are at a very early age. One girl said she mixed her period juice with her mama Kool-Aid. Another girl said she stuck her finger in her vagina and put it in her grandma's nose. Man, that
It's all stuff I never would have ever thought about doing this. wild
Yeah.
stuff like this.
I damn sure wouldn't have said it even if I thought it, bro.
No,
You
they
know what I
don't
mean?
have any shame, man. I think the new age kids, man, they do whatever crazy idea pops into their head. And this is probably just trying to go viral. I don't believe none of that. But they're not afraid to say it. I wouldn't even repeat it.
Well, that's what's in their head. It didn't come from nowhere. They didn't just think that shit up out of nowhere on a blank slate, right? Somewhere deep in the recesses of their mind, you know, they're clearly engaging in sex and shit like that, or talking about it rather crudely. And when you ask them to come up with a comedy skit, that's what they came up with. All more or less sexual debauchery, right? Very, very interesting. Unprompted, unprovoked, and that's what they came up with. Anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting, kind of the pattern that I saw there.
Yeah, it's kind of sick, man. It's kind of sick. It's like they discovered their body parts. Now they're just talking about some of the strange things that normal people wouldn't do.
You ever been to a restaurant? It is one of the things used to pee the shit out of me, man. To no end. You got with a bunch of buddies and they do some shit like this, right? You ever seen this?
I didn't eat all that y'all be I'm not splitting no check. Lisa, I told you to get sick. I'm not splitting no check with y'all, so I don't know why y'all don't split no check. I'm not doing it. I didn't eat all that y'all ate. Y'all getting drinks, so I didn't get all that. I got this. No, it don't matter. It's my birthday. I got it paid for. We're not gonna do this birthday. So y'all trying to split the check? I'm paying for your shit. I'm paying for my own shit. We need to get separate checks. I'm not splitting no check. I'm not waiting to see 24 hours ago. Why would I split a check with y'all? I'm not splitting a check. I'm paying for my own shit. I'm not splitting no check because I didn't eat all that. Got cups and all that y'all got. We always do that. I don't always do a cup fight. I don't do it. I do by myself. I be by myself. I pay for my side. Don't eat with y'all. I'm not splitting no. Y'all drink no more than I
You see, this bitch got a tequila bottle. Look, she about to drink it out the head.
Oh man!
Oh, these guests. Oh,
I'm not splitting no check.
Oh man.
I told you to get sick. I'm not splitting no check with y'all.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Jeez Louise.
John, this reason why I like talking to Stanley because he doesn't fathom this world existing.
Yeah.
He's still thinking of the polite ladies of yesteryear. This is normal.
Yeah.
And this is how you're supposed to pick your friends. These certain behaviors, you got to avoid them.
Yes.
Now I'm a little bit older. I could just imagine that this is what the normal inner city youth would do after a club night. It sounds like they're talking loud. I know they got the bottle there, but it couldn't be like just Dust or Don. I'm sorry, it couldn't be just be Don. This is like, oh, they went to an event. Now they're gonna go have some drinks. They probably spent all their money on tickets and clothes. They're sitting at a table. They know damn well they ain't got no money, but they just start ordering shit because it's a group. Probably one of them got some money, so they're gonna cover it. Nah, and if you're the dude in this situation, everybody's gonna look at you. I avoid this like the plague. I would avoid this like the plague.
You know what I think is it? This is kind of low class people. These are kind of low class people. These aren't like middle class, white collar type people. These are young, black, probably poor class, lower class girls. Let me see. You can kind of look. This is not, Frisco, Texas. It could be, but the way they're behaving, I doubt it. Right? The way tattoos and the hair, and the black bourgeoisie. These are not black bourgeoisie children. Would you say that's fair?
Right.
And this is not a club. This is a restaurant. It's a Spanish restaurant. It looks to be. By the music that's playing, maybe Miami or somewhere. I'm not quite sure.
Oh yeah, they pack up and go to Miami for sure.
But
going to Miami, they don't even know what Miami's about.
But I've seen this type of behavior, in middle class blacks as well. Hell, I've been a victim of it, been part of it myself. I remember being at a nice restaurant. I was in my 30s, and it came time for the bill, and everybody was like, "Yo, I had this, I had that. I don't drink." And I'm like, damn, like that shit's more embarrassing, and it takes up more time than just and you probably ain't gonna be off no more than $20 either way, $30-$40 either way, right?
Right.
But it's that inability to even come together for a dinner without someone feeling like I got shit on. I don't drink, but I paid for such and such drinks, or so on and so forth. And that becomes more of the point than the camaraderie and going there to meeting up with the people. You know what I mean? The whole night will be marred by this part of the this instance right here, as opposed to we came out here to celebrate her birthday or whatever. It will all break down to they couldn't even figure out how to pay each other, to pay for the meal. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting. Something I've seen so many times myself. You ever experienced something like that?
Yeah. My ex and her family wanted to have a birthday celebration, and that happened. And I put cash on the table and walked on. And I didn't know that they all walked off too, but they didn't put no cash on the table. So I made sure I got my seatbelt on and got the hell up out of there.
Man, this brought back memories from this past week. Look at this shit. I've seen this so many
As
times.
I come to the stove to fix my food, she reached for the water. So I grabbed the pot, and then I grabbed for her hand to move her hand so she do not grab this pot to pour hot water on me. And I did that. She told her son, go call the police. And that's why he's sitting here saying now, she told him to call the police when he know that's not right. I have it all on camera. Because to move your hand so you don't pour hot water on me when I'm just coming to the stove trying to fix my food. There's no reason for you to pour hot water on me. I have all of this recorded. I touched her hand to move her hand so she do not grab this. I did not even touch her horse. I touched it very soft. So you don't pour hot water on me, Drusilla. When I walked into the stove to make my food, I didn't walk to the stove to touch Drusilla. I walked to the stove to make my food. And when I did, she went for the pot to pour hot water on me, as she has been saying for the last 20 minutes about why she is standing here. My kid's food is sitting there. She said that she are standing at the stove to pour the hot water on me. That's why it is boiling. That's why she is standing here at the stove. The food is done. There's no need for her to be standing here. But she did that for the water to boil, and when I started walking to the stove, she reached for it to try to pour it on me. So I grabbed this part of the pot, and then with my other hand, I slightly touched her hand to move it. And when I did that, she told her son, go call the police, and he did not. He just moved my little man out of the way. He just moved my little man out of the way, telling her mama to stop. And I have it all on camera.
Another situation I refuse to find myself in, man. Oh man, this is like bringing up old memories of just the apartment complex fights I used to get into.
What, with your old lady? Well, what are your ladies?
Yeah, man. That's why I avoid when I see it. Now I know what it is. I've defined it. I've lived it, and I avoid it from now on.
Oh, you had a ghetto lady used to want to throw water on you?
I had one shoot at me in the hallway, man. She missed me and hit the wall behind me.
She threw water at you?
No, she shot a gun at me.
She shot. So she
I was
shot
wild. I ain't gonna lie. I was wild though back then.
What kind of gun did she shoot?
It was a 22. I'll just never forget that look on her face. When I told her, I said, I'm leaving, man. I'm packing my stuff. She said, go on, bitch, or something like that. And I heard a pop. And I turned around. I was like, whoa. I turned around because I know she wasn't crazy, but she did. She closed that trigger, man. She put a hole in the wall. It was an apartment complex.
Get the fuck out of here. Did you file charges on her?
Nah, man. I made sure I got my stuff and got up out of there.
Are you serious?
She was apologetic and shocked that she shot it. She said, I didn't even squeeze the trigger. I said,
what do you mean she was shocked that you shot it?
Yeah, she aimed it at me. And she might have hit me in the shin if it hit me. But it was a hole in the wall, like between my legs. And
Are you serious?
Yeah, oh man, I done battled some daggles in my day, man, for sure. And I never went. That's why I can't do it no more, man. When I said I couldn't do it the last time, it was what 2015 ish. I haven't been back. I won't. I won't drink from that well no more. No. Learned
Damn.
experience. Learned experience, John. And then I listened to Truism one night. He was like, "When God delivers you, stay delivered." I said, "Man, he's talking to me, man."
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn. Man, you know, people have a lot of stories about why they don't date, you know, black women. And you know, man, you know, and I date them, man. I've never had those kind of issues, but you know, I can see, you understand? And so I can't talk against someone for not dating them, bro. I honestly I can't, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I'm
not to say
surprised
that
you
white
haven't
women
went
won't
the
shoot
other
at you.
way. I'm surprised you never tried that though. That's
Nah,
shocking.
never. Someone said fix my name in the title. Is my name? Oh, I see that. Yeah, let me change that. Oop. Yeah, I was rushing to get it. Yeah, nah, never. But I guess I never dealt with any gun-toting women either. I probably would. You know what I'm saying? You know, if I were dealing with that, damn, that is something there. And I forget what you said. So you didn't get her charged?
Come on now. I was community back then. You don't call the police on your. There was certain unwritten rules that you go by, and even then, like I went by it. But if knowing what I know now, hell yeah, I probably would have knocked her out. You know, that's a whole different level. You shooting at somebody in a a small space.
Wait a minute. Were
But
you in the house or what? When
I
she
was
was shooting at you?
upstairs in the hallway, dragging my stuff. Not I was taking my stuff out the house, but I was in the hallway with my book bag on, and this was my final piece that I had to get. And as I'm walking away, I heard a pop. It wasn't too loud, but it was the neighbors knocked on the door. You know, what was that? And yeah, I seen the hole in the wall. I said, man,
Oh
I can't
shit!
do this no more. Yeah, it wasn't a big hole, but it was a hole in the wall,
It
right?
was a 22
You know,
hole.
22 hole.
Right. And so when she shot at you, what did she do? Did you just keep on walking and say, "Hey, you shot at me," or you just kept it moving? What?
Nah, she was apologetic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't even know it was
Uh,
loaded. Blah blah blah. I was like, see, I know I'm making the right decision. Had to
but
go.
she had aimed it at you. But she had aimed it at you though, right?
Well,
So
she raised it, but she as she raised, I guess she spoils it. She was emotional. I was leaving,
yeah.
pretty much.
Damn, that's crazy, bro. Damn.
That was the last time I stayed with a woman too.
Oh, is that
Oh
right?
man, yeah, that's when that lesson was deeply embedded after that incident, man.
Yeah.
Ooh. And I wasn't there that long, but you know,
Damn.
yeah,
I had never
yeah.
been shot at, bro. Thank the Lord. You know, damn.
I had close calls with daggles all my life, bro. I've been on the freeway and had one grab the wheel. And, you know,
Really?
you gotta, yeah. Oh
A
man,
death wish one.
I don't know if it's me or if it's them, but
Hey, hold on. This is the 304 call on.
yep.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Hey, am I losing? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Hello?
loud and clear. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool. I'm here. I'm trying to get in, but for some reason the door's not working. Oh, it is now. That's crazy. Okay, never mind.
All right.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hey, did you think about the interview? Oh, that's it. That's a stripper lady there. See, man, she checked into another place around the corner. Anyway, damn, man, that's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy. So that was your last straw with the sisters, huh?
Yeah. At least the American one, you know. I get it. I travel now. I avoid them like the plague, bro. It happened too many times, man. Or just a bad situation where like they'll make you late to work. Um, you say you need to do this, and this, and in order to, if I do that, I can get this, and then somehow, some way, it always seems like there was a wrench thrown in the system. And I'm not talking about just one chick. This is over and over and over again.
Yeah. Damn. You know, I think, you know, one of the things I noticed honestly is oh, Garen's up here. What's up, Garen?
Oh, nothing. I want to ask Dave a question, but you go on.
No, go ahead, Garen.
Okay. Dave, yeah, about you getting shot, man. That's fucked up, man. I ain't never dealt with no woman like that. But what I wanted to ask you was, like, have you ever got pressed about it? Like, if has worked, because you know the streets usually be talking whenever some bullshit like that goes down. So have you ever been pressed by it, but on any of your friends or your homeboys or anything like that?
Nah, man, I got a good reputation, or I had a good reputation. I don't deal with nobody from where I used to be at. It's changed location, changed my attitude, my outlook towards everything. I never been pressed about that. Nah.
Was that
Well,
like,
she was like from in town, from out of town, so nobody knew her anyway. I did know the neighbor that stayed next door. I had to talk to her about it, but like nobody really came up to me and said, "What you do to her? You know what happened?" I would never explain that to nobody. It's actually the first time I told people about it, besides my couple of my homies. That's it.
damn, that is crazy. That is crazy. Hey, did you hear about this lady right here, Sister Gal?
No, John, what happened?
Listen, let's see. Hold on. Oh,
The fans of a social media star from the Metro say goodbye.
This is Fox 4 News at 10 p.m.
I'm happy to see that she impacted so many lives during her time here.
Her family, her friends, her fans. The fans of a social media star from the Metro say goodbye. Welcome to Fox 4 News. Thanks for staying with us after football. I'm Lauren Halifax. Alicia Burney died while she was vacationing in Mexico earlier this month. Her family says the 24-year-old died in her sleep of an asthma attack. The Kansas City native was remembered tonight at Luce Park. Fox 4's Dave DeMarco was there for the balloon release.
The family says fans of the social media star have been reaching out to them to let them know the impact that Alicia Burney had on their lives, a support that was certainly evident out here tonight.
Hello! I'm Charles. And I'm Alicia.
They're the videos Alicia Burney's family have been watching since her unexpected death.
Well, I've been watching her videos. I've stared at her pictures.
Videos that took the 2023 University of Central Missouri graduate straight to LA after graduation, amassing more than 5 million subscribers on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, prompting bigger celebrations for each million milestone.
Alicia was truly one of a kind. She was very authentic, never afraid to be herself. She was very expressive, emotional.
is this boy gay, by the way? He looks it.
100%.
At times.
So what you see on camera is how she is in life. I mean, she was full of life. She was laughter, always joking.
A star on camera, her family says Burney's ultimate dreams were
Damn, them fucking baby hairs, man. I can't take that shit. That shit.
writing and directing. She died.
Look at this shit. Like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, the baby hairs,
Yeah, that shit is so disgusting, bro.
It look like,
You know, I think
a crotch patch.
I think what it is the hairline is receding, and so this is to compensate for it. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because why put this shit here if this is your natural hair right here, right? Can't you just deal with this little patch instead of this ridiculous looking shit right here?
I mean, it'll be better if they got like a hair transplant. You might as well get a hair transplant.
Yeah.
We know why a lot of black women's hair line is receding because all that weave and they keep pulling their hair back all the goddamn time. So it uproots a lot of the hairs.
This shit looks ridiculous right here. But apparently they're trying to say that maybe she was a scopolamine or something. Someone I read that said that, you know, she didn't die of asthma attack or whatever. But anyway, down in Mexico, it's like the second black woman I remember dying down there in Mexico. Guys, take a look at this. Remind me of being back in New York here.
Hey, Russell, again.
All right, damn. All right.
Hey, Russell, again. I see that stamp right there, man. I don't know.
Oh shit! What I got caught? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm on here.
Oh, you at the front door?
160.
You at the front door? All right, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna buzz you in, man. I'm gonna let you see the room, all right?
That's a bet.
Hey, where you say you staying at right now?
Man, all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm making it work though, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You say you just got here from Miami, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
You're right.
like, shit will come with my money. Have to go.
Yeah.
Find a place I can, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see if I can unlock it. Let me see if I can unlock it from right here for you. Give me a minute. I'm gonna send you the code. Give me 1 minute.
Dude was telling me like there might be a scam. They be scamming shit out here. I was
Who?
like, man, I don't know.
Who said that?
This dude out here.
Who said
dude
it?
on the street. Some dude on the street.
Where?
Right, man. He just said this might be a scam game. Watch out, they be trying to scam niggas. I'm like, man, shit.
You saw the rooms I showed you, right? Hey, put that code in and put that code in right there and hit this button and hit the lock button. Put that code in. Yeah. And then go upstairs to room number 1. Go upstairs, take a look at room number 1. I got to get the door replaced, but everything else should be, more or less ready. You know what I mean?
There's other people sit here now.
Yeah, it's other people in there, yeah. But you'll be good.
Which one? Right here?
Room number 1 in the front. It should be the room with the door open because I got to get the door replaced.
Yeah.
You see it?
This your house right here?
Yeah.
He was like, this is a scam. I'm like, damn, I hope they ain't trying to scam me.
Hope you ain't scamming me. Hope you ain't scamming me. Keep taking your phone call.
Yeah, I ain't on no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? No, you know what I'm saying? Marketplace. That motherfuckers trying to run. Yeah, I'm legit.
But I got that dope. I don't need to run no game. I got that real shit. I ain't got to run no game with you.
Yeah, facts. I'm gonna say, I'm about to go work today. I'm dead ass serious. I'm trying to just get somewhere to live, man.
Yeah.
This bitch cool though.
Yeah. You trying to do it or what? So you trying to do that? You want that room? I got other rooms. I got whatever you want.
Nah, I want this bitch right here. This bitch cool though. You know, to the hood, but I ain't the tripping. You get what I'm saying? As long as I'm good, like this shit legit. I'll fuck with.
Yeah.
I'll fuck with it. What you talking about every 2 weeks?
Shit. For that one, man, I could do. For you, man, it's a small room, right?
Yeah.
So, man, for you got your money right now? Right now. That's what it's going to depend on. You got your money right now, and you got a cash app or something. I ain't got to come get it from you, do it. If I got to come get it, I'm going to give you a different price.
Yeah, I got cash. Man, listen, I ain't gonna lie. I want this motherfucker.
Well, hey, I want your money. I want your money.
I want for the street too, bro. This shit legit. I just see shit like niggas motherfuckers and sold motherfuckers houses. This shit don't even belong. You know what I mean? Shit like that. Like, damn. You don't see like
you got that code to get in, dude. Who you think gave you that code to get in?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. I'm saying, listen, I got the bread. Ain't when you do what you do with that room, like 300. You do 300 every 2 weeks.
No, I can't do that, man. But I can do for you, man. I do you for you. Let me see what I can do. You got your money right now. You got your money right now. I'm feeling generous. You got your money right now.
I got.
Oh, you got cash. That's what I'm saying. You got cash. Hold on.
Straight through, gang.
Give me a minute. Let me see what I'm gonna do for you, my man. Let's see. I'm feeling generous. Oh, what can I do for you, my man? I can do you $475 every 2 weeks, bro. That ain't shit. That's like
$475 every 2 weeks.
Yeah, that ain't shit, bro. That's like
$400.
If you could pay for, hey, you know, all right, here what I do. Here what I do your deal. I give you for 400 if you can pay for the first month up front. Send me 800 right now, and you won't have another payment until you won't have another payment until April the 6th. I make it April the 6th. How about that? May the 6th. May the 6th. May the 6th. That's a whole month. For $800, you ain't gonna live nowhere that cheap. You been staying in hotels and Airbnbs and shit, right?
I'm already know I'm kicking on the bag, bro.
You know that cheap shit right there. That's $200. That's like $200 a week. You ain't gonna beat that nowhere.
I understand you gotta get some money too. I ain't even tripping about the bread.
Yeah.
Make sure this shit legit though.
Shit, nigga, this shit legit. Shit, it's legit. You want me to show you another room?
So you running these like your shit, or like you running to somebody else? How does shit work?
See, I am the man you talking to. You got the code, right? but look, you got. Let me know about this room, man, because I'm over your deal. It's about to expire right now. You got to come up with another deal.
Nah, listen. All right, give me I'm gonna call you back, man. I want this dick.
How long gonna take you to call me back?
Meet you.
How long gonna take you?
Wait, let me meet you and shit. I got a
You want to meet me? I'm gonna see you my address where I'm at right now. Then I'm gonna see you my address. You walking or catching the train? Right around the corner. Right around. I ain't far from where you at. I ain't far from where you are right now. I ain't far from where
you from the streets. You from the streets too, so you already know. Like, you know what I'm saying. You gonna make sure this shit like legit. I don't want to be goddamn king on my I'm working hard for this shit.
I know.
Losing sleep, like, you know what I'm saying.
Losing sleep. How you losing sleep?
Well, I ain't losing. I'm getting this money, but shit, I ain't. You know, so I'm going hard for this paper, so. I'm trying to get no. I ain't saying I ain't trying to get scammed. So you see legit though. They got the code and everything.
Yeah.
Moving that bitch. I need something. I'm tired of thugging. You heard me?
Where you staying? But where you standing at right now? Where you slept at last night?
Go Planet Fitness.
What?
The PL, man.
What the hell is that? Oh, the gym. You know, the gym, Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They let you sleep in that motherfucker?
Now I'm going hard. I'm going in that business. I even get a motherfucker like $20, $30. You already know what's up. Listen, take this shit. I'm about to get some rest. Take a nap.
Oh, they
yeah,
remember. But where do you go to sleep in the gym at though? In the locker room?
Shit, in the little changing room.
In the what?
I lock that bitch up.
In the what room?
In the changing room.
In the changing room. They got changing room. Oh, they don't have like an open locker rooms and shit. I never been to Planet Fitness. Huh?
They got open locker room. They got the changing room. They got, you know, it's different little parts.
But what's in the changing room? Would it just be a floor? You sleep on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or they got the little stool thing.
I
gotta do what I gotta do though.
Yeah. Shit, I respect that, my nigga. You gotta do what you gotta do. Fuck that shit. You gotta sleep outside, sleep in the gym. Whatever you gotta do.
I can go to the hotel, say on nothing, but if I'm trying to have some, I gotta say this bread.
Yeah. You say you Miami, right?
Yeah, from Miami.
You Haitian or something? You Haitian or Cuban or what?
Trinidad.
Oh, Trinidad. Okay, got you. Oh, I know you up here hustling.
Getting that bag, man. Working every fucking day. I could have had more than that. I got an Airbnb, 1,200, 2-3 weeks. Shit. But yo, yeah, I'm trying to meet you. I'll let you with this shit.
All right, let me see you with my address where I'm at then. Hold on. I'm right around the corner where you are. Shit. Shit. Look. This where I'm at right here. I see my address. I'm gonna be expecting you to really come with that money. I'm sitting where I'm at right now. So I'm expecting you to really come with the money now.
You 20 minutes away. Catch the bus out there. You say man, I'm serious, man. I'm trying to make sure this shit legit.
Yeah. Gee, I don't know how you gonna tell about looking at me, but huh?
He was legit, man. You may say legit, man. I'm going hard, gang. I ain't got nothing, you know what I'm saying?
Well, what made you move up here to DC, man?
I was in Ocean City. I got in trouble out there, bitch.
What'd you get in trouble for out there? What'd you get in trouble for out there?
Huh?
What'd you get in trouble for?
Oh, some little petty shit though, but
like what?
I mean,
What'd you get in trouble? What'd you do?
Man, I was at that bitch partying and shit, hanging out. So whole time, you know, it's easy to get in trouble with that bitch. They knocked me off on some little weird shit. I had to go to Baltimore. I was in Baltimore for like a month.
Was you in jail, in prison? Was you in prison in Baltimore?
No, hell no. I mean, probably prison in Miami and shit, but you know what I'm saying? But like here, it was like a little jail.
How long you was in prison for in Miami?
Shit, like 2 years.
What the hell you do?
Shit, what I didn't do. I mean, I just kept that shit real. I ain't even do this shit, man. I said the police report, that bitch said 6'4". I'm 5'7". Here, man.
Oh, but so you think they framed you?
Nah, and I just took the charge.
Why would you do some shit? Why would you take a charge you ain't do?
Cause bro, I ain't know, you know what I mean? I put myself in that situation, so I ain't gonna rap.
What you a dope charge? What a dope charge? Or a gun charge?
Nah, like a robbery type shit.
Oh, nigga, you done robbed somebody.
Nah.
Yeah, I need to see you, nigga, more than you need to see me. I need to see what kind of nigga you are.
That's what I'm saying. No, listen, right? Listen. If it's my car, it's my car.
Yeah.
And goddamn, when he did some shit in my car, you feel me? That shit fall through. I didn't do it, but they wanted me to tell who it was.
Oh, what nigga? Nigga did. Hold on. Nigga did a robbery in your car.
Yeah, my dog. But same time, I'm like, yo, what the fuck? He told me like, bro, I'm like, man, you wild. But see, when they got me, and the people was at 6'4". Oh, I'm 5'7", bro.
Yeah.
But I could have easily like, yo, that was bro. He got out. I'm like, nah, I ain't writing to nobody.
Oh,
man.
you ain't want to snitch on it?
Hell no.
Hey, so a nigga look out for you while you in jail, bro?
I kind of sort of. When I got out, he made sure I was straight though.
Oh, he look out for you when you in jail. He put money on your books and all that kind of shit.
Nah, like one time, he playing with. But shit, I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? I it's whatever though. Like that shit.
Who did they rob? A dope man or something? Who did they rob? A dope man or something?
Nah, hell no. You should have some jury, bro.
Oh, hit a jewelry store?
Oh, so nah, hell no. Like, somebody jury. I rolled it, some shit.
Oh, they like snatch your watch off a nigga. Okay. Damn.
Yeah, at the same time, I ain't telling them niggas like, man, I'm from the streets. You sound you from the streets. You know what it is. Like, I ain't a fucked up individual, bro. I'm a cool nigga. I'm working. See, I'm out here working. I could be back on my thumb shit, but I'm trying to get some money the right way. I'm trying to make it out here, bro.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Oh yeah, I thought you were young. Okay, yeah. Well, shit, you walking this way or what?
I'm catching the train. I'm catching the bus.
The train? Oh, what bus you catch?
I don't even know. I'm catching whatever one. I'm sitting on the joint. I'm looking at it now. So
yeah.
I think it'll get me out there in about 20 minutes. I'm gonna hit you, bro.
Yeah. All right, well, shit.
I just don't want to. Like I said, bro, I just don't want this shit. She legit though. But I'm just saying like it's too easy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, you want to put me in there? Boom, you want to go? I'm like, damn, gang, what's up? What's the cat? You heard me? I might come back in that bitch. Cold might be changing everything. They get slimy from my curve. I know it's your face.
I don't know how you gonna guarantee that by coming to see me, but okay.
Oh, you funny. No, you was a boy. You was a bull. Nah, hey, yo, no, hey, bro, this is it. Nah, let me know, though.
See, nigga, what the fuck you think I'm bullshit with you all day, playing around with you?
Yeah.
Shit, nigga, you want to see another room? I got one right around the corner. You want another one instead?
Well, that one. That ain't gonna lie. I want that motherfucker one.
Yeah.
Man, that motherfucking penthouse joint, that bitch was cool.
Yeah.
I can see myself up in that bitch. I don't
Oh,
mind
you know
getting
that
out
shit.
500.
Yeah, that shit a lot more
500
money.
every 2 weeks.
Yeah, that shit $5 a week.
500 a week.
You know, private bath and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, but look, just call me when you get close, man.
That's the best.
Yeah. All right. Oh man, every day you nigga gonna rob people or some shit.
I don't know what type of work he be doing. He gonna have to learn to speak the white man's tongue real well.
Man, he said
John,
he working at.
You good at job, John.
He said he worked at a place called True Blue.
The heck is True Blue?
I don't know. I was trying to ask him what it was.
Is that a clothing store? You know what? I'll Google it. Hold on.
No, I'm not sure what it was. I remember him saying though, it was a place called True Blue. So, whatever that is, you know, I never heard of it myself though. So, we'll see.
Hey, you watch your back out there, John.
Oh man, you know. You know what I mean? Like they, you know, he seemed young. You know, damn, just dropped some. God damn it.
I think I found it.
What, True Blue?
Yeah, it looks like some sort of work help program. I'll put a link in the back chat.
Okay. Well, that's where he works right there. True Blue. Let's see.
I put the link in the back chat. I think this is it. I also found a golf course. That don't really sound like anything though.
You know, I don't know if you guys noticed, but did you notice like the difference, like, you know, in him hustling, right? He said, yo, I live at a damn
Yeah, he lived in Planet Fitness changing room.
Right, living in the change room. You know what I mean? Like hustling. You know what I'm saying? The Black Americans, you know, they not willing to do that. It's a Caribbean guy. Like, fuck it, I gotta do what I gotta do, man. Right? I gotta do what I gotta do. Whereas, you know, the Black Americans, they're like, I need this, I need that. You know, and again, it's just another example of an African, you know, of these Afro Caribs coming over here, willing to do whatever they can do. They willing to stay in a room. You know what I'm saying? And that's a little bitty room, man. I mean, if I were to show you, I'll show you the room in a minute. I mean, that room, bro, twin bed, bro. Can't even get a full size bed in there, you know.
I mean, if he can stay in a Planet Fitness changing room, that twin bed ain't nothing. John, I've been to Planet Fitness, man. Those changing rooms, nigga, I can barely fit it under my skinny ass. Those things are tiny, bro.
I never been to Planet Fitness. I was like, what? You can stay in that motherfucker?
Yeah, that nigga sleeping like a horse, man. You can't even lay down in them motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Unless
he got to sleep sitting on a bench, don't he?
Yeah, no, a lot of them, some of them don't got benches. They're so tiny.
For real?
I was thinking he slept in.
Curl it up in that bitch. He curl up in that bitch.
It depends on which one he got. He would have been better off if he slept in the shower. They're way bigger than the changing rooms.
In the shower, man. I pissed on his head or something.
You might. He better off being in the shower, one of the bathroom stalls, something.
You know what's so crazy, bro? I know an African dude. I'm gonna call him right now. See if he gonna answer the phone. This nigga be like, this nigga been saying this shit to me for a long time. Like, nigga, before I go to broke sleeping on the street, nigga, I give me a gym membership. Fuck that shit. Take a shower in the gym. Yeah. And I never thought about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Took an African nigga to tell me some shit like that. And I like, damn, you know. And here we got a nigga right here and say he's sleeping in the gym. So, you know, there is something to that, man. You know, these non-Americans are taking like different approaches to making it out here. And they got to sleep in the fucking gym. They'll do it, you know. And what is it? I don't know how much your membership, no more than $40, $50, right?
Yeah.
For the membership, yeah.
Goofy thing is you can also get food in some of these gyms. Planet Fitness doesn't do it, but there's another one. I think it's called American Fitness or American 20. Oh yeah, it's called 24/7 Fitness, where they offer like drinks and little sandwiches and shit for their members.
Free?
No, I think so. Or you might have to pay. You might have to pay a little bit of a consultation, but it's barely anything. It's like $5 or something.
You know, when I travel up and down the East Coast quite a bit, and you know, before COVID, I used to have a membership at New York Sports, Washington Sports. Even when I go to Boston, they had a Boston Sports, and they were all owned by the same people. I see what Sin 7 is saying. I used to use it like it's my changing room. I traveled it from DC, New York, go take a shower, go straight to work, right? It was always a gym right by my job, so I just go straight to work, you know, come straight from DC or vice versa, yeah. So, kudos to that young man. Living in a gym here. Should we let him come in the studio? What do you think? You think we should let him come in the studio? You want to see what he looks like?
Yeah. If he's willing to come up on camera, yeah.
What do you guys in the chat think? You think we should let the nigga come in the studio or what?
You should ask him more questions about what it was like in Trinidad. I know he seems pretty young, but he got to have some experience.
And Hey, you know we're gonna have the stripper up here at some point.
That white lady with the nose ring?
Mm. She worked at the strip club here in DC. She was telling me something about how they fold her tips into the wages, some shit like that.
What?
As if, yeah, it's very interesting. You know, I'm assuming she works for a white strip club because she called it a gentleman's club. The black clubs to be strip clubs.
It's just a strip club.
And so theirs are a little different than like just throwing money at the women. I don't know if you necessarily do that at the club that she works at. So maybe when she comes on, maybe she'll tell us all about it, you know, without exposing, you know, which club she works. And then we're going to have Jason Kessler here. Jason Kessler from the Unite the Right. He was here a couple weeks back. And so I noticed he had been writing some tweets about the murder in Texas. So we're going to get him back on to see what he's, you know, what he had to say about that. I mean, I'll be curious to know what he thinks about that. You know, he's pretty outspoken on the race thing. It's kind of like be brave there. Anyway, very interesting. So you think we should invite the guy into the studio? Ask him what he robbed people for. Oh man, I was sharing this with you before I was interrupted here. Let me share this with you. Here it is again. Take a look at these guys.
Hey, Russell, again. I see that stamp right there, man. Honor roll. Let's go. You keep up the hard work, bro. So look, you're gonna get $100, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
And you get to grab whatever you want. All right, Russell, here you go.
Thank you.
Put it in the bag. Russell is always an honors roll. You guys see this? Honors roll. He always keeping his grades up. Let's go, Russell. Keep it up, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man. All right, Russell.
All right, thank you, and
You're welcome, man.
welcome back.
All right, thank you.
Yo, I don't know how to report card.
Hey, Russell, again. I see that stamp right there, man. Honor roll. Let's go.
Comments, guys.
That little nigga better keep his head real low. Better keep his head real. I don't know where this is. I'm assuming it's
in
near
New York.
Oh,
this is New York. This is a guy called Alan Ock. In New York, they call all the bodega man Ock.
Yeah.
As in Akbar. Hello, Akbar. Hold on one second. You got another call here. Go ahead. Sorry. In New York, they call him Ak. You know, like Akbar. And so here's this little kid coming into the ghetto bodega and bringing his report card in and say, "Hey, Ak, here's my report card, Ak." And Ak says, "Okay, you made it on a roll again. Here's $100 and go get whatever you want." All right, what are your thoughts on it, guys?
I think in about. Oh, what'd you say, Deacon?
I said they're giving back to the youth.
Yeah. We're going to be calling Arab people OG now.
Let me cut your mic up, Deacon Dave. Hold on for 1 second. Let's see if I can cut your mic up. I may not be able to listen.
Yeah, your mic's kind of low.
Yeah,
Say something.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, say
Y'all hear
something.
me?
Is that better, Aaron? What do you think?
Yeah, he sounds good on my end.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, so, you know, this is one of the things I've been talking about for a long time. You know, like, this shit is foreign concept, bro. You understand? Like, that man has no connection, no relationship with these people. By nature, like, this is his way of, you know, more or less buying peace. You understand?
That or his mama got a fat ass.
Yeah, he might be dipping and dabbling in the chocolate.
But more than likely, because he's probably doing that for all the little kids in the ghetto neighborhood, in this little neighborhood. Right? I'm sure he's not doing this for only him, right? And if that were the case, he didn't clear this about his mama. But
I mean, he is very light skinned.
and, you know, I don't think. Yeah, he could be doing with his mama. That's not a random possibility. But if it were, he wouldn't have to get good grades to get the food. But I think that, you know, again, it like this is just odd. You know what I'm saying? This is like sympathy coming from these people. Like, could you imagine doing this in, let's say, a white neighborhood? Hey, any of you little ghetto kids come in, like, you don't have their parents are doing it for them. This is what my parents did for me. I didn't have this kind of relationship with the man at the gas station, the corner store. But these people, like, there is a somewhat of a dependency here on Ock, right? That's why they call him his first name basis, Ock, right? I never knew the corner store man in my neighborhood. You know his name, right? You know, unless he was just like the little neighborhood store, but this is a foreigner, right? You know, and I think it just hits a little different. To see, you know, I don't know, a foreign guy rewarding him for whatever. I don't know, it's just weird to me.
Nah, we had it in ours. It was a corner store. We used to walk like 3.5 blocks, and around the plaza or something like that. It was a corner store, Masadi. We used to call it Masadi. I guess that means money in Arabic. I don't know. But yeah, he knew me since I was probably 7 to probably 23, and then I think he moved on. But he was around the corner forever. He used to let me get all kinds of stuff and just pay him back later. Yeah.
I mean, I can understand that, but I don't know, it just seems weird. Like, you know, black people always talk about role models and things like that. They need more role models in the community, and I think this guy here, by virtue of actually being in the community, is the role model. As crazy as that may sound, right? That's what they need. That's the guy. That's what they need in their community. Someone like, how do you think this guy's able to run this store, bro? Earlier today, we were talking about a Dunkin' Donuts where it was like plexiglass and all that, right? We were talking about that, right? Was that here? When we talking about that, the plexiglass, the Dunkin' Donuts?
No, that wasn't here, but
maybe it was Braves channel. It probably was Braves channel. But I've often wondered, like, look how this guy has no plexiglass. She could reach her hand and then shoot that man if you wanted to. How they able to operate with no plexiglass? And I think a lot of it is that they are like extended family members. They are like the dependency arm for those family members. So you can come in here and get up candy. I see she got a carton of eggs. Her mama probably told her to get that. Since you got the good grade, get us a carton of eggs too, Russell. All right. And that isn't what, you know, I think is a very classic example. Just imagine if this was a black man who really had an interest in her, or a black woman who really had an interest in her. I think it would be different, you know. But in this case, this guy just as easily buy a stolen cell phone from her. You know what I mean? She coming in.
Actually, John, my brother became a dentist because our family dentist was cool with him like that.
Say what?
My little brother became a dentist because our family dentist was cool. Like, he took him under his wing. He let him come in and observe a couple work days.
Yeah.
And then when he finished his grad school, before he went to in the dentistry or whatever, he hung out with him for a summer, and yeah, he became a dentist eventually.
Well, and you got to have those kind of things in your community. I mean, it's better that you have to no one, in this guy's case, someone to, you know, give him some positive affirmation. But it'd probably be far better if it was, you know, someone, you know, as they love to say, that looks like him. You know, that at least instilling them that, you know, they can do just the same. You know, it's very interesting to see him giving that little boy some money for making the honor roll here. Damn. Yeah, anyway, I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Here's another case here. Well, sheesh. Another the stabbing, and this time in New York City. Garen's back. What's up, Garen?
All right.
Check this out. What's up?
Oh, nothing. You can keep going.
Check this out. Coming out of New York City here. Let me get this out of here. This is from the Western Journal. Suspect arrested for stabbing boy to death. He was on street due to no cash bail policy. Waldo Mejia was arrested in 2005, 17, 19, 20, 24.
Man, these fucking prison systems with letting these kids are back here. I'm assuming he's a kid, or I think he's a kid.
He's 29. Looks like
he's 20. Oh, never mind. Grown man.
2029. He would have been 19 when he first got arrested.
Fucking people out, man. They arrest them. They know who these people are, and they just keep letting them back out.
Yeah, it looks like he killed a 14-year-old boy. Family is devastated. Sitting in morning, stabbed him twice in the chest. After stabbing him twice in the chest, he called his father. He said, he called his father and told his father that he couldn't breathe and that he was scared. And his father, oh wow, the little boy called the father.
Oh,
Jesus Christ! And I think there's a video of it here. Here's the guy.
Waldo, did you do it? Did you stab that innocent child? Did you do it?
Before his arrest, police say he was out on the streets stabbing people at random. According to the NYPD, just 5 days prior to allegedly killing the teen, also on East 138th Street, on the steps of the subway station there.
Nigga, that's about Harlem. That's probably Spanish. Let's see, that's Spanish Harlem. Spanish side, right?
He does look mixed. So
yeah, Mejia is his last name.
Mejia allegedly stabbed a 38-year-old man in the arm.
We were able to quickly conclude that these two incidents were connected, unprovoked, and committed by the same suspect.
The suspect's criminal record dates back to 2015. He's been arrested 4 times
arson?
For burglary, arson, possession of a 9mm loaded gun, and...
The most recent one occurred on November 27th, 2024, when Mr. Mejia was arrested for stabbing another victim's Ring camera with a kitchen knife.
What type of bullshit?
Yo, bro, I'm telling you, like the third world people, the people coming from Central South America, man, shit, they much rather go to the knife than the gun, And I think I'd much rather face the gun than the knife, to be quite honest with you. To be quite honest with you, bro, I think I'd rather face the gun than the knife. Speaking of the knife here, take a look at this shit. Soho stabbing, woman attacked with shard of glass by deranged suspect here. Man, I've been to Soho so many times. Man, I used to go down there and have dinner and shit like that. The woman is in critical condition. Monday afternoon, after a deranged man stabbed her in the neck with a piece of glass. I think he cracked the bottle and stabbed her with it. The suspect attacker was apprehended after the assault, which occurred near the corner of Worcester and Broome. Anyone ever been in New York? It's a nice area. The attack occurred within the confines of the first precinct, and I think there's some video of it. The victim fled uninjured, but the attacker was not done there. He grabbed a shard of the smashed glass and hunted for a second victim. Also, so here it is. A 29-year-old woman was walking down the street when the man came up behind her and whacked her over the head with a bottle. She fled uninjured, but I guess the bottle broke, and he grabbed a shard of the bottle, and he encountered another woman. When unfortunately, as he was walking by her in an unprovoked attack, he slashed her in the neck with a broken bottle, causing serious injury. She's now undergoing surgery. She's going to be in some serious damage. There's the bottle. The shards of glass there. Truly amazing here. Truly amazing. Man, you know what that is.
Somebody got some.
Yeah, I took it out. It was my Bluetooth. And there's the guy right there. Jesus.
What the fuck?
I can't make out what he said. He said something. What did he say?
Did he say fucking knife? That's what I heard anyway.
Huh. Very fucking interesting.
Are those two Indian cops?
That
on the far right.
That one is.
No, the one that was also the video. I know. Yeah, I know the guy in the middle of the black, and on the far end, I think it was another Indian.
Oh shit! Where's that kid? Oh.
Look, there's two Indians.
Oh, damn, that's a good catch, Gary. I wouldn't even fucking pay attention to that. Man,
I didn't know Indians were in law enforcement now. What the fuck? When did this happen?
You know what's interesting about this is if you go into like Manhattan, for instance, and this is in Manhattan when this happened.
Yeah, okay.
The Indians are like the dominant ticket writers. They're not police, but they're like the ticket. They look just like the police. They dress like police uniform. They have even like little fake looking police cars. You know what I mean? But they aren't police. And so the next step up would be that they would become police. You understand? Like once you get into civil service, it's easy to move up. And that's probably what you're seeing. I didn't even notice that, but that makes a lot of sense there. Yeah, because they are heavy on the parking, bro. Like they will write your ass a ticket unforgivingly. So anyway, that's interesting, bro. The policing is changing in New York City. If you're having Indians, they're going to be very no nonsense.
Yeah, maybe this is what we need. We no more police officers just standing around and telling you where the where the hot spots are anymore.
What's up, Wicked? What's up, Wicked? Wicked Nick Coloto? Is that you?
Yo, what's up, big bro?
What's up? Are you Nick Coloto too? Is that you, Wicked? Oh, you breaking up, Wicked? What you say?
Yeah, Wicked. Drop down and then come back.
Oh, yeah?
Your mic keeps coming in.
Yeah. Is Wicked Nick Coloto?
I think you said it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Who is Nick Coloto?
You said what?
Who is Nick Coloto? Is that like a character from a movie or something?
No, that's like the Nahuatl language, and it pretty much means my beloved scorpion, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. Yo, John, I wanted to make 2 quick corrections for you, bro.
What's that?
Because it was bothering me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
What's that?
So it's not 3,500. It's 2,500. My fault.
What's 35? What's 35?
Like the mortgage. Remember I told you that yesterday?
Oh yeah. Right.
It's 25. My fault.
But you'd be willing to go to 35?
Huh?
You'd be willing to go to 35?
Well, look. Shit, right now it's 25, but we do 4. We do 45. You know what I mean? Just to try to get it knocked out, right?
Wait a minute, you pay extra every month. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So we're gonna be done with it, soon. You know what I mean? That's the idea, right? But I wanted to make a correction too, bro. I wouldn't leave off the jump, but unless I started seeing the changes, and I wanted to say that to you because it was bothering me, believe it or not. But if I started changing for the worse, then I would have to. But if I was to see like 1 or 2, I don't think I would. You know what I mean?
You know the thing is, man, like, with real estate, like, it's not like selling hot potatoes. You know what I mean? It's a long settlement period. It's things like that. And so, it could be 30, 45 day settlement period. It could be 30, 40, 60, 90 days on the market.
Right.
And I think a lot of people get spooked once they see a neighborhood turning. Because oftentimes, they start to see maybe a store closing, maybe a house selling for less than it should have.
Yeah.
And then they start saying, wait a minute, the ones that are really ahead of the game. By the time you see it and you see the things that you don't like, there are other people probably have already moved. And, they're like the first movers, I would imagine. I don't know much about this, but I would imagine that everyone doesn't see it at the same time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But you kind of see things, right? You see like man loitering. Once you see man loitering, that's one that I would notice right away. You know what I mean? Like if I was to see more litter, because where I'm at, there's like a lot of pride. You know what I mean? A lot of pride in the neighborhood. And this is a rough city. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
It take a lot of pride in it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, for some people it's going to be the schools, other people it's going to be, the property values. That's probably the biggest thing, schools and property values, because there's really, Oh, Jason Kessler says he's going to call me as soon as he finishes his workout. We'll try to get a little call in with Jason Kessler here.
You getting another interview?
You know who Jason Kessler is, right? Wicked.
No, who's that? Is that the right, the outright guy?
Yeah. We had him up on the channel a while back.
I remember that.
Yeah, so he's going to call in because he said some strong words about the black guy that killed the boy down in Texas.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to get his opinion on that.
Oh, you know what? Those right wing like pro white guys gotta be hurt by that one because that looked like a good white boy. He looked like the kind of white boy they want around.
Which one are you talking about?
The one in Texas, right? The one that got stabbed.
Yeah. It's interesting though. His parents. My parents wouldn't have responded like that. I don't think. You know what I'm saying?
No.
No.
And, you know what, John? I was telling Ak. I told my loved ones. I told my mother and my wife. If one of these motherfuckers kills me, they better not say nothing crazy like that. They better not forgive them.
For real. I'm with you on that one. Like, avenge my shit.
I mean, look, I get what the kids that funny enough, John, in a lot of the news segments we come across, people forgive like before the body's even cold, right? They think it's the Christian thing to do.
Yeah.
But,
man, hey, we can I don't mean to interrupt you. I was gonna ask you something. People talk all the time about, like John Galt, you overcharge these people, blah, 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 blah. We've all heard that, right? We've all heard it, right? The guy that just called in, what did he say he did to go to prison?
What did he say?
I think he said he stole a watch.
No, he said he robbed. That was a robbery, nigga. He didn't steal that watch. Somebody. Right. He said he didn't do it. He said his buddy did. He took the time for his buddy.
No, he also said he was the getaway driver. He was the getaway driver.
Oh, is that what he said? Okay.
Yeah, he said getaway.
Now, I ask yourself, how many people would even entertain a black like that?
As far as what? What do you mean?
Any fucking thing.
Renting.
Would you even let that nigga valet your car? Would you even
well, I mean, John, they're forcing that very dude on us, John. Remember I told you the story about the Comcast burglar and my wife? My wife and my in-laws' house?
Yeah.
Man, John, that dude, I forgot to tell you, he ended up that day that they burglarized the house, he ended up taking my wife's wedding ring. They're forcing them dudes on us, John. It's kind of hard to avoid them if you're in a big city anyway.
Yeah, he has a job, but they're not forcing you to house them. People have a lot more discretion. I mean, even with work, employment, although the government can induce you to employ someone, and they do.
John,
most people
John, look at this. Look at this, John. You remember that bitch Tiffany Hanyard from Dalton? So I don't know if you caught this story from her, right? But one of her friends or one of her dudes or whatever he was to her, she hooked him up with a city job, right? He was an inspector where he would go to people's houses, right? He was a sex offender. And she had this sex offender going into people's houses, bro.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Think about that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, man, in the city, it's kind of hard to, like, you can't necessarily discriminate, John.
Well, it's easier to discriminate with housing. You just say, no, the place is booked. Or you charge a little bit more than the money that they have. And you weed them out that way. And this guy, as you heard him say, he's been living in gyms, Airbnbs, hotels, probably anywhere else he can find.
Man.
And he's one step from Shantytown. Right? One step.
Yeah.
And not many people are going to take a black ex-con. Think about it.
Yeah.
That shit. How many people would take his money? How many people would take his money with no fear?
I'm pretty much taking
think that money's worth it, John, to be honest. That money not worth it, the problems it may bring. And I mean, I'm sorry to say that, bro.
You see what I'm saying? And if I change my mind between now and the time that nigga get here, and he shit out of luck, maybe I'll go up $200, $1,000, nigga.
Send him back to
trouble you may cause.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hey, John, you checked the link I sent you yesterday?
You know what, John? The thing too is this, man. That man you described, right? It also matters how much life he got in him. Like if he's past his prime, maybe he's docile, maybe he's a little more tired, right? But if he's in his prime,
he's 25.
Yeah, he's 25.
You said what?
He's 25.
25.
25. Oh hell no!
I'm gonna tell you this, though, bro. I'm gonna tell you
Hey,
this.
John, this is the perfect time to play that link, man.
I'm gonna tell you this. If he were a black American, I wouldn't even entertain that shit. I'm like, nigga, get the fuck out of here, boy. Nigga, you been in jail, prison. You ain't got no work in you.
Not to mention, I do think it's weird that he took up time for something he didn't even do.
I mean, I wouldn't want no type of white boy, no Hispanic, nobody. But from those, if I had to pick, obviously you already know.
I've been working for free.
Hey, man, I want to get a fucking copyright on this. Give a nigga a break in the name of this. Let me skip through this.
Nobody. I ain't. And lately I can't breathe. I take give a nigga a break.
Hell no.
Give a nigga a break.
Man, this shit racist,
don't
man.
copyright me, bro. Give me a break. Give a nigga a break.
Man, this shit
Get off my neck, man. Get off my neck, man.
Give a nigga a break, bro. Don't copyright me, bro. Yeah, man. What you got? You guys think I should rent this guy this room? What do you think?
Honestly, I kind of want. Yeah, he's 25.
25.
45.
25.
Man. Oh no!
I think
If
you're
he's
gonna have to give
25,
him a
John,
dad
look,
talk,
please
man.
do me a favor, man. Don't do it, bro. I'm sorry, man. Like I wouldn't if I was you.
I say give him a chance, man. But
honestly,
you gotta give him the dad talk.
I mean, if he was 55, I say maybe.
I'm kind of with Dave on this one because there is one
Is
thing.
him right here?
No,
it's something different. The only difference that I see in him is the fact that number one, he does have a job.
Is this CWB, John?
Yeah, CWB.
Yo, John, let me tell you something, right? And hear me out, big bro. I would not blow my nose with the Chicago Tribune or Sun-Times, but my hats off to CWB.
Yeah, them and Hey Jackass, they really cover all the Chicago crap and shit. Babe, since you ever read Second City Cop?
Oh yeah, the Chicago. It's like a Chicago blog, right? A cop blog.
Cop blog. Yo, if you really want to know what's going on in Chicago behind the scenes, read secondcitycop.blogspot.com.
They keep it real on that shit. I've seen. I'm like, damn.
And those are former cops that run their blog. It's a former cop or something, so he has all the insights.
And the people that comment, John, they say on that blog, right? They say the real diamonds are in the comments. The real gems.
Yeah, that's true.
They keep it real.
I think those are the police officers that kind of can. Hey, Garen, you about to say something? What you about to say?
No, I was gonna comment against
those
Wicked.
Those are the cops, John, that have had enough. That have seen too much and had enough.
What you gonna say, Garen? Garen, you there?
Oh yeah. I was gonna say the only reason you should at least think about looking at them.
You know what's up, John? CWB.
God,
Hey, Jackass.
Hold on. Go ahead. What do you say, Gary?
I was going to say the only difference that you really have against him.
He's talking.
Yeah.
Oh shit, my fault. I didn't know he was talking.
Oh my bad. If you can't hear me, that's fine, Wicked. What I was going to say is the only reason I think you should probably at least look at, keep him in consideration due to the fact that number one, he has a job. Number two, he was honest with you about him hustling and probably sleeping in those tiny ass gym showers. And and third, he did say he was supposed to be pulling up anyway, and I really do want him to get on camera and have a little mini interview with him.
Maybe I'm charging. How much should I charge for the prison tax? Should I charge people in the audience? Should I charge a nigga a prison tax? Nigga, you done been to prison. You gotta pay up.
Man, you need to cut 2 seconds off that clip. Play that clip, man.
What you say? Say what?
You gotta clip that clip, man. You gotta make a clip out of that song.
You know, I'm gonna have to do that. Put that shit. Maybe put Universal and Porsche on that shit, and they
Yo, John, if Shenard here, you talk about a prison tax, he gonna say you hate black people.
Fact.
Say what?
If Shenard hears you talk about a prison tax, he's gonna say you hate black people.
That is true. That is true, man. I was up on Brave today, and let's see. I was up on Brave today, and CT came up, and there's some of the things he said. You know, I was saying, you know, that I can't argue with that. And here's one of them. Talking about me, Jug, out there.
Yeah, I heard that, John, when CT was on there. Yo, CT sounded kind of like
Wicked, don't talk
starting
over
to come around a little more.
Oh,
Like,
no, Wicked, don't talk over it.
oh my bad, I can't hear him talking.
Nah, it ain't
I
playing,
head out,
John.
bro.
It ain't
Peace out.
playing.
You're not playing it.
Oh shit, my bad. Okay, damn. It's the
Oh
first
shit,
one.
nah, nothing was playing.
My bad.
Y'all be
Yeah,
safe, man.
Here it is.
I don't know how he held his composure with that nigga. Dude, to me, man, like John, again, man, John, to me, that was the equivalent of the '93 Bulls. Like it was that great. It was like when greatness. When I see greatness, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know how you maintained it. Man, shit.
Niggas have to tip their hat, you know. Say, nigga, you can't deny that, obviously.
But then good for you, CT. I'm saying you don't have to be a dumbass because you're dying.
That is true.
Well, add that to the health
true.
disparities, right? Add that to the health disparities. You raise this kind of hell while you're trying to overcome cancer, bro. You're not gonna make it.
Yeah,
you understand? Like, how much of that is behind the health disparities that we hear in the news every day? We're bombarded. These blacks, they down bad, they downtrodden. Shit, they doing it to themselves.
Yeah,
you know.
And so I see a guy, John. He's going into these environments. But then
He just said, man, he went on and on.
and her name is Dawn. Actually, I told her, unless your dad is giving, I said 100. I said, unless he's giving me, I'm not setting foot for black youth. We on $10 budget. I said no. To the point, man. From the black kid, it's too this. I don't know how John does it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's incredible what he's doing. It's almost almost magical. And Brave, you don't know how magical it is from a perspective of a black seeing it.
Yep, yeah, I can imagine. Though. You're right. I don't have quite the same, but it's not. I get it. You're right, CT.
You a magical Negro, John. You hear that?
Hey, man,
It's horror show with this culture, man. It just never ends. The Negro called in and said, "Hey, man, they just delivered beer, John." And John said, "This stupid nigga." That's what he said. I got a timestamp. I got it. Brave. It was a horror show with this.
Yeah, he went on and on. You know, like not many people can deal with these people. Like, you know, like I've been dealing with these people for a very long time, and you know, it doesn't come out of nowhere that, you know, I have my opinions. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't come out of spite, anger, or anything like that. Honestly, just judging what I see here. Anyway, so it's interesting. The black guy, you know, if he had been a black American, bro, I wouldn't even entertain this shit. You understand?
Yeah, that's what I was also going to ask you. I was like, what? I was going to say he had a rap sheet similar to a nigga. I'm surprised you even let him come up to your place in the first place.
You know, I don't be shit, you know. What I saying too much.
I mean, how happy he was and how I guess grateful he sounded. I don't think he has any malicious intentions, but anyway, be on guard, nigga. He is from Trinidad.
That's what I got. I didn't sense anything malicious either. Sorry about that, Gary.
No, you know, he seemed like he hit a word. You know, you can always misjudge these niggas. Niggas can turn at any moment. But like I said, if he had been a black American, I'd be honest with you, shit, I'm black American. Like they just aren't rooted to working and they're quick to take a shortcut on your ass. And that shortcut could be, anything. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, I hate to say it, but I couldn't have taken a Black American like that that's been in prison and shit. He too likely to get pissed off at work, slam his phone down or something at work. I quit. Then he come back looking at me like I ain't got no money now because rent's due. All right.
Oh yeah.
But this guy, he gonna keep working. He gonna shut his fucking mouth and keep working, if nothing else, until he get enough money to where he don't have to work anymore. Don't want to work. And it's kind of how that works. What's up, Lindy Lou?
Well, I was just going to comment on two things, actually. This kid, I heard you talking about, why not give him a chance, John? I mean, you don't know what he went to, he said what he went to prison for, but, he's probably rehabilitated. I mean, he might make and do more and be out and hustling more than the lawyer.
Yeah. The thing is, and he's also in a different town. If he were in Miami, if I were in Miami, I wouldn't fuck with him, right? Because he'd be too close to his criminal network. Right, to lean back into that. Here, he's kind of, he doesn't really know many people. He's not going to know enough criminals for them to say, hey, man, let's turn to a criminal operation here. He came here presumably to work and trying to work. We'll see how it goes, Ain't much risk for me. You got the money and ain't that much risk for me.
You've let other criminals stay there, correct?
Yeah, shit. That Black woman that I put out the other day, she's probably more dangerous than any man I've had in the last year. That woman was dangerous. Understand? She's very dangerous. Like when I say very dangerous, Lou, I'm talking about like on a level that you probably don't even understand. Black woman dangerous. Dave is just talking about a woman shot at him earlier. These black women can ratchet up a level of violence that. It can be unbelievable for someone not in the culture. I think Deacon Dave would agree with that.
The second thing I wanted to ask you, John, is I heard you talking about King Shenard is on Brave Show, or he comes up on his stream.
Yeah, he goes up there.
I think why do you think
Brave got rid of him? But go ahead.
But why do you think? Does he not know the history of King Shenard? Because I have a feeling if he knew Shenard's history, he wouldn't allow it. If he knew the stuff that we know about him, you know what I mean?
Hold on, wait. What part of it?
I don't know if we can talk about, but there's a lot. He's got some history, so I bet if
I don't know
about that, it'd be over.
He might know it because I know they got history from Chaotic's panel.
Exactly.
No, Brave been on Chaotic and Shenard been on Chaotic for probably 3 years now.
Yeah, but I don't know if Brave knows about that. I'd say I don't think he.
I bet he does, but I don't know which part you're talking about. But I don't think anything would surprise Brave about Shenard.
I did find it odd. I remember when Brave launched his show. Yeah, when Brady launched his channel, and then Shenard was, because I remember when he asked for the wrench or whatever. Oh, that's interesting. Shenard want a wrench on Brave's channel, but I didn't say anything to Brave. I didn't tell him don't do it or anything. Like, do what you like. But yeah, I found that odd. And then today, I don't know if you were there, but Ignat said something in chat. I didn't even see what he wrote. So, but Brave deleted it. Was anyone there when that happened? And King Shenard basically told Brave, hey, I'm about to undelete it. Brave responded, don't do that. And then King Shenard, I guess, undeleted it anyway. And
he's a moderator over there? He's a moderator?
Is that what it is with a wrench?
Yeah.
He can defend himself. What's up?
Yeah, man, I heard my name and shit.
You did?
I clicked the link like 10 minutes ago. I hear my
How
name.
the fuck you hear it? You must have been tuned in to hear it.
I tuned in 10 minutes ago. I hear Shenard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we talking about, you had on B Brave's channel, I found it interesting that you even wanted a wrench, or was even in the audience, to be honest with you.
Yo, bro, hold on real quick, bro. Did you take the play from earlier?
Was he tap dancing over there? Is that what he was doing?
I don't know what he was doing earlier. We talking about you, not about B.
I'm saying, did you take that play from earlier, though?
We talking about you. We ain't talking about me.
That's a 30-point drop in one day, bro. That's a
30
lot of
points.
bread.
Oh, what the fuck is he talking about? I don't
Talking
know
about
what the
spy,
fuck
bro.
Shannard, why would you want to be on Brave's channel? Why?
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Real
No,
quick.
she asked you a question. Why do you want to be on Braves
Why
panel?
do you
Because I'm
want to
curious
be?
to know
Yeah,
too.
why?
It's a chess game.
See, he's playing with Brave. Is what he
Yeah, he
Brave
playing
don't
with
even
Brave.
know it.
Yeah,
Brave is real though. He's a real
He's
dude.
playing
Like,
with Brave, and
But
Brave
why
don't
would you
know.
want to be on Braves channel? He don't seem like the type that you would get along with. You know?
well, think about it like this, right?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Brave is one of those whites that he keeps it. He tells it how it is. He's not
Mhm.
scared to beat it, but I think he's holding back a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's rare to find that type, especially on the internet, that shows a face.
But why do you want to be attracted to him, or around him?
He's up to something, John. He's going to get him back. That's what he's doing. And Brave don't even know it.
Well, I think Brave.
That's what he's doing.
No. It's like Marcus Garvey and the KKK.
Uh-huh.
Right. You know, he knew why he joined. Like he met up with them, but the rest of the tap dancers didn't.
Who's
And they
tap
drove him out.
dancing?
And they drove him out. All the tap dancers drove him out of America. Got him deported.
You're tap dancing for Brave if you're over there. Come on.
No, that's not tap dance.
Yeah.
I think Sonora does what I do. He can entertain both sides and maintain a level head.
Shenard's up to something, is what
But
he
why
is.
would you?
Let me ask you something real quick, Lynn.
Let me ask you. Why would you unban someone on his channel when he asked you not to do it? I'm just curious to know what made you do that when he asked you not to do it.
Nah, I mean, I did it before he asked me not to do it, and then he.
Oh.
Yeah.
But who banned him? I think Brave banned him. And if you're gonna, you see he banned him. Why would you unban him? I'm just curious. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm just curious.
No, I just did it just to do it. Yeah, just to see, yeah. But Lindy, I got a question. You mentioned that I doxed somebody. Where did you get that information from?
I didn't say a word about doxing anybody. I never said a word about it. Never said that. You just now said it. You just told on yourself.
You never said that. You never said
No,
that recently.
You just told on yourself.
I told on myself. No, because you keep saying that because
No,
the person
I didn't
that
say
told you
it.
that lied to you. I'm just telling you she lied to you. It's a lie.
I never said the
know?
word about doxing.
But you keep bringing that up. Like I don't.
No, I
understand
didn't,
bringing it up.
Shenard. I didn't say it. You just told on yourself.
You want to bet on that? How much
Yeah.
you want to bet?
You just, you know what? I didn't say anything about
How
that.
much
I
you
said
wanna
your
bet, Lindy?
history. I said your history.
What history? Okay, what history? What
I
did I do to
never.
anybody?
You just said it, Shenard. You just said it.
I didn't dox anybody. I don't know what you're talking about.
You said it.
No,
I
you
didn't.
said it the other stream.
I never said anything.
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, Lynn, I'll let you off. I'll just
Yeah, you
apologize.
have
Just
to.
apologize.
You have to.
Just apologize, please.
You just snitched on yourself, Shenard. Jeez.
But it's all good. It's all good. But yo, John, man,
What's up?
You missed out on a good
I
play.
missed out on it, man. You got
missed out again. You missed out again, bro.
One of these days, I get up on this spy with you. But I tell you, I don't play that game, man. I like the real shit. I like to put my hands on what I own.
Yo, it was like a 30 bag today.
Yeah, damn.
Put in what is it, 1,000? I think just
One of these days, you're gonna make some money. You ain't gonna come back around here no more and talk to us and give us your tips.
Yeah. Man, y'all got crack, man. Crack will hook it. Y'all got crack, right? That's y'all stock guy, right?
If you listen to stock advice, he's probably not a bad guy.
Flops more than anything. I don't even know if that's if he even trades anything.
You don't think so?
Nah, I can tell. Especially when you say that you don't know anything about options, and if he first said that, now he's mentioning it like for people to get into it. When he first said he doesn't know nothing about it, yeah, you're probably not trading that much. Because if you're really moving big money, you know about options. Options they're basically an insurance policy. And so for him to say that his options are for broke people, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. And I sell options.
You mean like you sell it with a?
Yeah,
it's part of your investment.
Yeah. So I'll collect the premium, and then I'd like play the inverse.
Right. Yeah.
Calls.
You invest the premium while you playing it, or what?
Yeah. So if I collect call premiums like today, I'll take that. As soon as I get the premium, I put it into I buy puts from someone else that's selling puts.
So you try to do what's that, like a collar or something like that?
Well, it's
call or something like that.
It's an investment strategy. It's an invest. It's basically it didn't cost me.
Yeah, they have the collars. I don't remember the name.
Iron
What was it?
Condor, all those different types.
Yeah. You're trying to hedge. I get your point.
That's not a hedge. That's not a hedge.
I mean, when you're doing a collar or something, you're kind of hedging, right?
Well, I'm selling. I did sell them uncovered. Those calls. I sold those calls uncovered. So I didn't actually. I didn't own the SPY stock. I only had the cash to purchase it if I need to.
Right,
So,
and then you turn around and you bought something else to go in the other direction or something.
Yeah, I took the call premium that I collected.
Uh-huh.
I put that in puts.
Yeah, okay, then that was like your hedge to the selling the call, right?
Basically, right. So if it doesn't go my way, I have to put up those shares basically.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I said it the long way. You said it short. I mean, I said the short way. You said it the long way. So basically, you kind of hedge yourself with the selling the call by buying some puts with the money, with the proceeds from selling the call.
No, yeah, basically, you can say that.
Right. Naked call. You have a naked call, right?
Right.
You're naked, right? You don't have the assets underlying the call, so you're naked.
Right.
And so you say, I'm gonna go buy some puts to mitigate the nakedness of not having that underlying asset in case it goes the other way. The put will counteract it and go the other direction, right? Is that how you?
No, I have the cash on it. I have the cash in my bank account if I need it.
I mean, you don't have the
margin
asset.
call.
Yeah, you got the cash, but you don't have the underlying asset, right?
Right. I don't need
You didn't sell the cash; you sold the asset, which was the stock, right?
The most riskiest way of investing.
Yeah, it's very risky. Yeah. Man, I did finance for years, bro. That's how I know all this shit.
I can tell. I can tell.
Yeah. I did CFA and all that. Well, I ain't passed the third level, but passed the first two levels. Here's it, man. I was looking for this quote the other day, and I think Deacon knows Wicked World who had mentioned this. The American dream is to make enough money to escape the consequences of the civil rights movement. And he has some video here. It looks like New Orleans. I don't know what the hell's going on here. So many people fighting in the streets.
That's some negative shit.
But I do believe though that I've seen it in my own life. You heard the guy that just called in. He doesn't have much money, and he even characterizes the ghetto, even with no money. He's aspirational to get to the nicer part of town, but he doesn't have much money. And right now he has to self-sacrifice and live somewhere where he clearly doesn't want to live. Until he can get enough money, right, to get to a more, gentrified area. And I think it's kind of like the stepping process that many of us are. And the guy whose video Stanley was playing this morning, that's more or less what he was saying, right? And he was taking more of an extreme approach by saying blacks should move to small towns, not even the suburbs. Go beyond the suburbs, go to the small towns. And again, it's just a constant stepping process there.
But that's kind of like a continuation of the civil rights movement.
What do you mean?
If once one tap dancer moves into a white neighborhood, the rest will follow. And of course, the whole cycle continues.
Do you live? Let me. Out of curiosity, there's no right or wrong answer. Do you live in a black, white, mixed neighborhood? What's your neighborhood?
Bro, you know where I live at, bro.
I don't.
Yes, you do. So
why
what was that joke you made about bars on a window?
Yeah, but I'm talking about maybe some one of my houses.
Yeah, so kids don't. Yeah, so that's why I haven't. You mentioned that, bro.
Yeah, but I didn't mention it as a relation to your house. I don't know what your house looks like.
You gotta keep it. You gotta keep it real, bro. Just come on. You don't gotta lie, bro. You don't gotta lie.
All right, fair enough.
I think he has a method. He has a method. This is part of the method.
Well, King Shanard.
Yeah, hang in there. Let's see where it goes, man. Let's see where it goes.
Where he lives, I think he said he lives in New York somewhere. So I know him and Lee Clinton were arguing this about the extent of where, from my understanding, where he lives.
I thought
Yeah, it's a black neighborhood. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. And
that clown came up on your panel. He looked like he was drunk or some shit.
Who?
That Lee Clinton clown.
He came up. I didn't know he. I didn't know he came.
Out of nowhere. Because if you remember, I don't know if you were around. Man, that's a long story, man. I will get into it
another day.
But that dude, that dude is your age, right? That Lee is your age, right? I cammed up one day just to show like the cars that I gifted to some of my family members, right? And then the clown, he recognized the area because he lives not too far from where I'm at. I didn't even know. He's like further down in the Bronx. And so he recognized it because it's like a main street that you can take to another main street. And then he started sitting outside watching my tenants go in and out, reporting it back to CT until he told CT my address. And then CT, after he got that, he sends me an email of the front of my crib. Like
how would he have your extra? Oh, you said you showed.
So, yeah, and so CT sat up there and lied and said that he found it from Google Maps, but the whole time it was Lee Clinton. It was Lee. So then Lee disappeared after a year after they made that Dogson stream on Rumble. He disappeared. Then he comes back a year later, and he came under like a different account, arguing with himself because he was suspecting me of being the white John Galt, right? And then he comes up on your panel drunk or high or some shit talking about something like you shouldn't be saying nothing because I guess he saw some other people. He's basically trying to pocket watch me. Like, think about it. You got to be. You got to. If you're 50 years old, right, and you're trying to watch what another man has going on in his business, that means you don't got shit going on in your life. So I end up getting his information because he likes to send shit to people. I got his information. I found out where he lives. In a fucking.
How did you find out where he lives?
He lives in some Section 8 building, some fucked up building, and living in Section 8.
What the hell you get that information?
Well, he likes to send his information to other people when he's sending my shit, right? And so that beef was created in his mind. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, when he thought I didn't know where he lived, he was trying to. You saw when he came up here, right? I know where you live. I know where you live. I could come there right now. I could come. I'm literally walking. But as soon as I told him his address, as soon as I got his information, he bitched out because he's a bitch. This dude's 50 years old, bro. He's your age. Never matured past the age of like 20 or some shit. So he comes up here like he's under different names. You can he has I bet you has at least like 10 accounts on different names because he'll if I'm in another person's chat, he'll come under a different name and just start talking shit. You know, and so he sleeps on this shit. He was up on here one night just arguing about scented essential oils or some shit. Think about that, right? You got something wrong with you mentally arguing about some dumb shit like that.
I don't know.
Right? That's the truth. And so, yeah, and that's how me and CT, I don't fuck with that clown. Fuck that. That dude put my address out. Like, that's just my New York property. He put that out, try to get people to swat the crib. Him and HB were up there trying to convince people to swap the crib. Right? And so, yeah, that's why you had Lindy coming up here saying I'm doxing people. That's all lies. I was the one that had my shit leaked out first.
Well, that's why you came up, because I didn't know what you was talking about when you said you heard your name when you came up.
Yeah, I did.
I didn't know what Lindy was talking about.
Yeah, I keep hearing that every time I'm in the chat or she's on the. I don't get it. So that's a bunch of shit that you don't know, John. It's a bunch. Just put it like this: you're in business with. Let me not disrespect your people, man. You know, but at the same time, bro, you got to understand loyalty. You can't be fucking with that clown if they don't fuck with him, right? They're taking note. So, you know, and remember when I told you when you first started your channel, you put your Cash App up. Put your Cash App. You got your Cash App up there right now. So you took my advice. You always taking my advice, bro. That's good.
There you go. There. You look at that.
You know, but
Man.
Yeah, man, that's it. I'm about to go smoke a spliff, man.
I didn't know you smoke.
I don't smoke as much as you, bro. You chain drink and chain smoke. I don't get that. You can't even get high after a certain point.
It's water, bro.
All right, man. All right.
Someday I drink beer, someday I drink water. I think you want me to order some beer. I don't even have any beer around here.
Nah, he wanted to get that out of his system. I said, let it go. Let it go. Let him go.
I was going to say, what in the world was that about? What was that?
Wrong though, bro. God damn! Like,
what was that? A therapy session?
He been on it for a long time, bro. Like, even as long as I've seen him around, it's been a year or so. Jeez.
Universal is missing a bag, bro. He should be out here getting this therapy.
You think King Shanard would pay Universal to hear that nigga out?
Maybe he could have helped if he was here.
That nigga would shoot himself in his fucking dome before he listened to King Shanard, man.
How much of that you think is true though, Dave? Yeah.
I have had on Orthodox stream.
Orthodox stream?
Yeah, he does. But this is a while ago. But back in, I think this was like a month or two ago. King Shanard brought up some pretty decent evidence about the whole CT doxing thing. But he also, you know, Savage Red Recovery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the white dude. I think he's an electrician.
Mm-hmm.
They both brought up evidence against each other about the whole CT doxing thing, and it was both pretty. It was pretty insane. Apparently, Shanard threatened Savage's grandma and kids, and back in order to get back, Shanard was I think CT might have sent them an email about his house, and that's how this whole thing started. Or about his place because he accidentally cammed up while he was out. I don't know why he cammed up. Maybe he was flexing or something. But then Savage got into it because they were reviewing on whether or not Shanard should be banned from the channel permanently or not. And Savage was up there. And I guess because Savage is white or whatever, Shanard went after him. And they apparently he has, because Shanard's known to have like spies every fucking where.
Hold on for one second.
All right.
Okay. And what are you looking for?
Like, I'm looking for a room.
You said what?
In DC, I'm looking for a room.
Okay.
Under 500.
You said under how much?
Sorry?
Okay, you looking for a room in DC. What's your price range?
Sorry, what's mine?
What's your price range?
Oh, price range, $500.
For what a week or two?
Sorry?
You say your budget is $500?
No, 500.
Yeah, we don't have anything that cheap.
Oh, you don't have 500?
No, 500.
Nothing?
500.
Oh, okay, all right, not a problem. Thank you.
Oh, white woman.
Mm-mm.
That's hella cheap anywhere. That's cheap in Alabama.
Yeah, 500.
Real. Like for a week, 2 maybe.
I mean, you can get that kind of price down here, maybe, but not in DC.
She's foreign of some sort. I can tell what she was where she's from. She seemed foreign.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seemed foreign of some sort.
Yeah, some far away place, 500.
Yeah,
very far. Should we call that? Let me call it the criminal nigga back.
What didn't he say he was supposed to pull up in like 20 minutes or something? He should be here.
Let's see what the fuck he is. Let's see. Let's see. What the fuck is here?
There's my voicemail.
Oh shit! Went straight to voicemail. Let me call him back.
Who? Say no. There's my voicemail.
Straight to voicemail. I don't know what the fuck he is. He had a thick accent though, didn't he? That Miami accent shit is thick, bro.
Yeah.
Damn.
He probably called you from a McDonald's with the Wi-Fi.
He was at the property. He was at the property, so he
Oh, okay. My bad.
He was at the property. I'm trying to see if I don't feel like waiting on him all day.
Maybe he got lost. I don't know if he knows the way around or not.
He got one of these stupid ass voicemails where he'd be like, it's like, hello? And he'd be like, yeah. He'd be like, oh no, it's a joke type shit.
Oh, he got one of them prank voicemails. I remember having that when I remember I had that shit when I got my first phone.
What the fuck is he? Nigga, you better answer this phone.
Yo,
What the fuck?
And some
Do you hear
teenage shit.
You hear the shit?
Say nah, this is my voicemail.
You heard it?
I'm gonna call you back as soon as possible.
That's stupid shit. Anyway, I was hoping he'd come through. I want that money for this ain't even the weekend, bro. This ain't even the fucking weekend here.
Hey, weekday money is good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't even, man. Sometimes, I'll be getting so. Since I've been streaming and I don't work anymore, like a regular job, bro, I'd be forgetting what fucking day it is. Like, what's the difference between Friday and Saturday or Friday and Monday? You know what I mean? Like, if you don't, go to work during Monday through Friday, you might be streaming 7 days a week sometimes. Kind of forget what day it is.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you which part, because you travel. Which part of Ghana did you hit?
I've been to Cape Coast. Mostly I go to Accra. Was it East Legon, West Legon, whatever? Not the nice Legon, the other Legon. Yeah, I mean it's not bad, but
what's Accra like?
It's like a big second world city. I guess second world maybe. Like here's one example. Last time I was there, not last time, maybe one of the times I was there, we riding around, and so they'll have just like the black woman that saw herself was recycling, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was white for recycling. You'll see things that maybe don't even need to be there, but they'll be there, like a circle. You know, a roundabout.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those are
you don't need a roundabout, right? But that's a Western, European type thing, not Western, but just European type thing, the roundabouts. So you see that. But then on the side of the roundabout, you might see somebody burning tires, right? So, you got the roundabout, which is kind of crude, but you got it. But you can't get that refined stopping the guy from burning tires on the side of the road. Big old pop, smoke going up in there. You can't do that shit in probably anywhere in America outside of rural areas. But here you are in a crowd, guys burning tires, right? The acrid smoke just coming out. And you're in a roundabout, like you're in Europe or somewhere. So, it's kind of, you get a little bit of both.
Yeah, they don't really have many zoning laws in the third world, man.
Yeah.
They just plot it whenever they plot. They just plot it wherever they plot it. Outside of the only time I've ever seen zoning laws enforced in any African country is when they're trying to get rid of ghettos. If you have a bunch of people living near, I remember this was a couple years back, whenever they were trying to move the ghettos outside of the main city, they had this huge zoning law to where around any type of parks or big public spaces, you can't have anyone setting up shop and building a shanty. So they had to demolish everything and move it outside city limits. So they basically forced a good 100, 200 people to just move out of nowhere.
My lovely lady Lisa just sent me a text message about Michelle Obama here. And apparently Michelle Obama's, the headline is Michelle Obama's podcast struggles on Apple and Spotify amid exodus of viewers on YouTube. Damn.
What made her think that shit was going to take off? All she does is sell books.
Man, I like to call it go ahead, Deacon Dave.
My bad. She's supposed to be the potential president if she would have ran, right? She's supposed to be like this big thing, but can't get a podcast off the ground. That's crazy.
She was supposed to be the nominee for the Democratic Party in case Kamala fails.
That's what they say. Here's the headline here. Michelle Obama's podcast struggles on Apple and Spotify amid exodus of view. What? Might be on, let's see, 4 weeks after rolling out, in my opinion, rolling out her brother, installed in a media marketplace with no shortage of options. The podcast has been seen a notable drop off in viewership on YouTube, and is lagging behind other shows on the chart. The first episode got off to a promising start with 335,000 views, but each subsequent episode has struggled to maintain that momentum. The next episode's release clocked in at 252,000, 25,000, 194,000, 140,000, trending down. Damn, the big views have damn near been cut in half. Well, they have been cut in half since the recent one, more than half. Damn. The most recent upload 5 days ago racked up only 62,000 views on YouTube, a steep decline in less than a month. I'm not gonna read the rest of this article, but I think it really just shows you, man, like everything that people wanted to hear her talk about, she can't talk about. Everything she is willing to talk about, nobody wants to hear. Truly amazing. Truly fucking amazing. To see, probably millions of dollars in media attention being spent on her, and it didn't last 2 months. And, she kind of, they don't really have a message or even a messenger in this case, it seems.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure the Democratic Party and all of their members ran out of gas once the presidency came in.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Gary, you got a show tonight?
No, not tonight. I'm working on my show for Friday.
What do you talk about on your show, by the way?
Today, now mainly I was testing out StreamYard and all that shit. Turns out StreamYard is way more expensive than I thought.
Shit.
And I was doing body cam footage reviews, which are fucking hilarious, by the way. But I'm also going to be talking about occult shit on Friday. I'm mainly going to be talking. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about the Book of Enoch. If anybody's really interested in it.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that from the Bible or something? I don't know anything.
It's one of the forbidden books of the Bible. Apparently, they knocked it out down in I believe in the early 1500s. It had several controversies surrounding it. One of it was mainly about biblical accuracy and who the main person was on when it came to. Oh, is this our podcast?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, these sucks. And if you suck,
the numbers don't look that good, bro. The numbers don't look good at all. For the amount of money.
Except for that second one at the top, that one has 67K. That one's pretty good,
bro. Like if you go into these views, bro, like the quality of them probably is very bad. In terms of the viewership. Like, let me see if I can find one. Just
I was going to say, you think you're allowed to find a clip or play a bit of it without getting copyrighted?
Yeah, I mean, it's so boring. You don't even want to fucking listen to it. We play
based on a graphic novel about.
But what you can see though is, damn, did they turn off the likes and dislikes? I think I can turn on likes and dislikes.
Yeah, you can turn up. Oh, you got it on right here.
Oh, you can see it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You look at that ratio, bro. What the fuck? Look at that ratio, bro. You see that ratio there?
Damn, that's half her subscriber count,
bro. Hey, you can't hide this shit. Like, look at this shit. And the comments. Look, people, she deleting comments. Please keep the show going. The comments are hysterical.
Hey, how do you turn on the dislikes?
There's a Google. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, there's a Google extension where you can download it and it'll show the dislikes.
33,000.
Bro.
If you can't see something,
like look at this shit.
Wow.
Look at this shit. Only 2,200 likes. 8,000 dislikes. You can't go on like this, bro. This is embarrassing. Look, clown show. Ain't nobody watching this.
But didn't it have sponsorship behind it?
They do have sponsorship behind it. They have like in-placement type ads. I think that's what they call it. Where they'll roll out an ad right there inside the show. They're like, hey, speaking of that cough I had yesterday, Theraflu works very well for some shit like that. So
speaking of, who the fuck are some of these people? I know Keke Palmer. I know her, but who the fuck are the rest of these people?
Keke Palmer spills the tea on Aquila in the B. I don't even know who the hell Keke.
I did Aquila in the B. Everybody kept saying this movie is going to be a hit. This movie's going to bust it out. This is you're going to be a star. And like, it's such an elusive thing because what's the star? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
And
how old were you then?
I was 11.
11.
And they were like, "This is huge." And I'm like, wow,
it's like,
this is
you
huge.
really,
Like,
whatever that
yeah,
is.
that's what Michael Jackson now. You know, like it was like huge. And then the movie came in. And
I mean, do you see anything interesting right here that you want to listen to?
It says something about our listener questions. That sounds maybe kind of interesting.
What?
Depending on,
yeah. But it's only one,
too.
right?
After years of working towards one thing, I found myself oddly unhappy now
Wait,
that
John,
I've
pause
achieved
it.
it.
Pause that for a second. Is that fucking AI?
Bro, it could be. See, these
That
young
sound-
boys be catching
That
shit. I ain't
sounds so fake.
Wait a minute. So, you see, this is what I'm saying right here. Someone said she was in the one in the middle of the Usher controversy. Did she ask her about it? Like, Usher should be right here in the timeline.
Yeah, why isn't Usher the guest?
Yeah, right.
Sorry, me.
I'm in control here. This is a perfect time to segue into our question, and our producer Natalie is going to read the question, and then we're going to react to it. So,
Natalie.
What's up, Nat?
Hi, Michelle and Craig. My name is Noelle, and I'm 36 years old. My whole career, I've had one dream: to write a cookbook. Since college, I've worked single-mindedly towards doing this. I've written for food magazines, become an in-house recipe developer. I worked as a cheesemonger. I've even become a food stylist to help
Man, you know what? Fuck all that. You know who? If they were asking me, right? If they were asking me, you know who I would tell Michelle Obama to get her first guest? Let me see if I can pull up her name.
Some OnlyFans chick. That's what she need to interview.
What?
You need to interview an OnlyFans chick getting $64 million a year.
No.
Dumb it down for real.
No. You know who I would have Michelle Obama interview if it were me? Anybody know that girl right there?
No, I think I've seen her. She looks familiar. I think I've seen her on the news.
Anybody know that girl? Say her name. Anybody remember her?
Nope.
Heaven is a lot safer than Chicago.
Kaylin Jones was with 15-year-old Hadia Pendleton when she was shot and killed while hanging out with friends in Chicago's Kenwood Park area.
He was running, and then we were all running because we heard the gunshots, and then she stopped, and she was like, "I think I got shot."
Pendleton was a second-year student at King College Prep. Her locker is now a shrine. She'd just returned from Washington, D.C., where her school band had performed at President Obama's second inauguration, her death resonating at the White House.
Another tragic death from gun violence of a young person in America, and another indication of, why we need to address this problem.
Hadia's father, Nathaniel, who lost his only daughter, is calling on the local...
That's who needs to be on the Michelle Obama show.
Oh.
That's him right there. That's whose story she could tell. She grew up on the south side of Chicago, probably not
Nathaniel,
far
who lost
from where this man and daughter lost his daughter. That would be dynamite. Bring the mother and father on. The child that performed as your husband in the inauguration and later got herself killed. That would be old TV right there.
his only daughter, is calling on the local community to help find the killer.
This guy, whoever it was, the gunman or whatever, I mean, man, you took the light of my life.
According to police, Hadia was not the gunman's intent. She was caught in a random turf war between rival gangs.
We believe that somebody mistaken the group that was hanging out here of innocent children, returned with a firearm and fired into the crowd.
Chicago's mayor is taking 200 police officers away from desk jobs and putting them on the streets to fight the gun epidemic.
When any young
gun epidemic
person in our city is gunned down without reason, their death makes an impression on all of us.
That black lady in the back.
All of us. The loss of any child in any community in this city is a loss to the entire city.
There have been at least 45 homicides in Chicago since the turn of the year. In 2012, there were over 500 killings, more than any other U.S. city. Almost 2,000 Chicagoans have been killed in President Obama's hometown since he took office in early 2009.
Hi, my name is Haidia. This commercial is informational for you and your future children.
And now among them is Hadia, whose death has caught the attention of a nation wrestling with what to do about gun violence.
That'd be a hell of a damn interview right there. She brought on Nathan. Was it Nathan Pennington? And she brought him on. And, yo, your daughter sung for us. Now she's dead. There's a chance to remember her, say her name. That would be, man, that would be explosive, I think. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Great idea.
Yeah, it depends on whether or not she even, well, not even her, but her team even knows about this chick.
Oh, they know. Yeah, because this was big news after she was killed, after she performed at the inauguration. Yeah, that's how I knew her name. She came here to perform, and then as soon as she got back home, she was killed. And that's
damn tragedy, man.
Yeah, Hadia Pendleton. That would be. I mean, there are so many things you can. Lori Lightfoot. That would be great. Lori Lightfoot. That would be a great interview. Rahm Emanuel. Damn, talk about Laquan McDonald. She could just go through all these Chicago stories that have been in the news over the last 15 years, man. Shit.
You make a better producer than whoever she's using.
I mean, I bet you that those producers know that they can't pitch these topics to her. You understand? And so,
Yeah.
you know, that is what
it highlights some serious shit that they really have to talk about.
Right. She's covering really light stuff. And again, Stanley says maybe she hates politics, but there will be a human interest story. What's it like to lose a daughter in Chicago? How did you go on after losing your daughter? You know, I think it'll be great. She has her brother there. He could talk about, you know, commiserate what it would be like. He couldn't imagine losing his daughter, but you know, I think that would be fucking great right there. Yeah, basically she don't have to leave out of Illinois. Yeah, her first 20 episodes. Yeah. I mean, just talking about growing up in O Block. She can't even talk about that shit. Just think about that shit. Just like go back to O Block, right? Catch us some of the young boys on the corner. Talk about who the hell, King David, whoever, Larry Hoover, right? Yeah, all these people probably were around in her age. She would know at least the rumors, the stories. There's no way you grew up where she grew up in Chicago and don't have some stories to tell. There's no way.
How come Democrats don't support that podcast, though?
It's not just Democrats. It's mainly like black women. I think black women.
Yeah, why aren't they there?
I think they listen to
They're
ratchet
probably the ones criticizing it. Think how boring it is. Yeah.
I think they listen to ratchet shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you probably would have go through the YouTube playlist of her demographic, black women, they're probably not listening to shit like that. Definitely not in a format like that. You're going to have to get it up an octave or two, like a Tasha K or some shit. Yeah, you got to get down in the gossip, you know, or it's going to have to be something more mainstream, and it would have to be a little bit harder hitting, in my opinion. I'm no TV producer. What do I do? So,
I don't know.
They're doing better than they are. Shit.
Yeah, I could definitely see Michelle Obama might have been hell, she could do what you used to do, John. Go to some random niggas on the street and ask for like quick interviews. People will definitely sweep in because you know she's Michelle Obama.
Why don't you stop at CT's channel? Why don't she stop at KI Truth?
She would not go over there.
Well, you know,
it would help her channel out. Shit.
I don't know if that would help her channel out. I don't know if that's her audience. But
I mean, yeah.
And, you know, they're really like, you know, can you name a liberal channel? This open panel? Can you name one? I mean, Sharon Bracey's kind of liberal. Someone said Sharon.
There was one when I was in college I used to listen to. It was this big mix nigga. He used to do open debates and he would let people up. I forgot his name.
I can't think of one. Can you think of any?
I only know the one, but I can't remember his fucking name.
Nah.
I can't think. When Sanders says these anti-blacks can't do critical thinking, I don't think that Michelle Obama's can approach critical issues, sensitive issues that where it takes an element of honesty. As I say, I don't know how you come out of Chicago, put on the first 5 or 6 podcasts, and not mention like the crime and the violence, all the lives lost. I don't know how you don't mention that yet. Especially when you're looking at your views and your views ain't going where you want them to go. Like, I think the Chicago people would love to hear her, but she's not to them. That's kind of interesting.
I mean, she's doing it, man. She's avoiding it. She's all you gotta do is bring up Keke Palmer and the Usher beef or whatever the fuck they were talking about on that stream.
And even with that, she didn't do the Usher thing. I didn't know anything about Usher and Keke Palmer, but
yeah,
I that would have been for her producers to figure it out and say, you know what, these are the list of questions. But it's too soft of an interview, I think, for her to make a go at it in this fashion here. Damn, what the fuck is this guy, man? Like, I need this money if you're gonna come through it. Let's see if you got it. What the fuck? Oh well.
That nigga didn't get lost. I'll be back.
Yeah, what's up, Deacon Dave? What did you think about Brave this morning, Dave?
Brave was cooking. My bad, I got my son, but Brave was cooking.
That topic, man, like there's so much in the news every day, and I think he's really the only one that talks like that. Definitely as a white guy. What do you think?
I think sometimes he actually says what I'm thinking, but it gets discounted in this space because people don't appreciate the truth anyway. But I've been around, man. I've been around. I'm always around. I'm always paying attention. I've seen what he's talking about in real time, and nobody can take that away from me. That's my perspective.
Why do you think he's the only one out here talking about it like this? It's a wide open space, bro.
It's provocative. It's provocative. You got blacks that hate when somebody, shines a light on their dirty laundry, and that's pretty much what it is.
But again, like, I think you can make a lot of money doing what Brave does. If someone were driven by money, I think, because he has the lane to himself. There's no one in his lane. You know what I mean? If you think about it, like, who's in his lane?
Not even a Jared Taylor. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody in this line, really.
I mean, Jared Taylor, he's good at what he does, but he didn't grow up poor. He can't put it in like layman's terms. He can slap you down very professionally, but not like the way B Brave does. And I don't think Jared Taylor's going to take that kind of, back and forth with people the way Brave does. He may not be as passionate as Brave about this issue. Jared Taylor still has to make a living,
Stanley brought up an interesting point. He said, the Brave was going so hard this morning on whatever he was talking about that he could get struck for that. He's got to be careful.
Well, I didn't hear all of what he said. What did he said? He said, what did he say? That was.
It was just the passion behind it. That, like I said, he reminded me of a guy I listened to. He's not on YouTube no more, but his name was Little Big Nate. And the way he could put curse words together, man, it was like an artist working with oil paint. Real good shit. Good shit, man. I appreciate the art.
You think Brave got close to the rail today?
Yeah, he was flying close to the sun.
Really? Because I didn't hear all of what he said. What did he say?
Well, we was talking, but when he was tuning in, he was going hard. That's all I can say about it. He was linking them together.
I heard him talking, and I think I heard you guys comment that. I thought it was maybe what Bumpkin or there's another guy that comes up, Orthodox Monkey. I mean, I think it's Orthodox. Maybe Orthodox. He can push the envelope a little bit. Maybe that could get you, in a little trouble there. But Bumpkin has come a long way too in terms of being a little bit more outspoken about these things. You know, he's a younger man, and anyway, very interesting. Yeah, damn brave. 70 years old. It's good to see a man with 70 years old still have a passion about something. I will say that. Right? And he has a hell of a passion about this issue. Yeah, very interesting. I like Brave.
I like his form, man. He'll go jump on the elliptical while everybody else is cooking. You know.
Say what?
Brave would jump on the elliptical while everybody else is cooking.
Yeah.
Let him get his monologue through, and then you guys can have it. I like Brave.
Yeah. Brave's good. Yeah, he's real cool. Man, I'm just surprised no one else tries it. You know, a white guy. You know what I mean? You know, maybe better production, stuff like that. But maybe that's what made Brave, you know, so interesting. You know, it's very basic and raw, you know. You ever heard
When'd you get into this space?
What space?
You can't. Well, I guess I frequent a lot of spaces, but I don't remember seeing you in the YouTube streets. You know, I've probably been on here since 2016.
You know, I probably saw it when I guess maybe around COVID. Started probably coming up on CT's panel or something like that. That probably was it for me, the beginning for me. But I didn't even really watch much YouTube, to be honest with you. I'm more of a reading person, so I would read more and then, you know, start listening more, I guess.
Yeah, Big Day. I think he's been on CTs back in the past. I've been trying to troll him to come out of retirement. I haven't seen him around. But yeah, that was one of my guys. I used to just listen to him just for the masterpiece of cussery he would put together. I used to love that. I love that shit.
You got like a little mix of hood and truism, huh?
Nah, he was. They're different guys. They do know each other, but they're just Nate. He had like such an affirming voice. He had a great voice, right? But he could paint a picture without even saying the words. He's just cussing the whole time. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. You understood what he was talking about. Like he was good. He's real good. If I could get a link, man, I'll share a link with you.
Yeah, a little
if I could find one. Yeah.
Dolomite has heard of him.
Free Zone got him in the archives. If you ever check out Free Zone's channel, just go to his channel. He probably got a little Big Nate clip back in the day.
What does Free Zone talk about on his channel, by the way?
Free Zone does like mixtapes.
Oh, does he? Okay. Damn.
YouTube mixtapes, though.
Oh, really? What you mean, like clips of what, videos and stuff?
Like the most outrageous moments on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I know that's what he did. Okay. Man, people do a little bit of everything out here on YouTube these days.
But it's all in the same vein of what you're doing. It's his series is called Community Mixtapes.
Ah, really? Okay. I got you. Man, I saw this building that they were building in New York down South Seaport. You ever been in New York City before?
Yeah, once, man. I won't go back.
Man, you know, when I first went to New York, I was like, ooh, bright lights, big city. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to go there, you know, big city coming from a small town. I rode the train up there from Alabama. And I'm always still fascinated whenever I like, as soon as you come up out that tunnel, either on a bus or train, you know, you like see all them big buildings and shit. Like, it always still amazes me. But take a look at this building here.
Irony here is that this is a huge apartment building that's sitting empty as the city overall is in the throes of an acute housing crisis where we just can't find enough places for people to live. This is New York City's very own Leaning Tower, One Seaport. When it was being built, its owners touted it as an upscale oasis on the Manhattan waterfront until they found out that it was tilting. In 2013, a real estate development company called the Fortis Property Group bought the plot of land that I'm standing in front of right now for $64 million. The best place to put up a skyscraper is a plot of land where the bedrock is about 50 feet below ground level. The bedrock back here is actually about 150 feet down below ground level. Construction on One Seaport was troubled almost from the very beginning of the project. There were construction delays and stop work orders issued by the city, and lawsuits quickly started mounting up. Then on the morning of September 21st, 2017, a carpenter named Juan was helping to pour the concrete floors of the base and landed on the scaffolding. They sent a fateful memo. The building is leaning 3 inches to the north, it said. But construction on the tower didn't stop. To compensate for the lean, higher floors on the building were poured intentionally. It was called out of alignment. Essentially, they tried to straighten the thing out in midair. But this only made things worse. A lawyer would later tell a judge, Your Honor, he said, technically it's shaped like a banana right now. Measurements taken in the winter of 2019 indicated that the building was as much as 10 inches out of alignment on some floors.
Damn. Like 10 inches doesn't sound like a lot, bro, but that's something. Bro.
Yeah. You couldn't put a marble down on the floor.
Shit be rolling all over the place. Amazing that, you got that, that level of expertise, and this is what they end up with. And so now you got a big eyesore in the middle of South Seaport there.
They had a building like that in Dominican Republic, and it's still there, but it never got finished, but it's leaning. They said that the architect climbed to the top of it and jumped off because he messed up so bad.
No
and
shit.
It's been there for probably, 30 or 40 years? The same building, unfinished.
Now look at this motherfucker, like, just unfinished. They started the glass apparently at the bottom, but damn. They're going to have to tear this shit down, I guess, right? When you have to tear it down, if you can't fix a foundation problem like that.
Well, looking at it from here, it looks like it's definitely leaning. Or maybe that's an illusion.
But yeah, 10 inches at some point. Yeah, damn, that is amazing.
And you get fucked up. That's a lot of money to mess up.
Ooh, hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars, bro. Hundreds of millions. Damn, yeah, American architecture these days, it's kind of fucking interesting that they would make that kind of mistake with that kind of money at play.
Well, they can't all be right. Somebody's eventually gonna make a mistake.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Damn, that's a big one. But you would think even with all that, mistakes would be caught before you get that far down the road. There's a lot of checks and balances, government inspectors, banking inspectors, I would imagine, all kind of inspectors. And damn, they missed that. Probably with some kind of greed there. Take a look at our favorite girl here, Jasmine. Jasmine Parker.
Your hands. So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands.
You think that's bedhead right there?
Mm-hmm.
You're not.
You think that's bedhead right there?
Do you think she's putting on an act, or is this really who she is? Some people say she don't act like that in reality.
I think this is gas. This is what gas does to people.
But I think this is how she really talks, man. I don't believe that she's some formal talking black girl who's playing this role. She's playing it too well for too long, too consistently. You never catch her playing the other role. This is who she is.
I think so. I think so. I think she gave up on the code switch.
Yeah, I think she's giving up on it. This is her natural talking, and when she's in her environments, like, she's not real super ghetto right here. She's talking like normal black people.
I'm picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation. I know that's right. So I had to go around the country and.
I mean, she wasn't all that ghetto there. I mean, you can tell the mentality's there. But this is who she is. You know what I mean? And anything else that you see is kind of, her playing a role, in my opinion.
I have to agree with you. You don't come across too many people who are like this all the time. I mean, with that kind of position, you think she'd dial it back?
I think she's done very well with it. She's done better than Ayanna Presley. She's done better than,
You think this is what she did to get to this position, or like she was definitely on the other code to get to this position, but like right now, like she feel like the gloves are off because Trump's in office. We could just do what we want.
Do what we want, yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Take a look at this, man. This is the new trend, apparently.
White wall, man. You got the white thing, man. The whole know you got white wall, man. The whole know you got white wall, man. Hey, you know everybody got white wall, man. Everybody, man. Went white on the teeth. Went white on the teeth, man. Went white on the teeth, man. Everybody went white on the teeth. Hey, Soulja! Shit coming out this week. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you, these boys fight.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool.
What's that?
Yeah, that's cool. You got to take care of your smile. I mean, I get it. I ain't even tripping on the rest of the shit I saw. I don't even want to talk about it. The white teeth, that's what's up, man.
You know, I do. You look, all the teeth did look nice. I will say that. You know, to get that out of the way first. Yeah, I think it's one of those things like they're unemployable, so the teeth really don't matter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not raining on the parade. I think their teeth look great, but ultimately, people tend to get their teeth fixed to make themselves employable. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
And here these guys are. I don't think they're, tightening up their look to be employable. I think they're just more or less, just they just want to look good and smell good. Have nice watches and nice teeth. That's the new fad. And again, as I've been saying, there's always going to be someone that come along and take advantage of these people and sell them fake teeth, fake Gucci shoes, or whatever they're going to buy. They are very susceptible to the next thing. It's very interesting. It is.
I think with a good smile, you might get opportunities that you didn't have. So, I mean, it's a good investment.
I don't think if that's what you're investing in, do you think they're investing in smiles for their future?
No, they're doing that for the ladies, man. That's just what they do.
I think they're doing this for their rap career. I bet most of these guys are rappers.
Oh, I'm about to say, was they? I don't know. I ain't recognize none of any of them.
Look at all the gold jewelry. They're blinged out like rappers. Because all the rappers have their teeth done now, and so they're showing the money, the watches. So you got to have your teeth right. But chain, teeth, right? Chain, teeth.
Veneers or whitening? Which one?
I don't know which ones those are. Veneers, I think, are much more expensive, right? This may be some kind of mold that they're putting in their teeth. I'm not sure. Because veneers, I think they have to shave your teeth now when you get veneers. Is that how it works?
No, I think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think that's pretty expensive. There've been a lot of scams in Atlanta because of these veneers. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, where they pose as like dentists and they get you they either hook you up with braces or they try to do it in the basement.
Yeah, let's see. Oh wow, here's one right here behind an unlicensed veneer tech scheme. And I'm sure this is probably something these young boys are being caught up in. Let's see. Here's an ad. I'll let the ad play. But I'm guaranteeing they're probably going to like some scam type dentist.
It's safe tonight. Gas prices coming down, mortgage rates starting to come.
Like these veneers, probably if you go to a professional doctor, this is probably
when will consumers
$5,000-$10,000?
Harris says Notre Dame
in America, yeah. They got them in Colombia. You can go to Colombia.
I don't think these boys went to Colombia. Let's see.
$500 to $1,200 per tooth, like a
Wow.
licensed dentist. Veneer techs offer the whole smile for about $2,000.
See, that's what I
No
thought it would be.
X-rays or
That's what I thought it'd be, about $2,000. Okay, damn.
drilling required. Just a composite glued to the teeth.
Oh shit.
They're basically advertised as acrylic nails for the teeth. It's something that just goes over the top, and it's completely reversible.
Influencer Andrea Joseph said she was contacted on Instagram by Devon Odueso, a self-described dental assistant. He asked if she could promote his business, VVS Smiles, in exchange for free veneers. After a year of watching Devon's business grow on Instagram, she decided to enroll in his course and travel to Atlanta to learn how to become a veneer tech herself.
What was the promise? A lot of money. He's like, oh, I've made over $100,000 in a year, and I only started this 6 months ago.
She says the 2-day course cost $2,500. One day spent watching YouTube videos and listening to other veneer techs explain how they found patients. She says on the second day, she and 5 other students practiced on a patient in a home outfitted with a dental chair and equipment.
Overall, how much actual hands-on time did you get? I was probably in the person's mouth for about 25 minutes.
Armed with this certificate of completion, Andrea says she was told to practice on patients by forming the veneers but not gluing them on until she felt ready to do it for real. She says she used materials she bought from Amazon and eBay.
I would take the composite, I would take that off,
wow.
and put it right on the tooth there.
Okay.
If you didn't know what you were doing, could you end up damaging someone's teeth? Oh, yes, of course. You can cut somebody's gums. You can accidentally shave their real tooth down.
She says she didn't realize what she was doing was illegal until she posted about it on social media.
Someone then took my photos and was like, this is 100% illegal.
NBC News reached out multiple times.
Fucking music in the background.
3 million followers to warn them about this dangerous trend.
Shit.
What's the biggest misconception about these veneers?
That they last for a very long time. It can just last a month or less.
He says he removed these veneers from a patient who visited a tech in Atlanta.
She had this burning sensation around her gums and her teeth. They were very inflamed.
How much does it cost to fix bad dental work that's been done by someone who's not licensed?
So you're looking at about $2,000 or more per tooth to fix it.
The American Dental Association warns risks from veneers include infection, nerve damage, and even a physical alteration to your bite. And they say the work should be done by or under the supervision of a licensed dentist. What's your...
Damn. Bro, how they teeth all fucked up about this shit?
They probably got most of the hood.
So we're gonna see a bunch of snaggletooths. About 6 months or a year from now.
Hey, you could invest in Sensodyne, right?
The sensitive tooth.
Hell yeah.
They're gonna need it, bro. They're gonna need it. Jesus Christ, that is amazing. I don't know if you guys heard about this Justice Boisberg, or however you pronounce his name. Looks like Trump has won a victory now against Justice Boisberg. Supreme Court rules Trump has the authority to use Alien Enemies Act against Venezuelan illegals. Justice Boisberg ordered his void. I think this is the judge that told Trump to bring the immigrants back midair. This is also the judge, I think, been involved in a lot of the fines and warrants and stuff like that. So a legal victory here handed to him by the Supreme Court to get the illegals out of here, as he was so elected to do. Now, what do you think about this, Stanley? Donald Trump's getting some W's here.
He didn't talk about that this morning.
He didn't talk. Stanley, one thing. It must have just come out there, Stanley. Maybe it just came out there, Stanley. What do you think about that?
Oh, Stanley ain't on her.
I see him in the comment in the chat out there.
Oh, okay.
Let me see how I call this guy here. One more time. See if he's coming here. Close his day out on a good note. Maybe he decided not to get the room. Who knows? Make sure you text me anything. No text. Yeah, whatever. There's always tomorrow. Always tomorrow. Make sure. Hold on. There's always tomorrow for him. Anyway, yeah, Stanley didn't cover that, huh?
No, man. He skipped over that. Come on now, you know. Come on now.
How you skip over there, Stanley?
Hit the link, motherfucker.
I want to get back to this Carmelo Anthony. I was hoping Jason Kessler would call us. Here's some black lady talking about Carmelo Anthony here.
Because why is this child gone? Because he was getting up in this child's face.
I know you guys have been familiar with this story. This is Carmelo Anthony. He's being held on $1 million bond for the unaliving of Austin Metcalf. Now, in the story, to get from underneath the tent while it was raining. Now, the witness went on to tell police that Anthony stated.
Did you notice that? She said, basically, they told him to get out from up under their tent while it was raining. It don't matter. I don't think that matters. If someone doesn't want you up under their tent and it's raining, then you need to pitch a tent of your own. But she's saying in the rain, they asking him to get out and up under the tent. It's raining.
Touch me and see what happens. And then
I think that right there, that's where he's going to be convicted. Because he says, touch me and see what happens right there. Honestly, I think it's going to doom him. He probably shouldn't have said that.
That's when Austin Metcalf reportedly touched Anthony, because why would you touch a person who said, touch me, see what happens? After touching him to see what happens, which is just crazy work, Anthony told Metcalf, punch me and see what happens. Soon after, the witness stated that Metcalf reportedly grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, at which point the affidavit continues that Anthony reportedly pulled out, to the witnesses recalled, was a knife and stabbed Metcalf once in the chest before running away.
So he basically says, hey, punch me. He was like trying to provoke the guy into being able to stab him. Are you getting this from this?
Oh, yeah. He's cooked.
He says, punch me. Punch me so I can stab you. But the guy didn't punch him, so he stabbed him anyway. Fucking amazing.
After the incident, Anthony was arrested, and his lawyers are claiming self-defense, which it sounds like, especially according to those witnesses, and they're asking the judge to lower his $1 million bond. Anthony is being held in the Collin County Jail on a 7-digit bond, which is about $1 million, and he's being charged with first-degree unaliving. Now, after briefly meeting with his client, Carmelo Anthony, his attorney stated that, I know that my client said it was self-defense, and I don't have any reason to disbelieve that, but I need to develop facts, talk to people, and figure out what's going on before I make a statement about what I think happened. I don't have any reason to think it wasn't self-defense at this time.
What do you think the lawyer's thinking right there with that statement?
That's his best play.
It wasn't a full throated endorsement, though, was it?
No, there's a lot of doubt in that, but no.
From his own attorney, it's like, I'm gonna see what the facts say. We saying self-defense for now. It wasn't a full throated endorsement of the guy.
Anthony's family has shared a support fund on GiveSendGo.com, and they've raised about $84,000 to their $100,000 goal. I'm not here to question why Austin Metcalf decided to put his hands on another child, because again, he's gone and he can't answer those questions. But let this be a testament to tell you that you do not have the right to touch somebody or enter into their personal spaces, because unfortunately, violating some.
She said, you do not have the right to enter into someone's personal spaces. Isn't that what Carmelo did?
Jeez Louise. Made Austin find out the hard way.
Jeez Louise. You think most black people see it that way with the boy?
Yeah, most, meaning 51% or 50.0001% or more. Absolutely. It's all over Facebook, man. It's everybody turned into a lawyer overnight, man. It's just it's bullshit, because the only reason why they even care is because a white person was involved. This is like the 2025 version of O.J. Simpson. Like, we know he did it, but we're just gonna see how it plays out in the court system. But It's kind of,
how do you think this one plays out?
I don't think that it's gonna go the way they want it this time, but I don't have all the facts, so it's kind of like if you're asking me personally how I think, I couldn't even tell. I couldn't even tell you how it would go. I don't know. I don't know too much about it. I think I know what everybody else knows about it. That's about it. I think he's gonna fry at this point, but being not privy to the information of actually what happened, I can't. It's hard to say.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think they're gonna get him. I think they got him. You know, by the fact that he's not in the a county that may get a more favorable jury. This apparently happened in Denton County or something like that. I'm not sure what the demographics are, but it's probably not in his favor. And so it's going to be a tough one for him to beat this claiming self-defense. I really feel sorry for the young man. Like, someone hadn't told him, bro, you kind of have to give these people wide berth. And he didn't,
I don't think he's going to get the book thrown at him.
No, I don't think so. I think they'll give him, like a 20 year or something like that if they convict him. He'll get time to as a, fairly young man.
Yeah, he'll get 10 years.
10 years. I don't know about that one. Someone said knife at the track meet is insane. You ever thought about taking a weapon?
What kind of knife though? Everyday switch or not switch, but what do you call it?
Someone said a police report was out. So let me see. Police report. What's his name? What's it about? Carmelo Anthony. Let's see if the police report is out. We'll see what it says here. Lawyers of teen charge released first statement. Texas police warn of misinformation. Family heartbroken. Let's see what this one says. Is that new? When is that? Oh, that's 3 days ago. Need something new. I thought I saw someone say something was out new about the guy. Look like they're seeking to lower the bond. They probably already been doing that. I thought I saw something new, but I guess nothing's new out. I thought they would have had the police report or something. Tent dispute turns deadly. Nothing new.
The way they're talking about it is if this kid was going to the pros, no doubt about it. I mean, come on, man. The niggas in the hopes, man. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing, John. I don't know nothing.
Here's his police report here, the arrest report. He looked like he was born in Baton Rouge. 5'9", 130. He wasn't big. Wasn't a big guy. They call him adult male. Okay. As I entered the stadium, two high school students informed me that the victim was on the north end of the stadium by the bleachers. I proceeded. Once I arrived, the adult male was on the track, pointing out the suspect. That individual, I was not able to identify that witness. He didn't identify any witnesses. The individual that pointed out to me was a black male wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark colored pants. There was a chain link fence that separated me and the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions. Suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. I asked him if he had any weapons, and he said no. I patted him down, like he misspelled the word, for weapons while we were walking along the fence, and I did not locate any on his person, so he must have thrown the knife. I instructed him to continue walking along the fence, which he complied, towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me. I don't know if that's enough, bro. I then detained the suspect in handcuffs and had him sit on the ground. Officer Ritchie had arrived on the scene. I conducted another pat down, searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located. No weapons were located here. The suspect sat on the ground and advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responds and says, I'm not alleged, I did it. So he knew what alleged meant, right? Clearly, his father is an attorney. An untrained person probably wouldn't have corrected the lawyer, the police officer there. He would just let it roll. But he said, I'm not alleged, I did it, which is true, which doesn't convict him. It is true, he did do it. Next, he walked the suspect to the patrol vehicle. As we walked into the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol vehicle. I searched his person once again. I had him sit in the back seat area. While the suspect was in the back seat, I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw the blood out loud so that it would be captured on my body-worn camera. It should also be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay while he was in the backseat? I then identified the suspect. He provided his name with a date of birth, which I ran through the dispatch. Another officer arrived on scene and remained with me and the suspect at this point. He was in checked by eSchool database for, is that Fort Worth or whatever school district here, Frisco school district, to confirm his identity. They confirmed that. Upon arriving at his jail, he was escorted into intake area, changed him into jail attire. The clothes he was wearing was placed in the evidence bag. And that's about it. Supplemental here. What else? The suspect, black male, not have any weapons. Yeah, that's about it. That's it. Anyway, any questions on it? Comments?
I think they're downplaying his knowledge of the law. I think if you were concerned, if you were in trouble, if you know, or if you're knowledgeable about how to determine whether your actions were. Hold on a second. He would be inclined to want to find out if what his actions were self-defense and how is it viewed. I would be curious about that.
John, I think he was more worried about what the charge was going to be. Was it going to be a battery or a murder?
Man, I can't help but think, man, this boy may have known enough law, legal, but not enough law to do this. Because again, how many people when they get arrested will say, I'm not alleged, I did it. That's weird. You don't find that weird?
You know what, John? I don't know about this kid here, but a lot of brothers know the law. They just in and out of the court system. They probably know the system better than cops do because they go through the entirety of it all the time, right? In and out.
But I mean, this is down in the self-defense law, right? That a word of, like, just think about it. How many people arrested for killing someone would correct a police officer and say, no, I'm not alleged, I did it?
I'm sure it happens more often than you think.
From a 17-year-old? Middle-class guy? Upper middle class?
Yeah, I don't know about this. This kid looks smarter. He looks like one of the good kids.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's smart enough to know that, like, if his dad's a lawyer, if he's taking any liking to, interest in his dad's profession, he may have taught him about alleged or something like that, It's just weird to me. You guys don't find it weird?
Nah, I think it's just some kid trying to figure out how fucked he is.
Yeah, I don't think it's weird. His dad's a lawyer. I mean, he probably has some idea of how it would go, but he wants to know how bad it is.
You get arrested for murder. The cop said, we have the alleged suspect here. Do you correct the cop and say, no, I'm not alleged, nigga. I did that shit. I did that. You don't do that.
Man, I'm telling you right now, John, I'm sure you'd be surprised how often the brothers do that. And the brothers in particular too, man.
I could see him saying it was self-defense, but not correcting the police officer. Hey, man, I'm not alleged. I did it. Give me my proper credit. It seems weird to me, but nevertheless, so that's more or less the case there. What happened there? Yeah, that's more or less the case here. Anything else in here? He cuffed the guy. Holding facility. The athlete had been stabbed in the chest, was unconscious, not breathing. People crying. There were coaches, rain, damn. Someone saying he pushed the male to get him out of the tent. The male was reaching around in his bag he had. It was at this time the male took out a knife and stabbed him. Oof. This was all this person remembered.
You think there's any video evidence?
Yeah, I believe it.
He could be vindicated. He could. There's a chance he could be vindicated.
You know what would be interesting is, there's got to be video of it. Look.
I'd be shocked if there wasn't video of it.
Listen to this. A memorial coach approached me and informed me that he was with a student who claimed to see the entire altercation. I told the coach to stick with the student and that we would need to get him to the police station to give a statement. The student quickly informed me that he knew where the suspect threw the knife and pointed me to its location. I located the knife and could see blood on the knife. I quickly used my city-issued phone to take pictures before the rain could wash the blood away. Sergeant Otis located a blue tarp and we decided we should cover the knife without touching it. Once we positioned the tarp over the knife, I reached down and grabbed the backpack left in the sands to weigh the tarp down. It was later discovered that the backpack I threw up onto the tarp was the suspect's backpack. It was the only Centennial High School backpack located within all of the Memorial High School backpacks in that area of sand. So does anyone get what he's saying, what the officer is saying there? So basically, this guy was of the opposing team. And he was the only one over there. Well, his backpack was the only one left during all this melee. It was the only Centennial High School backpack located within all of the Memorial High School backpacks. So when the police came, they would say, hey, no one can leave. You can't take your items away. And all the backpacks that were around, only one was this boy's high school. And that's the one that they used to secure the tarp. After securing the scene and attempting to preserve much evidence, Officer Wessel was maintaining scene security. Medics transported the victim. The knife reported to have been used in the assault was located by another officer in the bleachers. Let's see. See if they have a statement from the student. Oh wow. Okay, look, listen to this. As other officers worked the scene, I was asked to respond to the stadium's medical locker room areas and keep the following high school students' witnesses separated until detectives could speak with them. While with them, I was told to take their phones from them and later turn them over to Sergeant Bissonette. After being relieved, I was asked to make contact. Blah, blah, blah. Below is a list of students who identified themselves as witnesses to the stabbing. So they have a lot of witnesses here. A lot of witnesses. I was also met by the following coaches who advised they witnessed the incident. McCole Gonzalez, Centennial High School coach. He heard suspect confess. Vincent Hooper. He heard suspect confess. Lakeisha Collins. Wow. Okay. Whoa, this is going to be interesting. Lakeisha Collins. She said she witnessed the incident. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Lakeisha Collins.
Well, I know what she saw.
Yeah. a sister gal. You know what sister gal saw. And Mindy Yateman, she also witnessed the incident. Independence High School coach. Independence High School. Images. Lakeisha. Oh, I was about to say, I know that ain't her. Is this her right here? Is this her? I don't know what she is. But anyway, I was hoping we can get a picture of Lakeisha Collin. But she will be testifying here. And Mindy Yateman.
I wonder if she's gonna stay on code.
You know, that's going to be interesting. You may see people. You may see people saying that they saw two different things. You know, wow.
Man, this ain't a position you want to find yourself in, man. It's just not. Bro should use better judgment. Even if you do have to defend yourself, it's supposed to be equal or less. I forget what the wording is. I think Juan went over this. But it doesn't justify stabbing a kid.
Do you know what the boy's middle name is?
Iverson. I don't know.
I'm so sincere, nigga. I'm so sincere. You remember that rap song? I'm so sincere. I'm so sincere.
Yeah, this is right here. Yeah, that Jay-Z joint.
That's your boy's middle name. His middle name is Sincere.
He might have got that from that movie. I forget which one it was. I think it was Omar Epps.
Again, like, this is a Black American, seemingly well-to-do lawyer naming his son Carmelo Sincere. I'm so sincere, Anthony. It's fucking amazing, bro. This is like low-class behavior, right? Am I wrong?
No, you're right. That's pro bono lawyer.
Yeah, this is fucking interesting here. Carmelo. Stanley, did you know his middle name was I'm so sincere? I'm so sincere. Oh, man. I wonder what you think about this, Stanley. So sincere. Man, that was good. Go ahead.
I bet.
I'm so sincere. Anyway, I saw this article. I wanted to cover it with you guys. It's a landlord kind of specific here. It's getting so hard to find tenants, and after COVID, people doing some of everything. Somebody said, "Lenny Lou, you found this." Wait a minute, Portia said what? He made 400 provocations if he showed up. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he was a little bit too smart by half, to be honest with you. I think he wanted to initiate an incident where he could claim self-defense, but I don't think he executed properly. And I think that may doom him there, if I had to guess. Anyway, here's something near and dear to my heart. Property management group here in Washington, D.C. are accused of refusing to rent to anyone younger than 24 to pay $100,000 to D.C. The group manages 2 buildings in Ward 3 and Ward 2. That's the more affluent wards in Washington, D.C. They allegedly refuse to rent to people under the age of 24 or anyone with a felony conviction. Didn't we just have a felon call in this motherfucker? Huh?
Look at that.
Didn't we just have a felon? Somebody give me the $100,000 these people paid in the fine. Because I'm renting to felons out here, right? Give me my flowers or my $100,000. Look at that. They people pay that. Listen, bro, I'm telling you, it's worth it. If you're dealing with high income people like in this neighborhood, you got to keep the young, the blacks, the felons out. And if it costs you a fine, fuck you raise rent and you tell people we're very selective here. We're keeping the criminals out of your neighborhood. Right? Hey, man, thank you very much. We'll accept the rent increase. Damn, this is amazing. Apartment Income, REIT, known as AIR, is only manages 3 apartment complexes in the district: Upton, Vaughan Place, and Latrobe. I know where Latrobe is. The Office of the Attorney, this is at 15th Street. This is nice. Matter of fact, let's take a look at Latrobe. Latrobe Apartment Homes. I think it's on 15th Street, if I'm not mistaken here. Latrobe Apartment Homes. Pretty sure it's, I pass by there. I used to pass by there all the time. Latrobe Apartment Homes. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, Logan Circle here, Washington, D.C. So they're accusing of keeping the felons out. It's right by Whole Foods here. Live in the heart of. Look at that picture right there. Oh, man. I bet they don't have a guy like that in the whole damn building. So this is a company that apparently had to pay a legal settlement here, but not wanting to rent to felons. And anyone under the age of 24 years old violated the Human Rights Act here in D.C. And they agreed to end discriminatory policies, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, very interesting. Under 24, I wonder how they chose that age as, because there are a lot of well-to-do 24-year-olds in Washington, D.C., so.
Isn't that the age you could rent a car?
I think it's 25. Yeah.
Oh, 25. Yeah, 24 is a random age.
But the thing is, like, there had to be exceptions to the rule, bro. There are very rich people in this city. Kids come here, trust funds, all that kind of shit. There probably was a soft rule. That felon rule was hard, but the 24 age was probably a softer rule there. But again, it's just ironically, we just heard from a felon today looking for a room, and he's living in the gym and wherever the hell he can live. And, short of me, you can see companies are clearly not renting to these people. What's up, Stanley? You coming up? People have been calling for you for a minute. You might as well.
Yeah, you said my name the third time.
Third time, that was a charm.
What's up, Stanley?
Hey, Dave. Hey, Wicked.
Hey, guys. I smell chicken. Just kidding.
I have a son who's, not much older than that. So, this does kind of resonate. I don't really care what his last name is. And quite frankly, for things like this, I'd rather just wait for the trial.
Wait. Oh, you talking about the young boy that killed the guy? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know y'all might have moved on, but I'll make it quick. I might read the police report, but I'm not into true crime and stuff like that. I'm more interested in the trial. So hopefully they'll televise it.
Yeah, the trial's going to be interesting. As I look forward into what's going to happen, as they said in the police report, most of the witnesses were witnesses of the opposing boys' school. So there's going to be some kind of loyalty test of sort there, right?
Well, John, really quick, Stanley, one of the witnesses, her name's Lakeisha. Do you think she's going to stay on code?
What the fuck?
She's going to be a race trader.
What code are you talking about?
Come on, don't do
that.
Well,
he's basically saying,
No, you know what? I leave that immature bullshit to people like you. I'm just going to assume that she'll tell the truth.
Look, she might be a bad witch.
Okay, dude, don't do that. I don't play those sort of anti-black games.
Oh, okay, I'll stop, but I'll stop.
But I think that she's going to be under a lot of pressure, bro. All eyes are going to be on
the teams.
Oh yeah, it's a heater case for sure.
Well, the teens that go to that one school, they're going to be under pressure to, talk, in a fashion, testify in a fashion that's going to be in favor of the other guy. But I think a lot of the evidence will probably line up with them. Some of them probably with them, and it's my thought that there wasn't a clear enough case for self-defense to go to the knife that immediately. I don't think he took enough of an ass.
That's my thought. I agree with that. And then I don't know if it's true, but I heard he cut school to be at this meet.
And
I don't think that matters,
now,
but fair enough. Go ahead.
well, I think it actually does. It goes to character.
Well, that won't
Why
be.
are you skipping?
You think so?
Why are you skipping school? It's a big deal, at least to me, that kids are where they should be.
He could have
And
perfect
that
attendance.
you show up somewhere with a knife that
Give me a
you're
second.
not even supposed to be.
But he could have perfect attendance. He committed 187.
Okay, I don't care about any of that. Did you hear what I just said?
Well, you just said it might be
Okay, I
character because of the character.
literally said he has a problem, at least in my mind, because he skipped school. He was not where he should have been.
Yeah.
That is going to count against him.
Okay.
That's sort of like when an illegal kills an American citizen. They shouldn't have been here in the first place.
Okay, I don't know where that comes from. That's pretty much
It's similar.
No, it's not even close. But what I will say, the other thing though, because somebody asked me about this yesterday, he had a reputation or a history of taking that knife to school. In my mind, that actually, kind of cancels out any premeditation. He might have just had that knife with him as a matter of course.
I agree with that one. That's a good point.
I don't think premeditation should even be brought. Like that's a reach.
It doesn't seem like there was.
I don't know.
Like
I don't know about that though. Look. That's
what
why
people don't care. People carry knives.
There's so many variables. I'll wait for the trial. Hopefully, it's televised and they present the evidence and argue the evidence. I do think that he's not going to come out of this unscathed. I do think that rash decision.
Or they put him in adult court, I think, right?
Yeah, he's in adult court.
Well, he's 17 in Texas. Yeah, any southern state, he's going to be tried as an adult. But, again, it kind of goes back to parenting. One of the things, and of course I wasn't perfect about this, but one of the things my parents would insist on is you be where you say you're going to be. If you're supposed to be in school, be in school.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would agree with that, Stanley. I think in the court, though, I don't think it'll even come up. You know what I'm saying? Like where he should have been is not going to be relevant.
You might be right, but if I were the opposing lawyer, I'd hammer it.
Well, it probably won't be allowed in because it's not relevant. It's not relevant to what happened there.
Is it not though? If he had been where he was supposed to be, he wouldn't have had the opportunity.
All that really matters is that
he did.
The moment they let up good, and the moment that he did it. And maybe when him running and dishing the knife. Now, I'll tell you a funny story about myself. I got one time, and walked in the building with a gun, blah 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 blah. And for a split second, I started to run. I ain't gonna lie to you. I said, man, I can run right this fucking front door and I'm gone. But they would have caught me eventually, right? They would have caught me, and then I wouldn't have gotten bail. They would have held my ass. Right? And then they would have said, you appeared guilty by running. And they would have used that against me in court. But by the fact that I didn't run, they couldn't use that against me. You understand? And so when they asked, so what do you do with it? He didn't run. He was shocked. Right? A criminal would have ran. He ran. And I'm not saying he shouldn't run. He was a young boy, probably panicked. He didn't get far. But the prosecutor would be like, you were so callous that you left a bleeding man and you ran off. That's what they're going to say in court.
Yeah, they will, but I mean, you can probably chalk it up to youth and being scared.
Yeah. Someone said my audience missed it. I tell you this damn, I don't know what the hell's going on over here. But yeah, it's going to, Phineas Fish is agreeing with you. I think that's in the court of public opinion. I don't think it'll come into court, which is good for him. He shouldn't be smeared by where he should have been. We just need to judge him on the facts of what happened right there on the spot.
I wish Juan were here. I actually think Yeah. I think you're right. That woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yeah, that's not an argument. It's not
Right.
relevant.
Now you can't punish him for skipping school.
Well, no. I would
His
say
mama can. Yeah.
character, but I think you're probably right. If you're going to stick to what happened and reasons why.
Right. That's all that matters.
Now,
Now,
I wonder if you were going to make a premeditation argument, if you couldn't say he skipped school to be there for a reason.
I don't think you can get there. I don't think you can get there. I think he'd have to walk in and just walk up and just stab the boy. You can say, well, he should have been in school. He walked right up, committed premeditated murder, and part of that premeditation, he knew he had to skip school. Right? But then you could bring in he skipped school. He should have been in school, but he went there to murder someone.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think it plays a part. And I think the fact that they brought it up is going to smear him on one side. I think it's going to be very difficult for him to get a jury trial, unfortunately.
You don't think he's going to be able to get a jury trial?
Not a fair jury trial. I should have said a fair jury trial. Sorry, but
I think, you know what? That actually that's not something I'm actually worried about.
Yo, bro, if I'm thinking of it right now, if I were him and his parents, and he is a dad for a lawyer, I don't care what kind of lawyer he is, he should know he should be asking for a change of venue at some point. I guarantee he's probably
now this is just Stanley speaking. I would say Texas would be one of the places that, I don't know that I would have a problem being tried in Texas. Now, we know they're going to be tough, but places like Texas and Georgia, I don't fear having a trial, getting a fair trial.
Well, yeah, I think fair trials, man, if you steal something out of a store, you commit some financial fraud. I think I'm just being straight. Interracial crime, it can go one way or the other. You can be OJ and you get somebody on your side that's willing to see things your way. I tell you, when I left when I got off trial, man, when they found me not guilty, bro.
Right.
A black woman on jury came up and hugged me. Seriously, you understand?
You had your OJ moment.
I picked my own jury. You understand? Like,
my
lawyer was like, do you want to be involved in jury selection? I was like, hell yeah, because I know black people. See, they got all the blacks on there. The motherfuckers that ain't afraid of guns. You know what I mean? And because my lawyer wanted to put a lot of the blacks off of the jury, thinking that they would be afraid of guns and be more likely to be reflexively guilty, right? Because, my son was killed by guns, my this, my that. But I wanted to take a different approach. And I wanted to come off as harmless. And as if I was one of their sons, right? Not the one that was shooting their son, but just a good, upstanding young man that could be their son. And I think the strategy, I ain't going to say the strategy worked all by itself. I think, because I was innocent, but I think the strategy worked to picking the right people as well. And I think in this case, in this guy's case, it's going to be very difficult to pick a jury. It's going to be sympathetic or see it his way, considering the demographics of that area. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. Texas here.
Can I address Jewel right quick?
Yeah,
I made the comment, half joking, that this kid could have been my son. My son is 18, just graduated from high school.
Same age, yeah.
Her comment was that sometimes even good parenting, good parented kids make mistakes. And, every now and again, I would wake up in a cold pool of sweat. Good kids can mess up. And my joke, but it's only half a joke, is it could have been my son.
Stanley, man, like
it's an Obama joke, by the way.
I know. I think, man, bro, like, I said it earlier. You take a black kid like that, put him in a very affluent area, it's going to be difficult for him to adapt based
I
upon
don't
some of
agree
this.
with that.
But I've seen some experiences, man, where a young boy, I tell you, I had a young tenant, man. I mean, the boy was a smart little young whippersnapper. I talked software with him when he was my tenant, everything going for him, but he was angry as a motherfucker.
Right, but I mean, now are you assuming? I'm assuming the kid was like born and raised there,
Born and raised where? No. Oh, you
wherever
talking
it
about
is he's living.
which one? You talking about the black kid? No, he's born in Baton Rouge, it seems.
Oh, okay. So, because I mean, like my son was basically, why would he have a problem? He was literally born in the environment he wound up being raised in.
And that's what I'm saying. And you probably were, I don't know what, but I'm familiar where you live. And I've been through your county many times. It's not an overly affluent county, right? Would you say that's
No.
fair? Right? You just regular
No,
people.
it's kind of,
right?
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And so a young boy growing up there are no wild disparities in wealth. Extreme disparities, I should use the word extreme. Kind of like in my hometown, there were no extremely rich people. There were some rich people, Alabama rich, my small town rich. But you get to Dallas, Frisco, where now they've really segregated the wealth. And you start to notice it a lot more.
Well, I think I'm not disputing your point, but my argument is that where you're really going to notice wealth disparities is in college.
Well, college is like, high school is like the precursor to college in some of these schools. These kids are old enough to drive BMWs, Lexuses, Mercedes, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I had kids, I drove a VW Beetle to school, and I had classmates who were driving Beamers. So,
Right.
but I mean, you know what? Back in my day, back in the olden days, just having a car, I'd never caught
Right.
shit.
That's right.
Of course,
That's
the
what-
Beetle was in pristine condition because, my father was the original owner.
Right. Like,
He's a car guy. However, back in those days, it really, as long as you had a car, you were considered lucky because there were
you
plenty
may
who
try to fix
didn't.
it out. And, like in my hometown, nobody had brand new cars. You can even buy a BMW in my hometown. Still can't. You can't buy a brand new BMW. They don't have a BMW dealer, right? So you got to go to Atlanta or Birmingham. And so, it just, that wealth, that seeing that extreme wealth can really mess you up, bro. It can make you realize what you don't have, even though you have a good, healthy family, everything's going right for you, but you start focusing on what you don't have.
Yeah, I don't buy your wealth argument though. I think that those are things like my son used to ask me, well, why don't we live in a bigger house?
See?
And yeah, but my thing is like, you don't even clean your room. Why would I get a bigger house? It's just you and me.
But I think the fact that your son asked the question,
yeah.
There's even been TV shows. There's a TV show segment on TV show about like somebody who thought he was rich. I think it was Tony Soprano. Tony Soprano was doing well for himself. Did he go to somebody else's house? He's like, oh shit, I didn't fucking know how much I was slumming. And when you realize those levels, bro.
But
like,
you got to parent your way out of it. I mean, my excuse shut down his argument because of course I could afford a bigger house. But the thing is for what? I mean, I live in a 3-bedroom house and there were 2 of us and now there's 1 of us.
Right.
Okay. I don't need a McMansion because I'm not going to hire a maid to take care of rooms I don't even go into.
So my question for you then is, what do you think he got the desire to want a bigger house?
Because his friends had bigger houses, I guess.
That's my point, right?
But you know what? No, you're not making the point you think you are. My point is that I control that urge with logic.
No, I don't disagree with you on there. But
he never asked me again because it was obvious why we, explain. If I had said, "Hey, we can't afford it," that's as good a reason as any. You're lucky to have a house at all.
All those things are, very well make a lot of damn sense. You know what I'm saying? But it's, but the fact that you ask, right, as young children, you start to look, hell, I probably asked about some things too. You may have asked yourself.
You got small kids. Kids ask all kinds of things.
Right. But they start, what I'm saying is that they do, I think kids see, the relative disparities if they're starting.
Okay, and I think you are you're
you
giving
know
kids
something?
way too much credit. It is parenting that control. I mean, you level set your kids early.
Yeah. But you can't stop them from noticing. I think you're definitely right.
But you know what, John? Hold on, Linwood. Are you a parent? Maybe you have some parenting stuff to add.
Well,
Okay, yes or no?
I can
Yes
talk
or
from
no?
experience.
Because
I'm not a
are
parent,
you a
but I can
parent?
tell you at one
Okay, well
point in
then,
my
how about
existence.
you wait your turn and let me finish what I'm saying then.
Speak your speech.
All I'm saying, John, in my experience, now I only had one personality to deal with. And the one benefit my son actually has is you can actually reason with him. If you give him a good enough reason that he can't counterpoint, he's not the sort of guy that'll go, but I want it anyway. He's never been that type of child. If you tell him why, he will pretty much be okay with it. Even if he's not in his head, he won't keep harping on it.
And I was the same way, Stanley. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I had pretty much, and again, this guy seemingly probably had everything he wanted too.
Right.
But what opened my eyes to this, Stanley, when this young boy had everything going for him, but yet he was bitter about the disparity between what his parents could provide for him and what other kids' parents. He was looking external. He couldn't look at everything he had going well for himself, scholarships and things like that.
John,
You know what, John? The other thing you tell your kid is, you know what? If you want to go live with them, be my guest.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
I'm willing to give you away.
I could tell you this from experience as children. When I was a younger person, you can tell the disparities between what your classmates had and what you had. You could definitely tell the disparities was already there. And not to jump into the race issue, but you can definitely tell it was there.
Oh well, why
it was
would
in
race
your face.
not come up?
It was definitely in your face.
Okay.
Like for instance, when summer went around, when they kids come back from the fall, winter summer break, the white kids was like, oh yeah, we went to Paris. My mom and dad took us on this summer camp trip. Us as black kids, it's like we didn't have that. Our parents didn't take us anywhere because they couldn't afford to take us anywhere.
Okay, well, I mean, I had classmates who, would do that, but this is Savannah, Georgia. I mean, we had we had a couple kids who were fabulously wealthy.
Yeah, what the people.
However, they were kind of like redneck wealthy, so they weren't going to Paris. They'd be going to.
I've seen what you're talking about.
Right, but what I'm saying, I think it all comes down to parenting. I'm kind of beating a dead horse here. I think you level
parenting.
set your
That's basically lying.
This is what we can do, and if you want to go live with the rich kids, ask their parents if they can take you on. I'll be sad for a little bit, but I'll get over it.
That's some chicken shit right there. Excuse my language, because you see that, and how do I say this?
I mean, the guy may have never even articulated to his father or parents. May have never mentioned. Just may have internalized it. I'm just speculating. We're all just speculating here. We'll find out. Maybe
I would say, I'm just speaking from my experience as a younger person. My attempted parents always worked a 9 to 5. So when I would hear those stories about, oh, they went to Paris, they did this, and they got to do all these extracurricular activities that most of us as black kids never had no opportunities at. Never even thought about it because it never crossed our mind. Our parents were pretty much survival mode, and so
Well, I grew up.
when
I
I
grew up
when
in
I got
slightly different circumstances.
when
So
if we got
vive la
older,
difference.
when you get older, and you really start seeing that you see this. I mean, let's keep it real, man. I'm not gonna hide it. You see the racial disparities in school before you even graduate.
You know what, John?
You see
Where
who
did
goes to
you,
the better
Linwood?
schools, and
Linwood,
you see who doesn't.
where did you grow up?
Me?
Yes.
I'm from Virginia.
Okay, so that's kind of the South. Where in Virginia?
Central.
Okay, because I lived in Norfolk for 7 years, and I lived in Northern Virginia, right on the Fauquier County, Warren County line for
Yes, I'm familiar.
almost
That was
20
all the
years.
rich people. That was all the rich people.
Well, no, I lived on the post side I lived in Warren County, which is the post side of the line. The Fauquier people were on the other side.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is that my circumstances were slightly different in that I grew up in a kind of a middle class Black neighborhood. And, my parents could afford at least domestic travel. We do the regular old, Disneyland in Orlando, that sort of thing. And then the other thing is my mother was a history buff. So we would definitely, I remember going all the way up to Irvington, New York, because my mother was a Washington Irving fan. So we went all the way up there to visit, Sunnyside, which is Washington Irving's, house. So, I mean, we did a lot of like domestic stuff. So, we weren't going to Paris, but we weren't just sitting home, either. So,
I mean, Paris wasn't big then. Paris wasn't big for middle class people back then. Paris is big for middle class people now. There's a lot of middle class people in America. I would say urban middle class people in America tell you they've been in Paris. A young person. Kimmy K's probably been, right? But back in the day, it probably used to be much more of a treat. Today, I guess it's something different going.
The other thing is I'm way older. I'm at least probably 20 years older. So things were slightly different back in the day. I mean, there weren't a lot of white people from Savannah, Georgia going to Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Rednecks like to go ski sugar. They're not going to be going all the way to Paris.
But Disney World would be a hell of a trip for a middle class person. Still is, right?
Yeah, we've been probably 2 or 3 times.
Right now,
the only place I've ever had a sunburn, by the way.
Now I bet you there are many poor people in America that never been in the world. That shit high, man. And they do this thing way
that guy who was just speaking, it really annoys me when people bring race into it, and
then
they make
Linwood.
it seem like Linwood. They make it seem like their experience is everyone's experience. Like,
wait a minute, ma'am. I was speaking in the beginning. I was speaking for me and where I
use a lot of us and we and our.
I mean, well, ma'am, if you don't believe that these disparities exist, then with all due respect,
hold on, Linwood, let me explain.
That's not her. That's not her argument.
Hold on, Linwood. Let me explain to you. I understand where Kimmy K's going. Kimmy K, if you go to one of these schools around here, let's say in the neighborhood, right, which is probably what Linwood is talking about. Most of the kids are going to be kind of equally, they're yoked or whatever in terms of their family backgrounds and whatever, right? And so everybody's kind of cool. Nobody's really living, doing something out on the extreme. But then when you introduce that extreme element into it, say you get into a school in a nice neighborhood, then you start to see things that you didn't have when you was in your neighborhood. Like, damn. They got this, they got that, they got a car, a real nice car. Everybody got cars.
Thank you for putting it that way. Thank you for putting it that way.
That's not necessarily true. We gotta get away from that monolithic
thinking. Hold on, Kim.
Well, ma'am, we're never gonna get. I mean, you can get away from that.
What I'm talking about. And so, if you see that, and if you went to a primarily Black school, which Linwood probably went to, and you see the white people, wherever they got a lot of money and shit. It's human nature, Kim. Now you can add the a layer of race into it, which is what Linwood is bringing into it. But you can't deny that it's not there. And Black people, by and large, don't live in large pockets of influence. And so when they bump into that influence, like,
I've never lived in a large pocket of affluence, and
like,
Linwood's
okay, for
experience
me,
and my experience looks
hold on,
totally
one time.
different. And I'm a
Hold
Black
on,
person, and I went to I never went to all Black schools because everything in New York is mixed. But like for example, my middle school is a gifted school in Bushwick. Bushwick is a beautiful neighborhood now, but back then, my first day of school, I left the train station and slipped on gun shells. It was not a good neighborhood back then.
Because it's gentrified now and all people been displaced.
But that was my first experience going to Europe.
But imagine
my
if you
school
imagine
had trips to Europe with the foreign language department. So my
but
first
see, now
time
you're in
going
New
to
York.
Portugal, Spain,
You're in New York.
was
You're
with
gonna
my
have more.
school that was in a terrible neighborhood.
Hold on, Kimmy. Kimmy K, in New York, you're gonna have people that'll have a little bit more international experience, even poor people. So it's a little different.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. So
But now
this
imagine
monolithic
if,
thinking is not accurate.
but now imagine if they sent you to Manhattan on the Upper East Side.
Which I have done. My prep program was at Columbia University.
But imagine if you go into one of them. I can't remember the name of some of those upper income private schools up in Manhattan. You didn't
Let's
go
say
to one of them.
Dwight. I worked at some of them. Spire,
I don't know. It
Dwight,
doesn't
Dalton.
matter. What else? Dalton, right? Right, Dalton, right? That was about $70,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
You coming out of Brooklyn, riding the train all the way up there. These people are getting chauffeured, maybe walking to school from a block away, high income neighborhood. Maybe you're different. But the average child is going to look at all those white kids and non-Black kids with money and shit. He's just going to be like, damn, I got to go back to my ghetto. I got to go back to my ghetto when I ain't got shit. But again, you could be very different. But Kim,
The program that I was in was like just for people who could test in. So my friends, there's children from all different schools. And I met the Furmans, a white family that lived right across from the Met Museum. And when they invited me over to their home, first of all, their dog Chelsea had her own room and her own oil painting. They had 3 elevators in their apartment. It was insane. And I loved it because I'd never seen anything that magnificent before. And I love going to the Furmans.
That's also a part of the disparity that we're talking about.
They will walk us over. We'll get free lunch at the Met Museum. We was at the Met Museum every day. So I was very cultured as a young person.
Let me ask you this. All right, I got you. Let me ask you this question.
I love being with the Furmans.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Did the Furmans ever schlep out to Brooklyn to your place?
Yeah, to bring me home and to meet my
parents. Did they ever come in and sit down?
When they come in, no, they're not going to.
And they enjoyed the oxtail that my mom made.
I think she's not. Wait a minute. I think she's not telling the truth. I don't think she's telling the truth. I think she's honest.
Linwood, we're not going to go there. There's no reason to accuse her of not telling the truth.
And I didn't grow up in a bad neighborhood.
I mean, well,
Linwood,
personally, I think she's not being honest.
Linwood, listen to me.
Because I'm getting tired of these anecdotal Negroes here.
I will boot your ass, and it's not even my show.
Don't
accuse the woman of that.
He's very myopic. He doesn't understand that there's a world outside of what he saw.
Well, it's not fun. It's not funny.
That's what I'm here to share with you.
It's not funny because I come from the South. Okay.
Well, it is funny.
Virginia is not the South. Virginia is not the South.
It ain't the South what it used to be. You're right. It's not what it used to be.
No, my wife, remember, I lived up there. My wife was a native of Virginia, and I used to tell her all the time it's not the South.
I think Black people need to stop crying victim. Everyone's life.
Anywhere I have to,
anywhere I have to eat off the floor.
Sweet and iced tea.
You know what? I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna be really honest here. I'm gonna cut the crap. I grew up in a university city, the home where Thomas Jefferson had slaves.
Oh yeah, Charlotte.
Okay.
Charlottesville.
I know Linwood. Come on.
Let me explain here. We went to school with mostly white kids.
Yeah.
When we came back from those summer breaks, all those white kids would tell about their experience about going out of the country, doing all these extracurricular things. And we had kids that lived in Garrett Square, Prospect, West Haven. These are all ghettos in the city of Charlottesville.
Get to the point. We don't need to hear all that. Just get to the point.
And to get to the point is
savages.
Come on,
that had to eat off the floor, and white people had it. That's
just make your point, Lynn. Because people want to jump in.
I'm trying to make the point
Make
here
it concise.
that we never had those experiences because the disparities were real.
You never had those experiences.
Well, you were the only nigger. You were the only nigger in the home. So let's cut the BS here.
Okay, well, all I have to say,
you can't make it a blanket statement for everybody. Even Stanley said it didn't look like yours.
Well, all I have to say is that you know where I'm going to come down. Your parents need to level set you.
Yeah, I think that's true. But you
I
know,
agree with that.
But we've all heard of the, you know, like you don't know what you ain't got till you see what you ain't got, right? You don't know what you ain't got. And I think a lot of times with children, young people, like when you bombard them, the sensory overload of all the things that they don't have. And I'm not making excuses. I'm not saying that parenting won't have an effect, but you bombard the kids that kind of sensory overload, the shit that they don't have and they may never ever have in their life. I think it's hard on children, to be honest with you.
Okay, and John, I'm just going to very respectfully disagree. And even if I'm wrong on that, it's poor parenting.
Yeah,
and I literally went to the best private school in Savannah. Okay, and there were obvious disparities. It's lucky that, you know, I wasn't like, you know, I didn't have holes in my shoes in clothes that didn't fit. So, you know, I was okay. But I honestly never gave it that much thought. You know, when my brand, let me give you an example. I had a friend who literally had a brand new BMW when he learned to drive. Now, he was rich, but his parents had died. So they wound up leaving their fortune to him. He was basically an orphan. So the people who were his guardians basically said, hey, take some of the money and get you something. Yeah. So I never had a reason. I was okay. Now, maybe it was just me. Maybe my arrogance protected me. But I never sweated people who had a lot more than I did.
It's not just you,
it's just the way it. It's just the way it is.
Not just you. I didn't either.
All of us just.
My parents raised me to not be like that.
But all of us are individuals.
They said that covetousness is the seeds.
And I know I'm making an anecdotal argument.
Right. We all are, right? But, you know, there have been study after study.
I mean, I am too.
There have been studies after studies done that if you drop a poor person in an affluent area, you're going to want to be affluent. You know, you're going to want to buy things with affluent people.
You level set them. You raise them. You train them. You don't.
We all agree with all of that. But, you know, I think psychology still takes hold. You know, there's going to be.
You deal with the psychology. Give them a pill.
I think it comes down to the individual. Like me, I was never really materialistic. So to not
exactly.
But that's me. I'm an individual, so I can't apply that to everybody else. Hey, well, just don't beat me on materialistic.
I think you can raise kids not to be. I mean, I think you can raise them not to be so materialistic.
You know, it's fair. You know, I have a good friend of mine. Didn't grow up rich at all. And I wonder, I said, man, what the hell do you? No, I've never said it to him. My buddy Philippe, I was like, where the hell do you get this fine taste from? I mean, this is restoration hardware, furniture, you know, like, but he has fine taste. He's lived around rich people.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? He lived around rich people, and so he had to step his game up to be around those people. It only makes sense, you know.
Well, you know. The one other thing I want to say is that you could easily, in this case where you're looking at big wealth disparities, you don't necessarily have to put race in, just substitute class. Okay, there are. I have known plenty.
I'm sorry.
You better hold your
one at a time, guys.
It's your elder speaking.
What is he so angry about?
I have seen many have gone to school with whites who weren't so well off who had the same issues. And as a matter of fact, I was in 8th grade with a couple whites who were like angry young kids because they couldn't keep up with the Joneses.
Hold on, Stanley. The kid that I was telling you about was not black. Yeah, the one that I told you that was angry, he was not black.
Oh, really?
Right? He was not black. He was from the Pacific West Coast. He was like a Native American and something. He was not black. He was not white. You know what I'm saying?
Native
But John,
American might be
I
even
think
worse.
you and Linwood want
Well,
us to accept the narrative that
Well,
black people
wait,
are
wait,
so
wait a minute, wait a minute.
hold
Well, hold on.
Linwood, I'm talking.
so
Linwood,
victimized.
I mean, well, y'all have fun. Y'all have fun with that, man. I'm gonna stay quiet.
all right, but Kimmy K, what I'm saying here, like, I can't let you do that. Like, there is an element of race and class
I can't let
involved
you
in
do it
it.
either.
Well, okay, well, if you don't believe there's an element of race and class involved, then fair enough. But everyone
I
knows
didn't say
it's
that. I
true.
didn't believe that there wasn't any. But
Right.
I think the class issue is nothing more.
We
And so
all couldn't afford
hold
this.
on,
And
hold
all
on,
of
Kimmy
our
K.
black families, it's
Kimmy K.
just a bit much. It's a little dramatic. It's a little
All
dramatic.
right.
It's a little dramatic.
Why are you here?
I think that. Hold on. Hey, Linwood, be quiet. I think I agree with Stanley. The biggest part is class, but then you add on the element of race, and that makes it combustible. Like, I've been around rich black people, probably shit, right? I've seen black people.
Story to tell you one day.
I'm sorry.
So I have a story to tell you about rich black folks.
But I do think that once you start to go across racial lines, everything gets personal. Like let me show you an example of what I mean. And I've shown this many times, right? You know, I've shown it many times to prove my point here, right? I can call a black person a nigger, no problem. And she'll apologize to me for calling her a nigger. I'm black, goddammit. But those things hit a whole lot differently when you start cross racial line. Every little slight, people start to attach a little more to it than it really was.
I just think,
Again,
maybe it's a generational thing. Things weren't so complicated.
It must be.
I think
tell you, the masters of injustice have done a phenomenal job. But let me say this about the race and the class thing. The class thing is nothing more than a way to obfuscate the race thing, because class is about power.
Bullshit.
Class is about power.
That's what it's about. Don't bring that Marxist bullshit in here.
Class is about power.
All right, hold on, Linwood. All right, Kimmy K, let me see if I can hammer it home again. Because, like, why do you think so? Hold on. Now I want to ask you a question. Why do you think so much money has been raised for this young black boy that killed? What's the correct term? Killed him? Yeah, he did kill him. Okay, why do you think so much?
Like $100,000 or something like that.
No, I didn't ask you about his bail. His bail has nothing to do with it. I'm asking you, why do you think so much money? I'm sorry, what? I'm saying, why do you think so much? How do I know what? I'm saying in the question
has nothing to do with it.
I'm asking you the question. Take the bail out of it. People dug into their own pocket, and I'm not telling them they should not have or should have, to donate some money to someone that they know killed someone, right? And a lot of black people are equating him to Kyle or whatever, Rittenhouse and whoever else. Why do you think that the blacks are donating money, are so emotionally charged about this issue, and this guy killed?
Who the majority? You don't know who
the same people did it to George Zimmerman.
No,
okay, because they.
I'm sure there are black donors, but we can't say everyone that donated is black.
But fair enough. Because I knew you were going to go there. Now, if I go all over Twitter, the majority of the people overwhelming, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't be. I just want you to accept the fact that there is a racial component, at least from the black people standpoint, to this killing. They may feel like he's Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay, well, John,
hold on, let me finish.
You're stating the obvious.
Well, hold on, let me finish. But I'm just trying to explain something, Kimmy Case, that in America, a black person killing a black person, there's no fundraisers for him, typically. A white person killing a white person, there's no fundraisers for that white person, typically. But a black person kill a white person, or a white person kill a black person, dang a penny. It brings out the emotions. You can't deny that, right?
Yeah, I think for American people, it's definitely
and I think the emotion is race.
definitely something that gets them going.
Yeah, but what's your point?
I
And
said
then there's
fuck the
people who
American
really
people.
benefit from. There's people
We all live in
who are
America
not
here.
us that benefit from these things happening.
I don't care about this American thing because we don't even function as Americans. So let's just cut to the crap. And I'll say it like it is. I'm not giving the dude no money. I'm not getting into that because killing is killing. You kill somebody, you on your own with that. And if
Killing
he did
isn't killing. You
well,
might want to crack open a law book one day.
Okay.
Can y'all
If
hear
you
me?
well, I'm gonna let the brother speak here in a moment, but he should have went ahead and killed
You're
himself
not
after.
letting anybody do anything.
I mean, the brother wanted to speak, so I was gonna let him speak.
Yo, real quick. Can y'all hear me?
No, not real quick.
Yeah, brother, go ahead. Yeah,
Yo,
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, speak up. Yeah, speak up, brother. Go ahead.
Yes,
Y'all
King
can hear
Sinar,
me?
go ahead.
Nigga, don't answer
Yes,
that
sir.
again. Just talk, man.
No, I was checking my mic. My bad.
Yeah, we'll tell you if we can hear you. Go ahead.
I think, John, now being older, and you know what I think about race in this country, of course, anytime there is a cross race incident like this, emotions are going to run high.
Yeah.
Now, I also asked, this is a joke, but I'm again only half joking. If this kid is found innocent, are the whites going to riot?
I don't think the whites will riot, but I think
I hope they do.
Well, I think that you know what? I don't think they'll riot. That's not the thing. I think that
January 6th opened some doors.
I don't think so. I think what would be interesting is the makeup of the jury is going to be very interesting, bro.
It depends.
I think this kid. I think this kid is in a pickle, though. I don't think he is doomed.
I don't think he's completely doomed either, but he's definitely not getting out of this scot free.
What is doomed?
I would say this.
What do you consider doomed?
In this case, it wouldn't doom
Death
be
penalty.
like the death penalty.
Oh, no, not getting the death penalty. No,
This is Texas.
But I think honestly, I think 20 years is doomed for him, considering what he threw away. To be honest with you,
if I killed him, I would have killed myself afterward because I'm not gonna go down.
But he knew that when he made the choice to take out a knife.
But yeah, I'm saying, but what I'm saying is like his parents did a lot to get him in that neighborhood. I don't know what.
How do you know this?
Well, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt,
How do you
right?
be knowing this?
Well, because his father's a lawyer, mother's a physician's assistant. They probably did.
PAs 6 figures.
I'm sorry.
PAs make
they make almost as much as doctors.
So these people were doing their thing. They put a lot of effort. I'm assuming that they did this to get him in that neighborhood partly for him. You understand? That's my thoughts on it. I could be wrong.
Well, no, I agree with that.
But
how do you know their circumstances before?
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. I'm assuming that they've done pretty well for themselves. An attorney and a physician's assistant.
Right, but they could have come from a middle class background.
Right. Well, I'm assuming that they've been able to keep themselves afloat. That takes work itself. Like a lot of people start on middle class and end up poor.
Well, we could just say that they were a hardworking family.
We want to go with that. I want to say that they went above and beyond a little bit. Right. You don't get into that neighborhood.
According to blacks, it's not like a super rich neighborhood.
But he ain't in DeSoto either. Okay, so he ain't super rich, but he did something. He wanted his child in a better neighborhood. He could have moved to Oak Cliff. Could have done that, South Dallas. He didn't do that. He got his child in the best neighborhood probably that he could afford. And the man
they're not originally from there.
I'm sorry.
Assuming that they're not originally from there.
I know, Kimmy. God damn. The boy born in Baton Rouge. I know you want to give him credit. But I'm assuming that he moved there and put him there for the best interest of the boy. And so that's why I say, man, like 20 years, this is 20, man. Like, damn.
I often question.
Interrupt me. Like, you threw away the best years of his life. And that's, I think, is sad. But go ahead.
I often question, was it really the best option? Was it really? I mean, because here's what I'll say. A lot of times when black folks try to put us in black parents, they're really trying to outlive their childhoods through us. and they'll put us in neighborhoods they wish
Here
they
we
were.
go with this us again.
They would put us in these neighborhoods or these situations that don't really benefit us as the children. It benefits their egos, the parents' egos.
Oh, that is fraught with all
when we
kinds
get
of that's quite a conjecture. I'll put it
and when
that
we
way.
get and then when we get in these situations where there's racial hostility, then we want to raise money. Like, well, why do you put your kids in these racial situations in the first place?
Okay,
You know,
I have all
why do you
kinds
put
of
them
problems.
in? Why do you put them in these situations?
All right.
There are all kinds of caveats to that.
It is. It's situational.
You know what? Well, let me say this. You know,
It's either they want the taste of what whiteness is like, and they're willing to put us in there. Excuse me. They're willing to put the kids into a pretty much bait.
Right,
pretty much sacrifice the kids for their own egotistical well-being.
Hold on a second. Let me respond. You know, my mother mentioned this when she had the opportunity to go to an integrated school. She had a choice, and one of the things she said, she didn't want to go to the integrated school because, you know, that she felt like she'd be picked on, the hatred. And I do think that, like, you know, you're gonna get it's gonna be some downsides going to an all-black school if you're black. There'll be some downsides. Maybe you can find a good one that, you know. But then there gonna be some downsides. I hear black people go to white schools. They say, man, they introduced me to drugs and shit like that. Drugs that they probably never would have done. They've been in a black school. There are pluses and minuses. Like, I grew up, I ain't never know anybody do cocaine, but I heard the white kids did it. Right? Pluses and minuses. I just not learned about drugs that white kids said they've been doing shit since high school. I just not heard of this shit. DMT and all that kind of shit. And so, you know, man, it's, you know, I don't know there is no right or wrong answer. This boy might not have done what he done if he had been in a black school or a black track meet.
Okay, well, I'm gonna side with Kimmy Cakes here. I think y'all are just over racializing this. I have personally known, like, for instance, when I was in college, I knew this guy, just met him in the dorms. Turns out his father was like an IBM exec. He's black. And you know what? I kind of knew a little bit about his parents' background. Yeah, they moved on up a little bit, but it's not like they were born in the hood. So, you know, who knows? I would be willing to bet that, hey, when they moved from Baton Rouge, it might have been, that neighborhood might have been a lateral move. They might have, you know, and even everybody, you know, goes from a starter house, for instance, to a better house as you have kids and all that. I'm not willing to just come outright and say that those blacks were lucky to be there. They weren't the Jeffersons necessarily.
I didn't say they were lucky. I didn't say they were lucky. I said they were.
Well, no, but I kind of get the impression, and I've known you for a little bit. You know, I'm waiting for you to say something like imposter syndrome. The kid.
What is that? I'm just saying, you know, like, bro, we just showed Jasmine Crockett, man, and you know, and I don't even know these people, so I shouldn't even bring up her, but. You know, I don't know. I just think it's a very tough situation. And you know, I was reading something about it. They were talking about something.
Oh, Sister Crockett.
Oh, shit, that's her. She's like that's like close to her district, probably.
Yeah, I was reading about something. Yeah, interesting to see what she had said about it. I was reading about some of the guys. She
said something about it.
I don't know. I'm surprised if she has or hasn't. I was reading about some of his friends, and they were like, you know, I don't know if it's true or not, but they were saying he kind of had some thuggish type friends. Okay. And when you move to those neighborhoods, I would imagine, I've never lived in one, you probably are hoping that your son separates himself from those people. That's what I would assume people move to those neighborhoods for, to get their children away from those people. I remember taking my kid down.
Well, see, I wouldn't assume that.
I remember taking my kid.
I would assume it, but go ahead, brother.
I remember taking my kid down to the playground in Brooklyn one time. And man, the parents were cursing and shit. I'm like, damn. Like, and I curse all the time. Well, I'm cursing in front of my kids. And I'm like, damn. And, you know, I told you one time there was a party at my kids' daycare and they played Hit 'em Up. I couldn't believe it. By Tupac. You probably know who the fuck Hit 'em Up is. And
no, I don't.
And that kind of shit, man. I had to tell them, like, how long y'all gonna let this shit keep playing? Cut this shit off, right? Nobody cut this shit off. And my lady African, she be like, I don't know what the fuck this shit is. Yeah, ooga booga music there. And that's what people move from, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and you want to get away from that. And it seemed like, assuming what I read is true, that he still has some friends back in the hood or in the hood.
Well, you know something, that's John.
That's if he came from the hood. I mean, they.
You know, John, I want to say something about that.
They'll find friends in the hood anyway, Stanley. That's the thing. They'll congregate around music.
I mean, he would go outside his neighborhood, or do you think he had thug friends at school?
Okay, hold on. Let me give you something. Like, let's say, you know, it's a little Dallas high school party, Dallas mix and mingle high school party, and the blacks are gonna go where the black music is being played. No, maybe not him, or maybe him, but typically him. And so you might meet girls from DeSoto High School or Denton High School, wherever the hell is other high schools around. You know, you're gonna have a chance to meet girls outside your zone. And you probably want to.
I guess you know what? I guess I really shouldn't be talking on this, other than to say you're making a lot of assumptions. But you know, maybe me being older, I'm making way more assumptions.
Well,
my experience is that I just assume this kid grew up in the environment he's in now. I'm not willing to just assume that, oh, hey, he was fresh from the hood, like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Let me say this though, because I can understand what John's talking about.
Yeah, well, both you and John, oddly enough, are birds of the feather.
Wait a minute here. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I think it's always a catch-22 when it comes to black parents pushing their kids out there to these very urbanized rural areas where everything is pretty, pristine, and clean. Rural areas that are urbanized, and we thinking that the parents thinking I think this is more about the parents, less about the children, because the children don't really want to be there. The children want to be somewhere where they have a cultural connect, they feel at home, and the parents want to be white. Let's just keep it real. They want to live out there. They want. I'm being serious. I'm not being funny when I say that. They want to.
Hold on. Let me stop you, Linwood. I'll have back and forth with you. I don't think all the parents want to be white. I think a lot of them want what's best for their children, what they think is best for their children.
Or do they want best for themselves?
Well, I think there could be.
Of course they do.
But I think so. But hold on, Linwood. I think that they could also want their children to be away from what they consider to be bad influences. That's what I would probably say is the largest, percentage of it. Like, I don't want my children around bad.
And then you wonder why these kids in race riots in these schools. You know, the parents really want to be in these. The parents want those things, not the kids, and they push the kids into that sort of environment. I would tell if my mother ever said that I'm gonna put you in this suburban school, I'm like, woman, have you lost your mind?
I'm just gonna go ahead and say
tear shit up up here.
Gonna back out of the conversation.
Put me back in CHS.
I must have lived a very sheltered life because John, both you and Linwood's arguments. You know what I have huge problems with, because you're actually making the same argument.
Because Linwood touched on something that you brought to mind. When I was in high school, I was kind of acting up a little bit, being a nigga. And my mother was like, I'm gonna put your ass in private school. My mother and father, we're gonna put you in private school. I don't want to go. I don't want to go with them the white people. I want all my friends from the hood and shit. And so Linwood, I think, is touching on something. I think he's partly right. It may not. I'm not saying it applied in this case.
I think he's not. I think I'm not willing to say he's wrong. Both you and him. I'm saying y'all are putting a lot of conjecture into it. And just to tell you my perspective, I went to all private schools. I've never ridden a school bus. I will say this, that I wanted to go to public school. But because so I could cut up. So maybe that's saying something.
Yeah,
no one was threatening me with private school. And when I wanted to threaten them by saying I'm just going to quit and go to public school, You know, they were spinning up.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I wanted to go to public. I didn't want to go to private school, man. You know, I like hanging around with the niggas and shit, acting crazy, you know.
Let me address, I hate to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
But Diwali, you know, I guess he's doing his best to do his little troll. My parents didn't send me to white schools. I tested into my high school and I did extremely well. So when I walked into my white high school, I was in the top 10%. I was in the top 10 out of like 100 students just instantly. So there was no, I was that kind of arrogant that, you know what, I might not have your money, but I'm damn sure smarter than you are. So, you know, it wasn't white, it was good academics. And I could tell, like my father would say, I wanted to make sure y'all could test with the best of them, and it panned out. So that white bullshit, you know, that might be a motivation for some Negroes, but it wasn't necessarily for my parents.
You know, Stanley, you know, talking about, you know, again, it's everyone's different. Everyone's circumstances are different. We're talking about real serious extremes here in race and wealth. In your time and mine, mostly it's just black and white with a sprinkle of some diversity. In this case, you're talking about a heavily majority Indian and white school where, you know, talking about less than 10% blacks. I mean, that's you know, you're like,
yeah, but the Indians and the Asians, the other Asians are almost non-factors. I mean, if the stereotype is to be believed, you know, their noses are all in the book. They're too busy studying to be down.
Now, you know, like, again, man, I tell you, you know, I've told this story several times now. And when I used to work in Jersey, well, not Jersey, I was working in the Hudson, Lower Manhattan, the Hudson River. But a lot of the Indians lived in Jersey. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm just the only black guy. I'm the only American. Fuck black, I'm the only American, man. And it's like, they all talking to themselves, they all eat lunch together, they all do this, and I'm just sitting there like, you know, and it doesn't matter to me. I'm just there getting paid. But I'm just the only American. And
yeah, well, I mean, you know, my son's high school, it's a little country town. Not that country, but country enough. And there were Asians there. You know, one of my son's best friends was Asian. And obviously, you know, he has a predilection for Asians. But I think kids, and again, I'm older, so maybe I just don't get it. But I mean, don't see race in these. And I'm in a small southern town. Race just did not play that big a factor in my son's high school career.
Yeah, you just imagine if you put an Indian in a black school, right? In a school predominantly.
Why would I imagine that?
Well, what I'm saying is the adjustment, right? The Indian's gonna have to adjust to, you know, everything.
Well, an Indian, if he's, you know, first generation or an actual immigrant's gonna have to adjust wherever he goes.
Well, okay, but let's say you put a third generation Indian, you've been living in America for 2 generations, then you put him in in school over here in Southeast. It's gonna be a hell of an adjustment for him. The kid's gonna be.
I don't know about that. Have you heard of Aziz Ansari? Grew up in South Carolina. Shit, he's got a southern accent to be dealt with.
Yeah, but I mean, if you guys, I mean, just a typical, if you took a New Jersey Indian, they got down on their luck, and they end up down here. Matter of fact, you took a New Jersey Indian who's been living hugged up close to Manhattan. They got down on their luck. They got to move to Newark and put their kid in Newark school. That kid's gonna have a hell of an adjustment, right? And I'm not criticizing
I think any kid in that circumstance,
right? I'm not criticizing the Newark kids or upholding the Indian kids. I'm just saying. And there are very, you know, cultural differences that are very distinct between Indians, and you know, when you got that many, and then you got one little black guy, you know, it's kind of a tough environment for a young man, and everything being equal, because the Indians are going to coalesce around their culture, their own events, and you know, they're going to be on their own little group. And then the whites, they're large enough people where he's going to have to try to get in with the whites and maybe a handful of blacks that are there. It's a challenging environment to me. Anybody else? What you do?
Man, I was in school.
Excuse
When
me.
I was in school, I was all alone. I was alone. But I just sit back and observe things. I would notice stuff. I always was a great observer. But yeah, I mean, you're not gonna put me in no rural area school. Like I was born in the city, raised in the city. I don't want nothing else. Um, now would I like to get out of the country and see different things? Hell yeah. I would like to see what that was like when I was a younger person. But I don't think private school is better than public school. I think private schools are pretty much nothing more than relic of segregation. That's it. That's where they start.
Oh no.
I don't like
I
private
wanted
schools.
to
I would get rid of them. First, I would get rid of private schools. Abolish
HB just like you, John, seem to be like just anti-Asian as well.
What?
I you know what? In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I went to school with Asians and Indians, not in a majority back in those days, but they were not social butterflies. They didn't even hang out. They didn't hang out with the whites. They didn't hang out at all, except for one set of acculturated, I believe they were from Hong Kong. I think I'm thinking of Johns Creek, a few counties over in Georgia. The only threat that the Asians presented, because the white people moved away from the Asians, not because the Asians were, knifing them or social butterflies. They were being outstudied. They started skewing the grading curve. So Asians,
well, they live under that pressure of the model minority.
if the stereotype is to be believed, the Asians are too busy studying and with extracurriculars trying to get into that elite school. They're not out messing with the black kids
because they were trained in a model minority. Most
I don't believe all that bullshit.
I think
that model minority bullshit.
They have so much pressure to be academically high.
I leave that racial bullshit to you and John.
I mean, well, brother, you swimming, so get used to it. What I'm saying to you is,
you and John lean heavily.
What I'm saying to you is, that some of them kids
that I tend
some of their parents put them under so much pressure to be high and mighty. Some of them people end up killing themselves. Some of them people don't even know.
And you know what, Linwood? I don't care.
All right, let me change the subject a little bit. I have a little more time before I get out of here.
We chose a felon who is more interested in loyalty, who's more interested in retribution, who's more interested in grift than in democracy. And we chose a felon because we didn't want to elect a black woman. So to read that, to actually explicate that, is to say we would rather destroy the republic. We chose.
Here's a guy bringing in race into the voting.
That's Eddie Glaude. He's a Princeton professor. I think he's African American studies. Yeah, he's fairly famous.
Yeah, he's on MSNBC all the time. And
he's a regular.
Again,
he's basically our generation's Henry Louis Gates.
The problem, I think, with a guy that thinks like that, I don't think most people look at Trump like as a felon.
I do.
Most people classify themselves as W.
I think they look at the felonies that he has as like political felonies.
I'm sure MAGA folks do.
Yeah, the people that voted for him, and I think that they were willing to overlook it because that's how they saw it.
Exactly.
And I think
I don't agree with his argument. Now, I think there's always in America a racial aspect to it, but I think America, she only lost at least
John, we don't
popular vote. Let me finish. She only lost the popular vote by like 1.5%. Now the electoral college went a different way. I honestly think had it been a normal campaign cycle, she might have won. I don't think it was race that lost her the presidency, though. This is one of the few times where I think it was what they did and what they hid and what they didn't do that lost her the presidency.
Yeah, you know, and you know,
Kamala wasn't a great man. I'll be honest with that. She was.
Well, that's relevant to this argument.
But yes, I would say this though. The people that are classified as W would rather put Adolf Hitler as president before they put a non-person president. Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think
You don't have
that,
to, family.
I think
Family,
that had all
you don't know
things
your
been
next door neighbor
normal.
well, don't you, brother? You don't know your
I'm
next door
sorry,
neighbor well,
what?
brother. You don't know your next door neighbor very well, don't you?
Dude, motherfucker, you're not my brother for starters. Okay, so if anything, I'm your older uncle.
Well,
and the other, and
you don't know
dude,
your neighbor.
I'm not into the
You don't know your neighbor's
disrespect.
uncle.
I'm not into the disrespect that you like to hand out. What I'm saying
Hey,
is,
listen,
I don't
I'm fighting a
race.
minority position.
I think if there were three factors at all, race would have been the third. I don't think it was primarily race that lost Kamala the race.
I think Kamala was just a bad candidate. You got to admit that. You know.
No, I don't think she was that bad a candidate. I think it's actually Biden that lost her the race.
I mean, if Kamala was a good candidate, then she should have a political future ahead of her.
She only had 3 months. By and large, there are a lot of people who would have preferred she not run. Nobody's saying she can't run in 2028. I don't think she would. I don't agree that she was. I think she could have beat Trump. Trump was that bad a candidate. It's just that Biden and immigration were two factors that 3 months just wasn't enough to overcome.
I think my mic should work now. Mic check.
But saying she's
we can hear you.
She's not a thought leader in the Democrat Party. She's not going to be one to be able to push agendas.
I don't disagree with that.
She's persona non grata. That's what I'm saying. Her political career is
I don't think she's persona non grata. I think that, she had her shot and that's that.
Well, I don't think that she can boost anyone. I don't think her endorsement has any weight.
Could very well be.
I don't think
that doesn't change. It does not change my argument. Trump was beatable.
Well, I mean, but if he's beatable, that means he probably was beatable by anybody. But
okay,
can do it.
Was not a normal election cycle. You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm not going to bother beating a dead horse. I think it was Biden being, way worse off physically and mentally. And I think the immigration getting out of control were the two factors that were her main downfall. If those things,
the election was fixed, man.
Or the perception of immigration.
It's a counterfactual, but I don't agree that Kamala was as bad a candidate as you're inclined to think, John.
Yo, John, what's your email, man?
Let me have a call. Hold on, guys. Let me have a call. Hold on, guys.
I want to give a quick lesson in options.
Hey, King Sharnard, man, long time no hear.
Hold on, guys. Man, he can't be quiet. All right, put him back too. Give me 1 second. Hello? Hello? Hey, Jason? Hello, Jason?
Yes.
Yeah. You calling about a room for rent?
No, you wanted me to come on your YouTube channel.
Jason. Oh, just Jason Kessler. Oh shit. Oh, you want to join the panel or you want to just talk on the phone?
I'm free tomorrow, like I was saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Tomorrow's cool. Yeah,
not tomorrow, Thursday. Thursday or Friday is good for me.
Oh yeah, Thursday is cool. Yeah, Thursday is cool. We were just going over the incident down there in Texas, We saw your tweet, so we were like, let's we saw your tweet.
Yeah, I made a number of tweets about that. Yeah, people have been really passionate about that.
Do you think there's any race involved in this?
I mean, there's always race involved in it, you know. I mean, it's just to what degree, you know. But obviously, there's racial elements.
But in terms of race, what do you see race coming into this?
Just that there's always a racial component to violence between a black person and a white person, you know, and people are going to interpret the role that race played, you know, and they're just going to be an element. If this was two white guys involved in this altercation, I think the chances would plummet for it to have turned out violent like it did. But I think that it had to do with the nature of the perpetrator, Carmelo Anthony, that he was primed to respond violently.
But why would race, from your point of view as a white guy, how is this racial?
I think it can't help but be racial when it's a crime involving an interracial homicide. But also, I think, you know, I mean, it's just there's a disproportionate amount of crime, in particular homicide, that are done by the black community, specifically black males. And so from my perspective, it's hard not to look at that disproportionate share of the interracial homicides being committed by black males.
And we're going to hold the rest of it to Thursday. I do want to go into like the psyche of the young man. What's his name? Carmelo.
Yeah. Carmelo Anthony. Isn't that a basketball player too?
Do you know what his middle name is?
No, I don't know the middle name.
I'm
pretty
sincere.
sure there's a basketball player named Carmelo Anthony.
Well, it's a different spelling. He is the young guy.
With a C instead of the K.
Yeah, and his middle name is.
But he's probably named after the basketball player, though, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Judging by his age, he probably was born around the time the basketball player was at the height of his career.
You know, his middle name is I'm so sincere, and that's a rap reference. You probably didn't know that. You'll have time to look it up.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, his middle name is Sincere. I don't know the rap reference, but I've heard it before. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the talk on Thursday.
All right, sounds good. Yeah.
Anytime you want to do it, I'm on your schedule.
Okay, well, just pick a time, anytime that's good for you, and let me know anytime the evening is fine.
Hey, I would love to have another guy on the panel. His name is Be Brave and Think. Would you be willing to join with Be Brave and Think?
Whatever.
Matter of fact, let me see if I can get Brave on the phone while I have you here, just to make sure that it's okay with Brave. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put Brave on three-way here. Hold on 1 second. This is going to be beautiful. I'm going to Brave answer his phone at 7 o'clock. You got to go to bed. Damn. All right. Yeah, well, anyway, I'm going to try to get another guy on here to discuss it with us. His name is Be Brave. I'll send you a couple of clips of Be Brave. But one of the things that Be Brave has said about me, he says...
That's why I call you one of the holy men, man.
That's right. He calls me one of the holy men. But yeah, so yeah, Thursday, you let me just send me a minute what time we get it done.
Okay, let's say 7 or 8 o'clock.
Sounds great. Thursday, we'll set everything up, and I'll send you the link and everything. We'll set everything up. I'll send you the link like last time.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Cool,
Thank
man.
you.
Talk to you then.
All right. That's probably gonna be a little bit too late for Brave. That'd be a little bit too late for Brave. That should be interesting, though, Stanley.
Oh yeah,
Jake?
you sitting up there talking to that murderous son of a bitch. You sitting up there talking to that murderous son of a bitch who caused the riots in Charlottesville. When why don't you ask him a question? Ask him when he gonna pay the city of Charlottesville restitution for that white girl getting killed downtown in the mall. When he gonna pay the city of Charlottesville restitution for that race riot he started in 2017?
Would you want me to call him back?
Nigga. Yeah, call that bitch ass. Call that cracker back. Put his bitch ass on a horn.
I was just about to give you some
options. If this is going to devolve,
you called it. You have this dude calling in, bro. For real? You all right out and Bushy
what was
tell
I
you.
Gonna say?
I want him to call back.
Yeah,
I want him to call. Call him.
I actually think that you, Brave, and Jason is something I could probably watch for about 15 minutes.
Like y'all don't know Jason Kessler. We know him down here in
I know who the fuck Jason Kessler
we know he
is.
We know he caught that ride down here.
What?
We know he killed that woman down here in the city of Charlottesville looking for their money. When he gonna pay restitution and stop come about that dress?
You know what?
And pay the city of Charlottesville restitution.
I'm gonna join the gang and just say,
when is he gonna pay up?
You literally are clueless.
I'm not fucking clueless, nigga. You don't know what the fuck happened down here. You don't know what the fuck happened down here.
You about as clueless as I've
You're
seen
clueless.
Anybody.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what the city went through?
I know what I'm talking about 8 times.
You're not from Charlottesville, nigga. You're not from here. You're not from here. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Dude.
You're not from here.
You sound like a fucking clown.
You sound like a jackass. You don't know what happened in the city of Charlotte. You don't know that people lost their fucking life down here.
I have no idea. It only made national news.
Dude, you're watching TV. I was there.
I
was in the thick of it.
You know what? I
was in the thick of it.
Wish,
I was down there.
Don't make me start getting mean.
I punched the.
I'm gonna say that guy in the car took aim at the wrong person.
I mean, you can do what you want to do, but like I said, I'm not gonna. I mean, you want to, if John want to kiss his ass, that's fine by me. But when that cracker come on the phone, his ass is mine.
Yeah, you're gonna reach through the phone and kiss his little.
Tell him to hit the panel.
Tell him to come to panel because I want to ask a question. When you gonna pay the city of Charlottesville restitution?
Your ass.
When you gonna pay? When are you gonna pay Heather Heyer? When you gonna pay Heather Heyer's family the money back for the murder you and your goons did? When you gonna pay that money back instead of hiding up in DC?
Is going to ask the hard questions.
I don't sit down with my enemy. I don't shake hands with white supremacists.
Dude, you are. Has anyone ever called you? Has anyone ever called you ineffectual?
Dude, you're ineffectual by believing that that class is better than race.
You don't know. You don't know what
you
I
out of your mind.
You literally don't know what I believe because you didn't ask.
You don't. But you don't stand for nothing, Stanley. Keep it real. You don't stand for nothing. You ain't got no guts. You ain't got no nuts, no conviction. At least me and King Shenard got principles. What principles do you have, Stanley?
I stand for shitting on bad politics like you have.
Please, nigga. Next one.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna say like this, Playboy.
I shit on the
I will be back on this panel. I will be back on this panel tomorrow night.
Neely Fuller is literally the equivalent of MAGA.
Get out of here! You serious?
He's just as racist. He's just as racist as any
white my God! How can a black person practice racism, Stanley?
How can a black person be racist?
How? Yeah, seriously, how?
The same way a white person could be.
Wait a minute.
Racist.
How can a black person practice racism in economics, education,
I don't believe in that.
Labor law.
I don't believe in that bullshit about power.
You don't believe in it
to be a racist,
Stanley. You don't believe in it.
Dude. Hell no, I don't believe in it. You don't need power
you don't
to
believe
be a
in
racist, you idiot.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. You
Only,
can mistreat a white person?
only fucking
Stanley.
idiots believe
Wait a
in
minute.
that shit.
Wait a minute, Stanley. Listen to yourself. You,
No,
as a
I've
black
listened
person
to myself,
who is a
and I think
victim of
those
racism,
folks who
can
want to,
practice racism. How would
those
you
folks,
practice racism, Stanley?
those folks who think that you need
Stanley,
power to
how
be
would you
racist
practice
are
racism?
idiots. They
Okay,
are
Stanley.
fucking
Okay,
idiots.
Stanley. Okay, Stanley. I'll meet you halfway.
I have turned your volume down, and I will be heard no matter what. When I go on your panel, then you can adjust the volume accordingly. Your arguments about black people can't be racist are idiocy.
Okay, I'll meet you halfway.
No, I don't need you to meet me anywhere. As a matter of fact, I prefer you don't meet me halfway. It makes it more fun shitting on you.
But wait a minute, I'm asking a question, Stanley. I'm gonna ask a question.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about, dude. I have written you off. Don't bother asking me questions because you're not going to get a straight answer. You're wasting your time.
Damn.
I don't do black radicals.
What is a black radical?
I don't do worshipers of Neely Fuller and Francis Cress Welsing in that ilk. I do not. I think they are black MAGA.
Hold on. Who's that? Linwood? Because I don't have a lot of time, so I did want to cover a couple of things. Earlier today, Brave was talking about what's the guy, Irony, that you covered, Stanley, and he was saying something about the guys. I didn't get a chance to hear it all. Something about the guys stands on white people or something. Moved to this small town.
Okay, no. As a matter of fact, I'm going to cover his show tonight.
Okay.
The guy was basically praising small towns. Okay. What Be Brave did is he mangled. As a matter of fact, he skipped over my commentary just to go directly after what Irony was saying. And I listened to a portion of Be Brave talking about it. He got 0% right. Okay. Well, he was just injecting his narrative over what this guy was saying. What Be Brave doesn't understand is that blacks in the South have lived in small towns for 400 years. It's not like black people don't exist in small towns and we're going to be new to the small towns. You remember like Emmett Till, blacks who've been coming back down South, visiting relatives in these small towns for decades and centuries. Be Brave is an idiot. And whatever he has to say about Aramiose Frimpong is just racist dribble.
Well, he was describing some writings that.
Listen, I literally told you my opinion.
I hadn't. Had you ever read those writings? I didn't hear all of what Brave said.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. And you know what? They have nothing to do. Basically, Be Brave is saying, hey, this guy wrote this. Therefore, anything he has to say, I'm just going to shit on.
So Brave was,
and what he also doesn't know, see, because what Be Brave will do is he does this selective reading. Part of what he was saying was just being provocative. He actually wound up in hot water because there were some white students who basically got in an uproar. And the University of Georgia, as a matter of fact, the state attorney got involved in all that stuff.
Georgia? He's a professor at Georgia?
Well, he's working on a PhD. He's an instructor there in the philosophy department.
Oh,
but what I'm saying is that he went before the state's attorney general got involved in all that mess, and Irony is still there. Okay, whatever he was saying, basically, now in Trump's America, he might not be, but in that America, yeah, he was found innocent, and he still teaches there, as far as I know. So, yes, he wrote all that stuff. Some of it was just to stir up some dust. Be Brave, going on and on. This morning's performance that Be Brave did was so far off kilter that I'm actually thinking about going back and doing a review of his review.
Yeah, you should. I'd be curious to hear what you had to say.
Well, John, do you got time for an option lesson?
Not today. Hell, I just taught you some options, didn't I?
Nah,
we get one.
What's your email? What's your email in the back?
It's up there. It's Young Galt. Whatever.
Is it John Galt Presents?
Yeah,
He
you
said
can.
keep that janky shit.
You said John Galt Presents.
Yeah. Send it to me. Whatever you got.
Let me turn Linwood up. He sounds like he has something to say. Let me turn his little dumb
Stanley
ass up.
dominated Linwood just now.
I'm gonna show you that you don't really know nothing about options, John.
Okay, you know what? Bad politics is bad politics.
Okay, I'm asking one logical question. How can you and I, as black people, mistreat white people on a systematic level?
What did you say? Mistreat?
Yes.
Well, fuck it. If you go out and kill them, wouldn't you call that mistreatment? You know, I mean, what level of mistreatment? You know, we just had a kid stab up here. What level of mistreatment? What level of mistreatment can go beyond that?
They don't give a fuck.
That's called immediate power.
They literally fucking got stabbed in the heart. Would you classify that as mistreatment?
I classify that as a murder.
Okay, I classify murder as mistreatment.
Question.
See, what people like you don't like is when I meet your quote logical question with a very recent and concrete example. The guy literally stabbed the guy, and there's always a racial element to stuff like this. That is what I call mistreatment.
Okay, a black
you
person
asked
can
for a
kill
systemic example, and I gave you a systemic.
Wait a minute, that's not. Well, wait a minute, that's not systemic, Stanley.
Oh yeah,
black people are not going around
now
just
maybe
killing white
your
folks.
maybe your dumbass doesn't understand that culture is a system. Racism is a system. Any ism is a system. Maybe your dumbass can't fathom that.
Maybe
I love taking little amateur fucking philosophers like you and dunking on them.
I mean, maybe weak ass.
I will take you and I will
like
take
you.
your beige ass and I will dunk you in some chocolate so you sound a little bit with it as far as what's happening in the land of race.
I mean, all you're doing is basically
you asked for an
racial
example,
moderate.
Linwood.
You're a racial
Stay
moderate.
down,
That's
Linwood.
all you are.
Stay down.
What's up, HB?
Stay down.
What's up, HB?
Yo, John, what's your email?
Yeah, man. Stanley, I'm worried about you, man. I don't know if you.
Why is that?
Man, Linwood is like a walk in the park, man.
He's killing Linwood.
Well, you know, I take them where I can get them.
He's not killing me because he's not logical about how a black person on a systematic level.
You know what?
Could subject white people on a systematic level.
Just because you can't figure out the logic, I can walk you through it if you'd like.
I mean, you made it clear you don't believe.
I literally eat, sleep, and shit logic. Always have.
Okay, on a systematic level, how can a black person mistreat white people on a systematic level?
You know what?
We don't have power. What are we talking about?
I need you to go back and hit the books. You are no match. You wanted a logic. You wanted a logical answer. I gave you a logical.
Well, you gave me an anecdotal.
I gave
but
you
that's not
a
systemic.
logical racism. If it was race involved in that murder, it is an ism.
I said systematic, sir.
Culture, sir, is a system.
Okay, well, I'll ask it another way. How can 15% of the population dominate 85% of the population?
Okay,
in area.
Black people are not 15% of the population. Let's start with getting the numbers right.
I said 13 or 15%, one or the other.
It's not. It's neither. It's more like 12 point something. It's close to 13. It's not 15.
Okay, 13. Let's say 12.7. How can 12% of the population dominate the masses of that population?
Okay,
in the 9 major areas.
Who says they're dominating? I never said they were dominating.
I said I'm speaking hypothetically.
Okay,
how would that be?
I don't do lame ass hypotheticals. Give me something real. Give me something real. I literally just told you You know, this is like Be Brave doing a hypothetical in his 70%. Okay, it is similar. You're the left version of Be Brave right now.
Linwood is light work.
Yeah, I'm worried about you, Stanley. This is like Linwood is like elementary, man.
Wait a minute. Excuse me.
This is
But
this
it's
is
not
elementary
logical.
work
It
right
doesn't
here,
make
man.
sense. Because how can 12% dominate 88%?
Okay, I'm literally saying they do not dominate.
Yeah, Stanley's not ready, man. Oh man.
No, dude.
Okay,
This is like
because I'm
Emmanuel
asking him. I'm
Adesomus is a
asking Stanley
taxi
this
cab
question.
driver.
I'm asking Stanley
Okay,
this
and I
question.
keep
How
giving
can?
you the goddamn answer.
But
Stanley,
he's
this
not.
is
But you
like
can't
Head
prove to me
Start.
how
Okay,
12%
yes, I
can
can.
dominate 88.
Okay, wait. I am
This is
not.
the warm up. The
Can
warm up
y'all
to Be
hear me?
Brave.
Yeah,
I
we can
don't
hear you.
think.
We can hear
I
you.
don't
We can
think
hear you.
12%, 12 to 13% of a population is dominating. And by the way, the white people are 60%. I tend not to lump in the Asians.
Stanley, you let Linwood walk you down this retarded aisle. Like you got to bring
Well,
it
you
back.
know what? It's boring, and
It's not a
pretty soon
retarded line. It's
pretty
actually just
soon
asking a very logical question.
it is
No,
not
That's
a
logical.
Wait, hold it. How can a hypothetical be logical?
No, it shouldn't even got to there, Stanley.
So wait a minute. Well,
It
let me ask
started
you.
out. Hold
Let
on,
me ask you.
Stanley. It started out by black people can't be racist because they have no power. You can't let that just slide, Stanley. You can't let
Wait,
that
no, I
slide.
told him I don't believe that bullshit.
But you got to explain to him why you don't believe
power.
it.
You don't need power to be racist. Especially in a country where you don't have a legal system enforcing it. A lot of the racism is at a small group level or individual. I agree with that part.
Yeah, I
So
think
you
he's
don't
killing
need
Linwood.
an individual being racist does not need a system.
But the system of people working together in unison.
Well,
So
if you want
what
to
I was
count
asking,
culture, if you want to count a racist culture, I agree that that's a system, but you don't need power to be a cultural racist. Just
so
to
wait a
coin
minute.
a
So
term.
Let me ask this panel here.
Yeah, you
This is a
can't
very logical question.
because
How would wait a minute, hold on, please. I'm not trying to be
Burn.
discourteous here. How can a black person systematically mistreat a white person
Oh
based
my
on the
God,
fact that
you
they're not
don't
black?
need a system to mistreat someone. You
You're on the wrong
moron.
panel for that, buddy.
No, you are so frustrating, Linwood.
Yeah,
No, I'm not
Linwood.
being.
If I
I'm being
rob
serious.
Linwood,
So
if I rob a
if I
old
mistreat a
white
white
lady,
person, how would that? If
hold on, Linwood. If I rob a old white lady because she's old and white, that's me being racist, and I'm black. I'm taking advantage of the system. Yeah, you could be black and be
You know,
racist, man.
I'm sticking it to the man. You don't need a
Right?
system for that. Well,
Yeah.
you don't need a system, though you might be operating under one, but it's a cultural system. It's not power, unless you're saying, hey, a young black guy has more physical power, than a white lady. These arguments, this power argument, just does not hold up outside of your black radical comrades. The meetings
Nah, it
y'all have,
doesn't. It doesn't.
apparently.
well,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Stanley.
buddy.
if you read,
This is good though, Stanley. Because we are rooting for you against Be Brave, but Be Brave isn't Nancy Fuller, acolyte.
Well, no.
He's,
I'm just saying he's the right version of Neely Fuller.
yeah, but
'Cause
Linwood's
in
like,
the end, Neely Fuller and especially Francis Cress Welsing, they were black supremacists.
This was
yeah.
Stanley Spurn, the water boy.
HP, what do you think about Jason Kessler coming up? What is it, Thursday?
Yeah. Nah, I definitely want to hear him, but no, you can't have John. You can't have Brave up there. Brave did a whole show shitting on
No.
him.
Yeah, you
okay,
can't. I was thinking that,
black
John.
supremacist, a
I was
black
thinking that, John.
supremacist,
You can't have. They're gonna
Brave don't
argue with
like
each
Kessler.
other.
Yeah,
a
But
black
that's an
Brave doesn't
argument,
like
supremacist.
him at all. Brave
Yeah, I know.
doesn't like him at all.
No, I
Okay,
know.
here's a black supremacist. A black supremacist, a non-white
Brave is
person
hard
who
to get along
directly.
with,
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Stanley would be a better co-host than Brave. Honestly,
I can see that.
No. Well, I mean, I'll ask questions.
Not on that particular topic. Like if we keep them
yeah,
coming.
probably
Well,
not that topic.
I'm
get
not going to
upset.
be disappointed if I'm not invited.
You know what's
Stanley will get upset.
What's interesting is Jason is probably to the right of Brave on this topic, right? That's what's interesting. You know what I mean? That a younger man is probably a little bit more virulent and strident about this this issue.
Hopefully, he's more eloquent
than Brave. Brave, I mean, he like, hey, fuck it. He fighting. You should have known better to run up on a nigga. This guy is a little bit more, I think his approach to it will be a little different than Brave's.
Yeah. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, well, you see these cooking shows about eggs 3 ways. This will be racist 3 ways.
Yeah, right. Well, I think what you were probably hearing. I don't know how Brave covered the situation, but I don't think it was much race with Brave. When Brave see black people and white people, he like, you should just stay away from them.
Right. Brave basically said the white dude, he basically asked for it by even approaching that black kid.
Right, and that doesn't apply with Jason Kessler. Jason Kessler feel like, damn, he feels it a different way, and so this is a young man hearing an older man, and buck up and get the fuck out of their way. He's probably never heard that. Well, I'm sure maybe he has heard that from a white guy on his side, but that'll be very interesting.
Okay, for Stanley, a black supremacist, a non-white person who directly or indirectly helps to maintain the subjugation of all white people for the basic purpose of pleasing and or serving any and all non-white persons at all times in all areas, including economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war.
Watch this, guys.
So,
hey, Stanley, this is why, like, sometimes too many books can just make you retarded, man. Like, if you don't have your own ideas or your own thoughts, reading too much, it actually can be detrimental.
I was going to go there.
He's reading from a book right now, Stanley. He's reading from a book.
He's given me a definition, but here's the deal. And I was actually going to go there. I have learned over the years that the books are basically like the Play-Doh, and you make ideas, you make, things out of that knowledge. You don't just read them rote. You take the ideas and you apply them to real life. Okay, so when I say black supremacist, I might be adding to the definitions or the definition that you're giving me. I do not believe that. I don't believe in that triangle or whatever it is. The power plus something or another. I think
I don't believe in that prejudice versus power. I just believe in the power dynamic, white over non-white.
I'm not that kind of person. I don't think you need economic power.
Now, I would say VGQ, Victims Guarantee Qualification. You're qualified to say that.
I need you to address my answer. You don't need economic power or political power or any of those powers to be a racist.
Okay, well, look at the law. Okay, I'll give you this one. How does Stanley practice black supremacy?
I don't.
How would you if you had the power to do so?
I practice personal excellence. I would like to think that, I passed on some ideas of what excellence is to my son, but I don't think I'm supreme for sure. If I was, all y'all motherfuckers would be reading more books.
Hey, Linwood.
Yes.
Linwood, let me ask you, is dating like a black person, is that like, as a black person, if I dated another black person or got married to another black person, is that black supremacy?
No.
What is black
supremacy is mistreating white people because they're not black. That means in the areas, in all areas of people activity, that means that black people are exercising black supremacy, meaning denying white people jobs, opportunities, lower values of their houses because they're not black people.
Nah.
That is
Nope.
all on a systematic
That is
level. Now, if you're just talking about,
that is a textbook definition
now,
that does not fit
now,
real life.
if you're talking about just
that is
name
straight
call,
out of like a Neely Fuller primer.
now, if you're just talking about name calling a white person or calling them a racial slur, that's nothing because you have no systematic power to do that.
Let me help you out here.
It's just name calling.
Let me help you out here, schoolboy. If you think that you are superior and you treat people, you basically judge people by their skin color as inferior, that is black supremacy. And I know you could make the argument that, oh, that's prejudice and all that bullshit. Let's just cut to the chase.
I don't call that prejudice.
Let me just cut to the chase and say that is black supremacy. If you think that black people are superior because of their heritage or their Africanness or their skin color or genes or what have you, that is black supremacy, and all the crap, all that Marxist bullshit about you need economics on your side and jobs and all that stuff. I don't subscribe. Marx, the only thing that Marx does very well is critique capitalism. Outside of that, I have no use for Marx or Marxism. Okay, so we fundamentally disagree about what a supremacist
Percy, that's fine. That's fine. We disagree.
And we fundamentally disagree about you need a system or you need power. I just disagree with that.
No, that, like I said, it's BGQ. You know that's fine.
Okay, but all I have to say is stop asking me the questions because you know
I'm not asking you any more questions because it's BGQ.
Good, thank God for that. My headache can go away.
Hey, HB, the topic we'll probably cover on the morning roast here. A Brooklyn-based school backed by Jiggle Man says students can graduate debt-free. Now they're buried in it. We have to cover this one there. Like Jay-Z want to open up a school.
Niggas buried. Niggas buried. Niggas buried in that.
They buried in that racist.
Man, we gotta get to this one.
Yeah, I don't know why these niggas can't build a school. Maybe because they never went to school. Maybe that's part of it. But I don't know what it is.
Can you imagine signing up for Rock Nation School?
Yeah, nah. I'd rather go to public school if that's the case. At least they got a track record. School I went to was open for like 60 years, man.
They had guest lectures by people like the Jonas Brothers and Rihanna.
Yo, you killed them, Stanley. I'm not gonna lie to you. But I mean, he's light work though. Let's be honest.
Like practice.
Well, the problem is that he's glued to his books. You need to be able to take that stuff and actually form, like if not original ideas, at least ideas that you can logically put together to fit a situation. And that the problem is nobody believes that power dynamic stuff. Okay, you mistreating someone because they're white and you think you're superior, that is black supremacy, even if it's on a small scale. And I think in some ways, there are people on. I don't like extremists of any sort, left or right, and I consider that black radical stuff. And he's not a smart black radical. He needs to go listen to some Jared Ball or something, so he can actually figure out.
What were those letters he kept talking about? JQBF or something? Who the hell is that?
You know what? I don't even remember. It's Neely Fuller or some bullshit.
It had a Q in there.
He would have to remind me. I don't read that stuff regularly. Remind me what it is. It's the Bible of
something or another. That's you, right, Linwood? Is Linwood gonna
hell
do a
no.
Marxist
Are we
style
looking at
porn bombing?
Scottish dudes? What are we doing?
Who's that in the back? JJ. I don't know who the fuck that is. Probably a porn bomber.
I
Hey
ain't porn
JJ,
bombing. I'm chilling. You're the one showing off this half-ass naked Scottish guy.
hey JJ,
Yo, you're the one showing off this gay-ass dude. What are you fucking bitching at me for?
you're a porn bomber, right?
I've never even looked at porn in my whole life.
Oh yeah, you're a porn bomber.
Like a porn
No,
bomber.
dude,
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
Yeah.
That ain't me. You fucking gay-ass motherfuckers put this gay-ass shit on here.
He
Yeah.
sounds like a tough.
Yeah. How long you been a homosexual, JJ?
Since I was like 27.
Yeah.
I thought to
That
myself,
All your life?
wow, Bruce Gender
Hey,
looks
hey,
like a gay
how
man.
long have you been a cuck? How long have you been a cuck?
No, dude, I never got the privilege of watching my wife fuck someone else.
Oh wow.
There you go.
Wow.
I don't believe you.
You're married?
Oh no, that bitch left me.
Hey, don't
Yeah.
show that. That's my wife.
No, okay, I'll go back to this picture.
What are you
So
gays doing in the bedroom?
what was the guy's name that you left your wife for?
Oh, let's figure this out. Yeah, Mario.
How long have you been a porn bomber?
He just made better pasta, you know. I think it was worth it. At least the bitch was cooking.
Man, he's a persistent porn bomber. He's hanging around talking.
Brother, if you think I'm gonna porn bomb you, you're a fucking idiot. I
What
don't
do you
even
think
know how
about
to.
that white boy getting
I don't even
stabbed?
know how to work my own cell phone. I just listen to you idiots talk about porn bombing like
What do you
morons.
think about that white boy getting stabbed?
What white boy?
The one in Texas.
Oh, this is awful. We only stab the black people. We don't stab white boys.
Apparently we do.
No. We don't. No. White boys don't get stabbed. That's for the blacks, right? That's a joke, you fucking idiot. If you don't know that.
Oh my lord.
That's
how many
awful. I'm sorry about this little white kid,
He's
but
like the best and the worst of me.
How
yeah,
many bush lights have you had today?
we quite frankly don't give a fuck about a white boy being stabbed because every brother of color's been fucking beat up, stabbed, shot down, and fucked with. Even their own mothers have been fucked with. You know, oh, one white kid got stabbed. Let's make a fucking news report about it, like it's fucking news.
How many bush lights have you
Jesus.
had today?
How many bushwhacks? What did you say?
How many bush lights have you had today?
Oh, bush lights? Oh no, you're a pussy, dude. We do high class around here. What are you guys fucking gay?
What?
We don't do bush lights. What are you, faggot?
The champagne beers or what, dude?
Oh, you mean those goddamn fucking golden fucking piss meisters? No, we don't do that bullshit.
So what have you been drinking today, and how many of them?
I've been drinking on. I have a cold.
Man, I know a drunk bastard when I hear one.
He's drunk. He's drunk on Robitussin.
Yeah,
he's
I know. No,
He's
seriously, if you
roboing.
take like 4 of those and 6 echinacea, you're like, what the fuck is cracking in this bitch?
Where you
That's
from,
no
JJ?
lie, no. I'm sitting here on multiple echinacea and mucinesdm and all this shit. It's fucking retarded.
Where you from? Where you calling from?
Midwest, and I'll let you guess. And I ain't gonna tell you, by the way, but Midwest.
Oh, that's fine.
No, because some
Kentucky.
cocksucker on the internet's gonna be trying to fucking Google me like a cocksucker and trying to fucking. They're gonna try to go rape my wife or something. These fucking
He's from
jackasses.
Kentucky, man. He's from Kentucky. You can tell. Appalachia.
Appalachia? That ain't in America, you dumb motherfucker.
The Caucasus Mountains.
All right.
Man, you
What you
always
got for
got
us today?
one.
Hey, what do you think about America? White people losing their status in America. You guys are losing the country, man.
Is that what we're doing? We're losing the country, the white
Yeah,
people.
what do you think about that?
Am I supposed to be offended that white people are losing?
No,
Am
not
I?
offended, but
No. Am I
more
supposed to
like
be upset?
defeated.
No,
Not
I'm
offended,
sorry.
but defeated.
Why don't you say your point? Like, what do you mean? Like, what? Like, what's your point?
No, I just want to know how much it hurts you on a scale of 1 to 10. How much is it hurt you?
I don't even know what the fucking question is. I'm not worried about fucking white people.
You guys are losing the country. How bad does that hurt on a scale of 1
Oh,
to
I
10?
get your question. Yeah. No, all my brown homies, they always had like 30 people living in one room because they're all illegals.
Hey,
And then like
one
my
house,
black
all right?
friends, they're all like slinging dope and crack and shit, like hood
And
and words
are
and
your
shit.
white friends smoking
Yeah,
that
no,
fentanyl?
no. My white friends are off in college. They're not in town anymore. Yeah,
Somebody get this
I'm
man
not.
some fentanyl. Somebody get him some
I'm
fentanyl right
not
now.
offended. I'm not offended that.
Somebody get him some fentanyl right now.
I'm not offended white people are getting taken over because there's other cultures that are doing bigger shit. You know, if white people actually gave a fuck, they might try a little harder. Clearly, they're not doing dog shit, and fuck them.
Are you one of those? It's the small heads fault people. Are you one of
In
those?
my,
Are you one of those? It's the Jews' fault. My life sucks kind of people.
who the fuck was talking about Jews? You dumb cunt.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking you.
This
Your
faggot's over here
Hey,
saying, "What do you think about the
hold
I
blacks,
struck a
on for a
nerve.
second.
I
motherfucker?
struck a
Hold
How
nerve.
on for a
about
second.
the beaners and the
I
spits,
struck a
Hey, hold on for a
nerve.
motherfucker?"
second, guys.
I struck a nerve.
Now this asshole's talking
Hey,
about the Jews.
hold on for a second, guys. Hey, man, you got cam up or something, man. We don't know if you fucking porn bomb or not, so we got time to keep playing games. Put something in the
I've
chat
been
or
Mac
something.
Daddy chilling the whole ass
Mm.
time, and this fool brought up the fucking Jews like it was Kanye West. Come on, bro. You ain't gotta bring up all that bullshit.
All right, man. Look, we're gonna shit
Wait,
and sit on the
wait,
pot, man.
wait. Are you a
Come on, we
Jew?
gotta get the fuck
Wait, I
on.
think he might be a small head, guys. Whoa.
All I've been doing is trying to chill, and you guys have been grilling me about fucking blacks and browns and whites and Jews. Just move on. It's all good.
How blessed we are to be here.
Yo,
Oh, how
apparently there
blessed
was a
we
mass
are.
And
stabbing.
How
Apparently there's a
blessed we
mass
are.
stabbing here in DC, and Sharice the
and
real
I'm
was
trying
talking
not to
about this
get
shit.
into too much details and things like that, you know what I'm saying? Because I obviously have to protect my family, you know, my sister, my grandmother, you know, and all the
Somebody's
people who
taking
was
phone
involved,
calls.
you know what I'm saying? All of the people that this affected, you know,
Is she
but
actually
I
talking,
do
or is
want to
this a
speak out
recording?
personally on how this affected me and how, like I said, how important it is to get
Oh,
your
good
mental health
Lord.
checked. The news did say his name was Kevin Steve Andre. That is correct. And you know, so I'm not trying to overshare, but at the same time, I'm trying to be transparent and just let y'all know, you know what I'm saying?
Overshare? You ain't
How,
said
like I
shit.
said, like you see this stuff on TV, family. Like you never think that it would be you in the situation, especially a
Nobody even
situation
knows
like
what the fuck
this.
she's saying. I don't want to overshare.
So
You even just said I got
let
my
me
titties
see.
fucked. You even
I
said
gotta
nothing.
get this motherfucker out of here. What the fuck is he talking about? I don't know. So she talking about I don't know.
But
She
I'm
talking about
pretty much
a
giving
mass
y'all the same
stabbing.
recollection that I gave the people who needed to hear it. Gosh, hold on, y'all. I don't know how to turn this crap down. I gotta know how to do that. I do not know how to turn that dinging off.
Let me see if I can find this shit she talking about. She dinging on her phone.
Okay.
Oh wait, hey
Yeah,
John,
let me
can
figure
you
out a way
pause
to do this
one
because this is
Yeah,
second?
not there's options.
She had something on the internet. She suffered some personal tragedies, like some
Oh shit.
murders in her family.
Here it is right here. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, that's
Mass stabbing. This is what she talking about. Oh shit.
She posted something on YouTube about it.
Oh shit. Let me get this shit to play on. 3, 2, 1. All right.
Place in a northeast.
Are you using Brave?
Injured after a series of
what?
stabbings in Washington, D.C. on Thursday,
Use
April the
Brave
3rd.
to not get all those
The
commercials.
Metropolitan Police Department
Yeah,
said
I'm
the
sorry,
incident
no.
took place in a northeast neighborhood, a few blocks away from Gallaudet University,
This is Ross Girls, close to Ross Girl.
an institution for deaf and hard of hearing students. Around 4 p.m., one person has been arrested, the agency posted on X. The Independent has contacted the police department for additional information. Police have closed several roads in the area due to the incident.
Yeah. I guess that's what she's talking about there.
Shit.
See if she's in this shit.
Chief Wright, Chief Kyle, Assistant Chief Kopp, and Commander Rooney. At approximately 3:22 p.m. this afternoon, 5th District officers responded to the reports of a stabbing. Officers arrived on scene in less than a minute and located numerous people suffering from stab wounds in the area of Montello Avenue and Meigs Place Northeast.
I know what that is.
Officers
Yeah, she was stabbed.
requested DC
Sharice
Fire and
is there?
EMS to respond to the scene.
Shit.
4 women and 2 men
Yes.
were
Ooh.
transported to area
Ooh,
hospitals
shit.
as a result of a senseless assault. They are all listed in stable condition at this
Oh,
time.
shit.
The 5th District's crime suppression team was in the area and located the suspect laying in the ground in the 1700 block of Montello Avenue Northeast. Officers used good tactics to safely take him into custody without
Oh,
incident.
shit.
The knife pictured here is a picture of the knife.
Yeah, damn.
The knife that I just shown you was recovered a few feet away from the suspect and is believed to be the weapon used in the assault. Based on preliminary information, it appears the suspect was in an altered mental state from an unknown substance. While walking down the street, the individual began stabbing himself and then stabbed a female acquaintance who was also with him. The suspect then stabbed others standing outside in the block. 2 good Samaritans, and we are very grateful for them this afternoon, tried to intervene in the suspect's assault and were among those who was injured. I will say this, even though we're grateful for their intervention, we would ask that individuals who see incidents such as this to not intervene, because these 2 individuals, although good Samaritans, were also stabbed as part of this assault. I want to offer my thoughts to the victims, their families, and those who witnessed today's events. This incident highlights the need for assistance of substance abuse issues within our communities.
Oh, it's
I'll
getting
take a few
drugs.
questions at this moment.
I gotta run, Stanley. You can take it down.
Say
Whatever
that
you
again?
want. You want me to take it down, Stanley? I think they basically now. Damn, that's crazy. I gotta run though, guys. Again, $20 a day for Portia J. Guys, make sure you support the channel, and then we have all our hosts. We had 3 hosts up here. Stanley.
Yeah, I'm here. I actually need to get sleep for
Hell, that's right. You do it over there.
my morning show. I'll stay up a few minutes if anybody wants to come up.
What do you do? You reacting to Brave?
That's Shenard. I'm sorry.
What
What?
You're reacting to Brave? I probably hop on you. I usually get on about early.
I'm thinking about it. It depends. I planned on doing all the news stuff and then doing it last. And it's not going to be a long react. I really
Most
just
monologue.
want to talk about how he just totally mangled. First he said, I said that, poverty caused crime. I said nothing like that. I said, if there is a link, it's correlational. And it was all about a totally different video. They talked about Italians and Germans when they immigrated over here, lived in poverty and high crime neighborhoods. And I just happen to say that, poverty and crime are correlational. Here is a historical example of it. So, I didn't make a direct comparison to Black poverty in 2025 to, the poverty, 100 or 200 years ago.
Yo, Stanley, you still doing that debate?
He just takes things so far out of context and mangles them that, why do I want to debate this guy? He can't even get a video right.
Didn't you already agree to it? You agreed to it, right?
Well, I don't give a fuck about an agreement on YouTube. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Sue me? You're going to sue me for breach of contract?
Y'all shook hands on it, right? You got to follow through.
Shook hands?
And there's money on the table too.
John,
Let me give me like 10, 15 minutes
of us shaking hands.
I ain't got 10, 15 minutes. You got to do it fast than that.
What do you mean you don't got 10? What are you trying to?
I got to go.
He's got to go.
Yo, this is better than whatever you're trying to do, bro. For real. It's much better than that. Just a quick lesson, and I may throw in the play in there.
All right. You make it quick. You got 2 minutes.
All right, open up your email.
Yeah,
I need you to pull up your shit.
All right. I'm pulling it up.
You got to start I numbered the images, but start at the first one.
Yeah, all right. I'm pulling it up.
Porn.
All right, I see you as your spy. All right, I got you.
Yeah, pull up the first image. I'm gonna explain.
Yeah, I see. Come on, make it quick. I got someone around.
Yeah, pull up the image.
Maybe do it another day, man. When I got more time. How about that? When you have my undivided attention. How about that,
bro? Time is money, man.
That's right.
It's literally money.
That's right. So let's do it when I got more time to make more money.
Okay, but let me just correct you on this, right? I didn't play a caller type of option strategy.
All right.
What you mentioned earlier. What I did, like I said, I sold contracts at a specific strike, right? And these contracts were uncovered. I don't own the stock. This is for SPY. I don't own that. Right. And so I could have done one thing. I could have chose to keep the premium,
right?
Just walk away with it.
Right.
Or I took it and did the inverse and bought some puts at different dates and strikes and turn that premium into more bread.
Gotcha.
And so
I mean, I understood that the first time.
I didn't hedge anything. Like, let's say if it went over.
All right, fair enough.
Whatever I sold it for, right? Well, just listen, man. Just listen. If it went over whatever I sold it for, whatever the price, if it went up, basically, if the stock went up, I'll be forced to buy it, and I can choose when I can cover, and I'll basically own. What is it? I sold 10 contracts. I'll own about 1,000 shares of SPY. You can do that math. That's half a mil, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not hedging anything when I make these types of trades. These are trades that are. What someone may say is kind
of. Why don't you come back another time and I have more time? How about that?
Your time is money.
Yeah.
You want to make some money, bro?
Hey, Shenard, do you want to go on?
Do you really want to make some money, bro?
Time is money.
You can literally get set up
right now. You ever go on
if you
Crack Show?
Hey, yeah, go on Crack Show. But again,
you know how much shit Crack has talked, bro. That's not a trader, man.
But hey guys, again, thank you everyone for
making a bad decision, John. Right now.
Don't make me put you back.
I'm making a bad decision.
Guys, thank you for joining. Make sure, Stan will still be here. Make sure you support the channel.
I'm just gonna be here for a little bit.
Yeah, we have.
Stanley's staying.
I thought I saw Linwood up here.
You may end up being longer than you think. Again, as B Brave says.
That's why
I could probably email it to Stanley. I can probably email it to you, right?
And you keep pull talking, and I'll put you back till I'm gone. As B Brave says.
That's why I call you one of the holy men.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here, folks. What's up, Wicked? And is that Shenard back there?
Yeah, Jay gonna play something real quick, but he left. Damn, I know you're not gonna play it.
Yeah, man. I want to do a quick.
You put it in the back.
I don't even know if I can do it. Stanley,
it's in the bag.
But yo, Stanley, if I send you an email, can you bring up these images?
I'll look at them. It's possible.
Yeah, I want to do like a presentation, just real quick.
But you gotta understand, John is gone, and I have a slightly different way of running things. We've already seen this video, right? The one you put in the back. Didn't we already see this?
It's not a video, man. There's a couple of images. I mean,
it's an X. I'm looking at a tweet.
No, it's not. Ain't nothing to do with Twitter or anything. It's a couple of images.
Okay, let me look at this
And I'm
again.
trying to like, and John, he ain't smart. Like, if he would have just stayed for like 10, 15 minutes, he would have gotten another
this
good
is what
play.
you put in there. It's a tweet or something.
No, that's wicked. That's wicked.
Hold on one sec. Let me bring this up, and then you can tell me what this is.
That's wicked, bro. You can't read.
Oh, I thought Wicked was just here. Where'd he go?
That's wicked. But bro, it's all good. It's all good. You know,
I'm like, well, Wicked was just here. He said he was
tomorrow-
going to email me something, or was that you?
Yeah, once tomorrow comes, you guys are gonna regret it. You know, it's just a quick play, like, and John could have easily got set up with if he doesn't even have a brokerage account, he could have got set up and ready to play tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No. The email. No, don't bother with that. With the email. Portia apparently.
When I wanted to make a proposition also, like if I were to give him a play, he has to like give his black tenants. He has to charge them market rate.
Okay, well, John, you need to deal with John on this. I don't speak for John. He's the owner of the channel.
And every single black tenant that he has at his house. Hold on, wait. Let me just say
John
something.
is the one.
Yeah, he's listening. He's listening.
To talk to, not
listening,
me,
bro.
John.
He's listening. He's common sense.
Dude, hold on. Wait, are you going to overtalk me?
Yeah, I can't.
What's up with that?
Can't.
Deal with John. This is a John thing.
I know, but I know he's listening, bro. That's why I'm trying to say something.
I don't know whether he's listening or not. He's logged off, so he might be listening. He might not be. CK, what's up, man?
What's going on, Stanley?
Too bad I don't have my bosun's pipe. I'd pipe you aboard.
Yo, CKJ, you play options, right?
Futures, man. I mean, I know how to do options, but you make more.
You probably play leaps, don't you?
No.
You don't play leaps.
I like the futures market better. You make more money.
I do futures sometimes. And not sometimes, like if I'm staying up, I play some. If I know, yeah. But what I was trying to say is, I wanted to make a proposition with John. I wanted to, if he could agree to charge his black tenants a fair rate, the same price that you're charging your white and Hispanic tenants, I'll give you some good plays. At least 10x plays, at least. And when I say at least, I really mean it, because I only care if you can book 10x profits. Anything after that, that's up to you, depending on how long you want to hold those contracts for.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you going to set up like a trust fund for wayward?
I'm not asking for. I don't charge no nothing for plays or nothing like that. No. That's a scam.
No. I'm saying what you could do.
And I think you guys are trying to do that with crack. You're trying to start up a hedge fund with crack.
No, you do 0 day.
I mean, well, today what I did, I sold some contracts for a little bit of a later date on SPY, but I also I used some of that premium to buy some 0 DTEs puts at a 524. I mentioned them on Braves chat, but
I don't listen to Braves.
They banned me after I brought Ignat back.
All your calls and you hedging them with puts.
I'm not hedging anything. These are uncovered. I sold uncovered calls on SPY.
So you selling
You said what?
You selling premium?
I'm collecting premium, yeah.
Yeah. So you own over 100 shares.
No, I don't own SPY.
So how are you selling premium if you don't own it?
It's a short call. Do you know what a short call is?
You said it's a short call.
Right. I'm shorting calls.
A put, right?
Yeah, you don't know. You're not on this. Never mind. You just buy calls and puts, right?
No. I mean, if I was to do option, yeah.
Yeah, I sell contracts.
How do you sell contracts without owning it?
You don't have. You have to have a lot of money.
You have to own the share, man.
You have to have margin. Yeah, you know what margin is?
Yeah, I know what margin is, but you
In
have
relation, hold on, in relation to selling contracts. You know what that is?
you have to
Or
own
how that works?
the seller, right?
Right. You don't have to own the stock, bro.
In order for you to sell premium, the premium, right, on the person that's buying it from you on
I'm
the opposite
talking
side,
to a layperson.
have to own the shares.
You
have to
don't have to own the shares. You can secure it by cash.
Yeah, basically what you're doing is borrowing the shares, right?
I'm not even dealing with shares. These are options. I'm talking about options.
Right,
So
but now
with
I'm not
margin
your
in
level.
relation to stocks
Believe
is
it or
different.
not, back in the day, I actually had a Series 7. So, I'm vaguely familiar, but I mean, this was back in the 90s. But yeah, I mean, things like margin, you don't actually own the stock. They basically
I'm not
loan
talking
you the
about
money.
stocks.
They basically loan you the money to make the purchase.
No, I'm not.
Something like that?
No. So, all right. So the brokerage has to know that you have enough cash to cover
Of
the
course, yeah,
option,
that's
the
the
option that you
margin.
write.
Yep.
Right. So I'm writing contracts for a stock, and I'm collecting
Mhm.
the premium, basically the premium that people that are buying those contracts are paying me. So for
Uh-huh.
SPY, I sold a couple of 526 calls
Mhm.
earlier today in different dates. I collected the premium on those.
Okay.
And I took that premium and I purchased puts on for different dates.
Okay.
I did get some 0 DTs. I got some 1 DTE, some 7.
Yeah, but that's some risky shit you're doing, right?
Right. And so I don't own.
Holy
I didn't purchase SPY to sell those calls. I didn't purchase it.
Mhm.
They're secured by cash. So if
Yeah.
let's say instead of SPY dropping, because I mentioned this on B-Brace chat around 10:30 today. But let's say if the stock went up from 524 to like 530, I'll be forced to cover and purchase about 1,000 shares of SPY. And so if you do that math, what does that say?
You gotta
If I
have
can
the
do
cash,
that.
but you gotta have the cash though. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
And I would have gotten margin called even just by a little spike. And I had
Right.
to put up some cash. But
Right.
that's assuming that it spikes up a little bit and then it goes down.
Yeah, but you gotta have that cash, right?
So you're saying I don't have it, right? I don't sound like I have it or some shit?
I'm not. I don't know
Are you
what
one of those tap dancers that
I
just
don't
judges
know.
people by the way?
No,
No, he just made a comment.
I don't
He's
know
not
what
making a
No,
judgment.
he's a tap dancer, bro. I know this dude.
you don't know.
He's one of CT's
Let
people.
me
You
no,
got
he's
to understand. You gotta have that cash. The average person doesn't.
Okay, then okay, so okay, keep talking. Go ahead.
The average person doesn't have that amount of cash.
So am I the average person? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, when I'm saying you can help other people out, right? You
Right.
said earlier, right? The average person, because you said you use 10 contracts. I can do the math. The average person don't have that amount of cash. So how can you help somebody else out that doesn't have that cash, that amount of cash?
So they'll purchase the inverse. If I'm selling calls at a specific strike in a date, then if I mention like a longer date, then that means it's gonna drop like crazy the same day, right? So you'll get puts.
Right.
You would if you don't have if you have like say
so
if
you
you
will
don't have,
allow somebody to do calls and puts.
You said
Because
what?
the premium to get in it will be cheaper than what you're doing.
Yeah, if they're purchasing, if they're buying, it's like selling drugs, right? When
No,
John brings up that analogy.
Let's stay on this. Let's stay on topic.
He's trying to interview me. Go ahead.
No, I understand what you're talking about, but how are you going to help somebody else out that doesn't have that amount of cash?
I just said if I'm selling calls, right, and I'm selling it for a specific date, the date can vary. If I'm selling calls for the same date, or that'll mean for them to get some puts, correct? Wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know if I'm talking to someone that knows that's even in this. Like, you just play futures, right?
It's the same thing, Shinar. If I know where price is going,
Do you play future options?
Yeah, I trade futures. Yeah, I trade the
Okay,
next.
so if I'm selling a call, right, what is that? What am I really saying?
You think the price is going up? If you're selling the put, you think the price is going down. I know
Yeah, you're stupid, bro. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even play futures, so stop lying.
Okay.
Stop lying. If I'm selling a call, that means I'm expecting the stock to go down.
Hey,
If I'm selling a put, hold on. I'm gonna explain this further.
No. You hold on. Have you ever thought of starting your own little stock YouTube show?
Yeah, I thought about it. Yeah, but I don't really care for it. You know, I don't even want to even be like, I don't want to have like a big channel like
Right. So what you want to do is go and hijack other people's panels
and just troll them. That's basically.
So I'm trolling
and then
now.
call them
Trolling.
and then
Okay.
call them stupid.
Yo, Richard, they're
when,
saying I'm
when you-
trolling now. They're saying I'm trolling, Richard.
Well, I don't know. Calling somebody
these
stupid.
tap dancers.
Calling somebody stupid might actually count as
No,
trolling.
listen.
You taking up for Be Brave and you calling somebody a tap dancer?
You said what?
You was taking up for Be Brave and you calling somebody a tap dancer?
Oh, now you're trying to deflect.
I'm not deflecting. You was taking up for Be Brave.
Let's stay on topic, bro. Hold on, just to stay on topic. If I'm selling calls,
wait, hold it. What is
to the debate? You tap dancing for Be Brave.
You said what?
You was tap dancing for Be Brave.
How was I tap dancing?
Because you was trying to demand Stanley to do a debate with him. You are the tap dancer.
I didn't set up the debate, bro. That was
HB2N
Stanley
and the debate.
and
Be Brave.
Orthodox guy, whatever.
Debate. So you are tap dancing for Be Brave.
Because I was telling Stanley to do the debate.
Yes, that's a tap.
No, because he agreed to the.
You tap dancing for a white man.
Oh no!
He agreed. Hold on, wait. He agreed to the debate.
No. You don't have all the information, son.
Right. He agreed to the debate.
Basically, my agreement to a debate is basically dependent on Be Brave putting data behind that 70% stuff. If he can't produce the research
but you should have
or
said
the
that
numbers
before you
behind
agreed.
it, I told HB as much. You need to keep up.
That 70% theory actually came out of a discussion I had with Brave. If you remember. He
All I
started that
care
shit after we had that discussion.
about is that he can back it up with some
So
numbers.
you knew about
or
it
some
before
sort of
the debate.
He basically needs.
So before, but
okay, dude,
you
don't
should
cut
have
me
said
off.
that before
do
you
not
agreed to the debate.
Dude, I will put you in the back just like John will. He needs to put some teeth behind that monster. Bottom line, I don't need to say more.
But you agreed to the debate, bro. You can't just
Okay,
back out
I'm
like that.
fucking literally telling you are wrong.
So now you didn't agree to the debate.
Okay, now you sound stupid.
Stanley, he's tap dancing.
Apparently.
So I'm gonna say this again. This is the last time I'm gonna say
Dude,
this.
you're telling me something that
I'm playing a Garvey role.
I
with Be Brave.
absolutely did not do.
If you guys can't understand that, then you guys are really slow. Man.
Okay, dude, I do
know most of you
understand how to
tap
put you in the
dancers
back.
are slow.
See, you must
You know,
think
you a Garvey guy?
that you
You a
must
Garvey
not
guy?
catch my show much.
You said yeah.
You need to hang
Yeah.
out. You
know,
absolutely
it's-
want. No, he wants the
You cut
the
out. Say it
solid
again.
snake. He
Do you
wants
know
the
he
solid
never-
snake treatment.
You're cutting out, bro. I don't know if that's me. Say it again.
I say, you know, he never made it to Africa.
Right. I mean, it wasn't really about that. It's about his. You know how many people Garvey influenced, bro?
You a Garveyite, but he.
Do you know how powerful Garvey?
Listen here.
His message was.
He's a Pan African, but
It wasn't about sending Black Americans to Africa, bro. It wasn't about that.
Think about that.
It wasn't about sending.
He made it
all
to
black.
made it to the UK, but he never made it to Africa. Think about it.
Yeah, you
Who
just.
you talking Marcus Garvey?
You're the same one that said. You're the same one that said if you're selling calls, that means you expect the stock to go up. Man, shut up, man.
Well, wasn't he eventually like he was thrown out of
You
Jamaica?
don't play You don't play
right?
options. You don't play futures. You're just talking, man.
He was shipped back to Jamaica.
So I wanted to teach a lesson, but you guys sort of derailed.
Okay, dude, you need to start your own show, and you need to call it King Shenard's Lessons.
I think I'm gonna start a show on this tap dancing channel, bro.
Shenard,
no. You got all that money.
I want to make a deal with.
You
John.
got all that
wait.
money. You can start your own show.
Where's Price going tomorrow, Shenard?
I want to make a deal with John. I'll mention it. CKJ.
Okay, John. Did you
would've-
notice John's not here?
Right. So that's why I said if he would.
Okay, so why are you still here?
If he would have just stayed on the panel,
this is.
He would have been able to change his life.
No, I don't control John. All I'm saying is that you were here to make a deal with John. John is no longer here, So my question to you is, why are you still here?
Because he's listening.
Do you
bro.
have further business?
Yeah, he's listening. He's listening right now. I bet you he's listening.
You know what? I don't make those kinds of bets. So I would like to move on. If anybody in the chat wants to hit the link, please go ahead and do it. I'm going to be wrapping this up. You know, if no one wants to chop it up, me and CK can chop it up a bit. King Shenard, if he can talk about something other than spy, and you know, we can call this short because I've got to get up for 3:00. So you know, this is I'm actually eating dinner, probably spitting crumbs all over my microphone here. So CK, what you been up to today? How was work?
I just got for work. I could catch you in the morning on my way to work, Stanley.
Oh no, you came all the way up here. I got a couple minutes.
Need some rest. I need some rest too. So we both had long days, you know.
You guys just missed out on so much information, man. It's crazy.
No, well, I didn't have that long a day. I did take a nap.
And this is why you can't help tap dancers. This is why.
I trade future.
This is the main reason why you can't try to help tap dancers, because you know all it takes is an Asian crackhead. An Asian crackhead. No, listen to that.
What is a tap dancer? What's the definition?
There's someone with sense.
What's
a tap dancer is you, bro. It's you.
Oh my Lord! Insulting the panelists, man. You know, bro, I'm glad you didn't take up medicine. You'd have a horrible bedside manner.
These tap dancers will believe an Asian crackhead than someone that's level that has sense, that can think. That's sad. Man.
You can think.
And most of his shit, he gets from Wall Street Bets. Most of his stock picks he gets from that Reddit page, Wall Street Bets. That's it. Like, he's just telling y'all some dumb shit.
What's wrong with that?
And when I try to mention that, he ran his mouth screaming on the mic. You don't know what you're talking about, King Stein.
All right, so so you've come up here to gossip about Get Cracked.
I came up here to tell y'all that you guys have been fooled. And I remember trying to tell y'all that the market was going to crash down, but I gave y'all specific levels: 575, 550.
Y'all, was I
535? Even
am
lower
I
than
part
that.
of that, y'all?
And you guys didn't listen. And now I'm giving you specific. I'm trying to give you a specific timed play.
Okay, so now,
but
now
you guys don't want to listen.
You need to let us digest the lessons.
Now you're trying to see you guys don't love money. Y'all don't love money, bro. This is a special.
No, we don't love money like
this is like
you.
one of the rare times that you guys have me on.
Hey,
on this
Shenard, do you have a family?
Stock options.
Do you have a family?
Yeah.
Do you love money more than your family?
What does this have to do with you want to talk about family
no. I can establish
you
the
want to talk
relationship.
about family now?
Do you love your family more than money? Because I'm more interested in what you how your family's doing than how your portfolio's doing. That's why I asked.
Stanley's a tap dancer.
Yeah, motherfucker, I'm tap dancing all over your face.
Just a tap dancer.
Oh no! I'm this.
So what's the difference if Crack came up here and started talking some bullshit? What's the difference between me and Crack being up here
of your tap
and him
dance?
talking bullshit? What's the difference?
I am the Gregory Hines of tap dancing to your points.
I'm trying to give you guys some good information.
If Gregory Hines and
you're
Sammy
still
Davis
cutting me
Jr.
off.
had a baby,
You're still cutting me off.
Yeah, motherfucker, I'm about
talking.
to put you in the back.
Shenard, come back at 9:30 when the market is open and give us a walk-by-walk play. Do that.
That's a good idea.
Do that.
Do you trade? Do you trade all night?
Come back at 9:30.
Some nights I trade.
9:30 and give us a walk-by-walk play. Let's see you call the market. I guarantee you can't. I bet you can't call the market.
Yo, hold on. Let me just tell you this, bro.
Cannot call the market.
Let me tell you this, bro. You're a gambler. Hold on, wait. Let me just put it like this.
I bet you can't market.
Can you stop talking, bro? Can you stop talking real quick?
Call the market. 9:30 tomorrow.
You can't stop talking,
come back
bro.
Here and call the market, play by play. I guarantee.
Put it like this: you're the gambler. I'm the casino.
I'm not a gambler, man. I'm not a gambler.
You're the gambler. I'm the casino.
I can call Price. You can't.
I'm the casino.
I call Price.
You're the casino. What kind of bullshit is that?
Come back here 9:30 tomorrow and call the market.
Can you give me some chips, Mr. Casino?
Stanley, he doesn't know what he's
talking about. Y'all are something else, bro.
He can't
said
call
I don't. I can't call the market, bro. I called it earlier today, bro. What are you
call
talking
tomorrow at 9:30 tomorrow, Wednesday.
I called it earlier today. I called it last week. I called it weeks. I called it like 3 weeks ago. I called it a month ago. I called it all. You know what you can do, bro? If Jay Rillo is listening, hold on, wait.
Call it tomorrow.
If Jay Rillo is listening,
man, I'm talking to you. King
come up on the panel, bro. Every single. This clown won't shut up. Every single play, which is more than 15
How
plays.
about this? How about this?
Jay Rillo. Yo, shut up, man.
Tomorrow at 9:30.
Yo, shut up.
Me and you both can get into the chat.
Fuck up.
Both can call the market in the chat. Me and you together.
He won't shut up. Yo, Stanley, throw this clown in the back, man.
Let's do that. Let's do that tomorrow.
Throw this clown in the back.
Me and you both.
You do realize, Mr. Casino, that I'm the strip that you're on.
If you want someone to vouch for me real quick,
you off the strip.
You can ask Denizen. You can ask Jay Rillo.
I am
every single play I've given them.
You are the
10
casino
baggers.
So
what does that say about me?
We can do it live. Me and you can do it live.
I don't. Who are you? You don't even know how to sell.
You I am. Me and
you don't know how to write contracts, bro.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my lord! You know this guy's mighty loquacious.
Are you a prop trader, bro?
He don't want to do it live, King.
You're a prop trader.
He didn't want to do it live.
A scam trader is what I call them.
What's a prop trader?
These prop firms, right? That people can sign up for, and then they have people that they will use to market it, basically. So they claim that you're trading on their funds, but you're just really using a simulator, and so they'll pay you certain returns, but they get that money from people that sign up for it. And they pay, so you got to basically pay them to be able to trade on their money with certain restrictions. And so, I think that's what CKJ3 is a part of. He's not a real trader.
I trade prop. I make
money.
You
trade prop?
Yeah, I make money too.
Okay, you're not. Why the fuck would I do a stream with you, bro? Why the fuck would I do a stream with you?
Call Price.
You're the equivalent. You're the scammer equivalent. The stock market is a scam, but you're the like the gutters, the ones that stay in the gutter and scam folks.
Gutters are what you say.
So let me ask you a question, King Shenard. Are you the Warren Buffett of the hood?
You could put it like this. I have information that most people don't have, and I have techniques that I use that most people don't.
Would you go up against if you and Warren Buffett sat down, who would and made a bet who could make more money? On a given amount of money in a given amount of time, would Warren Buffett win or would you?
Well, I'm not as greedy as Warren Buffett, bro. He makes his money.
No. I didn't ask about your greed level. I asked who would win.
Well, obviously Buffett, right? But
okay, well that's obvious. So you're not the best out there.
Geico is what made Buffett rich.
You are the Warren Buffett of the hood. And I congratulate you for that.
So now I'm the Warren Buffett of the hood. Yeah, you guys are top dancers.
I dub thee the Warren Buffett of the hood.
You guys are top dancers, bro. I swear, man.
Oh,
it could be an Asian crackhead telling
you are the big boss investor.
And you guys will believe it.
You are the
over someone like
hedge
me.
Fund.
Y'all are top dancers, bro.
What's the name of your hedge fund?
Ain't y'all trying to start one up on this channel? No,
motherfucker, we are not trying to start a hedge fund that I know of. I'm asking the name of your hedge fund.
So now you're trying to dig. I don't have a hedge fund, bro.
Okay, but you're the hood.
I bet you if you see a black person on the street,
you're the hood hedge fund.
I bet you like one of them.
You are the Warren Buffett of the barrio.
You judge black people differently than you judge whites.
No. I judge stupid people. I see stupidity
and then you stood up here
is the one true colorless
you ain't pro-black
criteria.
People can see through all that shit. on this channel. You're not pro
Okay,
black.
well, you know what? You're about to see through my button to put your ass in the back.
I'm giving you some pro black. I'm trying to give you some pro black plays.
Motherfucker, I'm not any more pro black than anybody else.
If you keep talking,
I say my type of pro black is I'm not anti black.
I think you are anti black. I think you are. You just put it on the show.
You know
for
what?
whatever reason.
You're thinking
for the simple
about
fact
me.
that you have a segment on an anti.
Okay, motherfucker, you thought I committed to this debate with Be Brave. So far you're batting zero. You are 0 for 1 as far as predicting what Stanley does or thinks. You need to be careful, Shenard. I'm not John Galt. I don't have that kind of patience, and he barely has patience with you. So tread lightly, Warren Buffett of the hood.
And you see how people are accusing me of being a scammer. I don't ask people for money.
I don't. You know what?
I'm giving you a play to use your own money.
I do not need anything from you,
You
sir.
guys assume that a black
I
person
do
giving
not
out
need
financial advice.
jack.
You think I'm trying to run
Damn,
game or
dude.
some shit, right?
Fuck your advice. I shit on your advice. Save it for someone who cares. As a matter of fact, run along, Shenard. This over talking about shit I'm not particularly interested in. Come back another day when John's here, so you and John can parlay and do whatever it is you do. Ignat, what's up?
Salute, Stanley.
How you doing?
What's the word?
Oh man, I am the emergency host.
Your emergency
And actually, the only reason I'm not shutting this down, Portia. I mean, we're at a pretty good number right now, surprisingly enough. So if a professional host wants to come up,
shit, I'm here. The professional is here.
The professional.
Queen, Mother Portia of the universe, goddess, beautiful mother,
Here's
universe.
the deal. Tom Gully's show is on Rodney Dangerfield tonight. So I figured since I'm here, we catch a little bit of it, unless you and CK have a better topic. I'm not committed to watching this.
I'm about to get off in a minute, Stanley.
Okay. How's the family?
Let
Everybody
the shit tard.
Good.
Let shit tard back up here. I wanted to ask him a question.
Left. He'll be back tomorrow. He needs to talk to John about something or another. So, Ignat, how was your day?
It was actually marvelous and
Excellent.
exuberating.
By the way, CK, do you know who Bakari Sellers is?
No, I don't think I never heard of him.
Okay. He's kind of like a semi-famous like politician / journalist. His father was like part of Martin Luther King's like inner circle, I think. And he's written a biography. He grew up in Denmark, South Carolina, which isn't that far, from Savannah. I want to say it's either mid-state or maybe it's upstate. I don't think it's over by Charleston. I'd have to look it up. But anyway, he's got a biography that I happen to run into that I can, it's on Amazon. Amazon has this library service, and there's some books that you can actually borrow, like a library. And I was thinking, because he's probably around your age, probably not much older. So I thought you might know.
He was around Martin Luther King?
His father was.
Oh, father.
Yeah, he's the son of one of Martin Luther King's maybe not quite inner circle, but I mean, they knew who each other was. He was like a lieutenant or one of his lieutenants or something. But anyway, he's a lawyer if I recall, but I've seen interviews with him. He's really smart, and he's got a biography, kind of like a autobiography of his, growing up in South Carolina. So I found it, and I'm probably going to start reading it tonight.
Stanley, you ever thought about doing a book club on your channel?
You know what? That's a good idea. No, I've never thought of it.
Like bring up a book and then
that's an excellent idea.
I think Stanley should do an audio book of his own, literally.
Oh, that has been proposed, but I don't know that I have the discipline. You know, if I ever like break a leg or something and I can't get up and around, you know, I'll sit down and try and do it. But, you know, oddly enough, my life has not been that remarkable. You know, I don't know that it's book worthy.
Believe me, it is, brother. You
Oh,
can have a
come on,
little mic.
Herman. Give
You
us
can have a
the
little
break.
handheld microphone thing. It's small. You can just talk when you're sitting there. You can talk when you're walking. Talk. It's an audio book, and you spit your,
I see.
talk
Oh,
to
you mean
yourself.
like read a book?
But it's an audio book. It's going to be verbally. You're gonna speak it.
Yeah, there's a now. See, I don't know what kind of copyright issues would be involved, but I do know
Yeah, I'm talking about your
that
book.
there's a.
Make up your own book.
I'm not that creative.
Stanley, I'm gonna get with you tomorrow.
All right, take it easy.
All
Have a
right.
good night. But the book club is actually an idea I'll
Stay
kick
black,
around because
brother. Stay black.
I got plenty books. And Herman, what's so funny about a book club? I promise I won't call it Oprah's book club. Let's see. Jewel, hit the link. HB, I see he's in the chat. Mike, hit the link if you want. How I want to see how your startup's doing. Samuel, by the way, remember a few months ago we talked about you coming up for an interview about growing up in Vermont. That would be something that would be a pretty good interview. How your family wound up in Vermont, that sort of thing. I still would like to do it. If you ever decide you want to do it, let me know. You know, I've got questions and all that stuff. You know, we can put together something for maybe half an hour to an hour interview. I think, you know, not too many Black people that I know, you know, grow up in places like Vermont or Maine, and I imagine it would be an excellent interview. Yeah, keep it in mind, Samuel. I'm dead serious about it. Oh, now see, HB, that's a good idea. You know, yeah, reading Mein Kampf. You know what? Let's go ahead and pencil that in because I've never read it, and you have. So maybe we can do something. Now, this is a joke, folks, and I'm gonna break my panel rule. We could do a show called "Niggas Talk Nazis." How about that? Niggas Talk Nazis.
I
So
think you can say the N word, but you can't say Nazi on here.
Is that right?
Yeah, you can say nigger all day.
Is that right? I had no idea. I mean, I can't imagine why you couldn't say it. But anyway, I want to do that, HB. That would actually that might wind up being pretty hilarious.
Stanley, I got an idea. I want to do a show about what is your opinion and thoughts or comments on the Black American male today. That's the topic right there.
Oh, I have tons. I have tons of ideas about what. Okay, let me start with this. Let me start with the basics, and it's
So
kind
that's
of
the name of the
historical
show.
in
That's
nature.
going to be the name of the show. That's the banner.
Well, see, I don't know that I'm that qualified. You know, I have my own thoughts, but I have literally told my son that for me, the perfect male of any color has to be a Renaissance man. Okay, you need to be able to read Mein Kampf and have opinions on it, and you also need to be able to use a chainsaw. Okay, you need to be a guy who can change your oil. You need to be a guy who can plait your daughter's hair if you have a daughter. You need to be a complete person, and that's basically where I start. And then you fill in the coloring book from there. But the book should be you need to be able to shoot a gun. You need to be able to make spaghetti. So that's where I would start.
But we will have all the haters come on. I would like to hear their opinion, and we will have to allow them to speak so they can get out their anecdotal experiences. Because all these guys, they really don't even live the life to have these experiences. They're just looking on the TV and coming up with their own bias.
You think so? I mean, I would most like when I look at my particular channel, my entire audience is basically over 35 to right about 60, roughly in my age cohort. I don't have a lot of young people. And this is Stanley versus the world. I don't have a demographic under 35. So I would think most of the people in the Stanley versus the world audience already have an idea of what being a man is. Wouldn't you think? I mean, they don't need me to tell them.
No, but the question is a triggering one though. You didn't. It's like
You think so?
Hell yeah. What do you think about the black American male? Because you got to think about it. All the hate and vitriol goes to the black man. It comes from women. It comes from men. It comes all over. So we need to focus on that, and then we can get out why these bozos have so much vitriol.
Well, let me ask you a question. Would you, me, and Linwood make good co-hosts? Because Linwood and you share that opinion that, the black man. See, have you read Tommy Curry at all?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Now I have the Man Knot. I have not read more than a couple pages just because I probably have like 30 books that I need to get through. But I've seen Tommy Curry, he's got a lot of YouTube videos out there. So you are pretty much into that, the man not sort of thinking about, where the black male fits into American culture, right?
Negative.
No?
No, I am a pro Negro, real nigga from the
Okay,
real
well,
nigga.
you don't think Tommy Curry is pro Negro?
I mean, not really. You got he's a
I mean,
piece
he is literally saying that the black man in America is the most shit upon demographic out there. I mean, he has like a 500-page book on the
he's a victim,
travails
man.
and the
These guys.
problems. You what? Well, apparently you're having some phone difficulties. You got to go do something.
Yeah, he's picking up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
those
breaking
guys
up.
are jokesters. They're not-
Oh, there he goes. He's probably heading home from work or something. This time of the day, he's kind of in and out. He's probably in his car. All right, folks. We've got quite a number of people in the audience. If no one is going to come up, Mike or anyone, I think Mike. I know that. I know that Portia is going to do something on Rumble. I don't know what her plans are for the other shows on the channel. I don't even have a Rumble account. I'm not against it, but I will go wherever Portia leads me. I'll put it that way. I'm not that savvy with this sort of stuff. Thank you, Seven Steel. Masterful reply, huh? I don't get too many of those type of compliments. So, I kind of hate to shut it down. Everybody's kind of flowing out there in the audience. So HB, I definitely will put some thought. I mean, we can just name a time. Now I do need to start reading it, so I'll have to load the PDF into my Kindle, and I've got. I'd say within the next couple weeks, we need to put something together and execute it. I need some time because I'm halfway through an E. Franklin Frazier thing, in that I want to read the Bakari Sellers autobiography. But after that, yeah, we can do Mein Kampf a chapter at a time, or however you decide to do it. You'll have to take the lead on it because you've read it and I have not. Let's see. Portia says that Mike, yes, we have Rumble. We will be streaming there also, along with Twitch and Kick. Rumble is free and free some more. It's wonderful. You can say, play, and do whatever you want there. Can you do nude videos, Portia? I have an idea for a show called 60 Porn. Let's see. They're doing a fundraising stream right now. Whose house burned down? Oh, Mike, that's no problem. Just anytime you get a chance and I'm up here, feel free to hit the link. No. I'm kidding. You know I'm kidding, Portia. That would not. I would actually enjoy that because there is a lot of stuff that I could review. Copyrighted stuff that I could review. So that would. Rumble does sound like a plan. Excuse me. All right, folks. Well, if nobody's going to hit the link, I am going to go ahead and excuse me. I am going to go ahead and shut this down. And every time I get on here, I kind of get revved up and I kind of want to go for a while, but it's not going to be best if I'm actually planning on doing this show tonight. So, with regrets, I will shut this down. And Portia and HB and John, they may wind up starting something later. So I will be on tonight. I think I have it scheduled for 3:30. I will also at least spend a little bit of time reviewing the Be Brave critique of my last show. Just because I think he gets some things just horribly wrong. It's like, I mean, quite frankly, it was a train wreck. And, ordinarily I'd just be like blowing it off. But I made the mistake of actually watching the show. Usually, if I know Be Brave's going to be doing something like this, I don't even bother watching it. Maybe I'll hop in and lob a grenade or two and then, go somewhere else. But this guy really mangled it. Really, because when I put together these shows, I actually do put a little bit of work ahead of time. I order the news stories so it kind of flows. I select the videos I want to play. And I that particular video that he wanted to review, I had a very specific reason why I even showed it. And one of them was to glorify small towns. I prefer small towns. I think if you're going to raise a family these days, if you can find a decent small town, it's the best place to do it. Now, I prefer the South because I'm from the South, but small towns are good, almost anywhere I can think of. And he just really went after this one guy. The guy's sitting there, saying how great his town is. And Brave just wants to inject race to it to a point to where it was just toxic. I didn't know Brave had it in him. It came off as bitter, virulent, and just basic. I'll put it to you this way. I used to think that, Be Brave was kind of a jolly old fellow. I think my opinion of Be Brave changed quite a bit after hearing that performance today, to a point to where I don't particularly even want to be associated with him. This debate, if everybody wants me to do it, I'll make it, as brief as I can. But I don't want to be associated with people like that performance Be Brave did today. That's just fucking like clan level. That was clan level stuff. So that's my thought on that. I will do a little bit more thinking about it tonight on the Stanley versus the World overnight. And then that's pretty much going to be, I'm done with it. So thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. And we will see you all tonight. And let's see what is... Okay, I'll see y'all tonight. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Make sure if you're new, you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you would be so kind, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross at Stanley Cross 6000. Mostly video essays and just whatever comes to mind. Though apparently we're going to be doing some book reading and some Mein Kampf stuff, which should be pretty amusing. Make sure you support the hosts on this channel. Especially, the $20 a day for Portia J. She does a lot of work behind the scenes. Hey, I wouldn't mind a Bud Light or two every now and again. So, make sure you support my show, Stanley versus the World, or your favorite host. And we will see you all later.